everybody. Welcome to Rights for Vets, and I have my buddy here, Frosty Lee. Say hi, Lee.
Say hey.
What's happening to you today, Lee? Anything special?
Oh, not much really.
Well, let's start the countdown, and we'll start. Hello again, everybody. Uh-oh. We just had somebody drop to the floor. Are you okay? Uh-oh. That's what happened. Now I got two of you.
Yeah,
You gotta love
double your pleasure, double your fun. I got an echo now.
we're we have a pretty good show today, everybody. I want you to really concentrate on what we're trying to say here. You decide, though. You know how we feel. We love America. We love American people. We just don't like our government to what they're doing to us, and they are doing it to us. And it really, really is a shame what they're doing to us. Um, I don't know, other than to say that we're going to start the video. Is there anything you want to say, Frosty?
Yeah, I I had an echo. I'm not sure. I still do. I think. So I'll probably while the video's running, I'll drop down and bring you back up.
All right, then we're going to start. Then
Okay.
here we go. We got it started. Can you press the button for me just to get the projector started, please?
Do what? Go full screen.
assistant, just pleaded guilty to killing 7 veterans at this West Virginia VA hospital, including a Westmoreland County man who died in 2018. Investigators say she injected them with insulin that killed them. Channel 11's Aaron Martin was the only local reporter at today's hearing in Clarksburg. And Aaron, the victims' families are calling this the work of a serial killer.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of mixed emotions, and of course, very upset about what happened, but relieved at the plea deal we had here today behind me at the federal court. In fact, inside the courtroom this afternoon, Rita Mays was in tears pretty much from the beginning, and that continued as she was led away in handcuffs. However, one of the big questions remains, how was she able to operate as long as she did without getting caught? And of course, why did she do it?
The potential punishment had to be life in prison. This plea does that.
Rita Mays likely took her last breath of free air before walking into the U.S. District Court building in Clarksburg, West Virginia this afternoon. Once inside, she pled guilty to killing 7 veterans and attempting to kill an 8th while working as a nursing assistant at the Clarksburg VA. Federal investigators say she gave insulin to all of her victims, some of whom had type 2 diabetes, causing hypoglycemia. Mays wasn't authorized to provide insulin, and the victims weren't supposed to receive it. The deaths occurred between July 2017 and June 2018 before the VA noticed the disturbing trend.
Within 24 hours, we had a team on the ground, and within days, we identified Rita Mays as a person of interest.
Mays was removed from her position almost immediately, but today's charges come 2 years after the investigation began.
What we were concerned most about, that she was away from providing care to anybody. That's what we were concerned about during the course of our investigation.
Part of the plea deal includes 7 consecutive life sentences, something the victims' families are happy to see.
Dad was 84 years old, and he had a lot of years left in him. He came a little bit short.
Now, investigators as well as family members are stumped as to why Mays did this, something that sources tell me she hasn't revealed at all throughout this investigation. It's something we're going to look closer at tonight at 11 at 11. Reporting live tonight from Clarksburg, West Virginia.
Our veterans are not getting the proper care like they should. There's no reason in the world why they should have hired that temporary nurse. Our government don't give a damn about us veterans at all. And if they don't give a damn about veterans, they sure in the hell won't give a damn about American people. And you can see it today. They're too big. They can't control what they start. They have no knowledge of what goes on. They make these rules and they think that they're being taken care of, been implemented correctly, but they're not. And they know it. And they don't give a shit about it. You think I want to go back in the military if I ever had to? No. And I advise everybody else at a younger age not to go to the military. Your government isn't worth a shit. In fact, to tell you the truth, our government is the terrorist now. They don't care. They're nothing but lies and cheat. Thieves, killers. All right, we'll start with the next video.
For VA hospitals could leave veterans in our area scrambling to try to find care.
Hospitals in both Manhattan and Brooklyn are on the chopping block, and that has some local veterans expressing their outrage. CBS News' Andrea Klein-Thomas reports.
Every week, Rudolfo Rosa passes many healthcare facilities during his trip from the Bronx, specifically to be treated at the Veterans Hospital in Manhattan.
The doctors here are
to me, they're sympathetic to a lot of the veterans.
Now the Army veteran joins others in their outrage as the federal government recommends closing both the Manhattan and Brooklyn facilities.
We fight for this country, and this country want to turn around and call a VA and won't take care of veterans.
Details of the plan are outlined in this federal report, explaining the hospitals are old, will cost hundreds of millions to upgrade while treating fewer patients, instead favoring partnering with academic institutions like NYU or Mount Sinai to provide care.
This is nothing but another attempt at privatization.
Yeah, that's it. That's the key.
Many of our employees are veterans. Closing this facility puts veterans out of work.
Now veterans are rallying the troops for a new mission to block hospital closures, and they're getting support from Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney.
They have a good hospital. Where are they going to go? You and I know they're not going to build another one.
The report highlighted the Manhattan VA sits on a desirable piece of land that could be valuable to a development partner. But in a statement, the interim medical director stressed the closures are just recommendations, and any potential changes is dependent on commission, presidential, and congressional decisions. To the patients,
This is also a place of refuge for veterans. You know, a lot of people are alone.
the care goes beyond their physical ailments. Veterans say it's a community where they're understood. In Kips Bay, Andrea Klein-Thomas, CBS 2 News.
The U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs says demand for services is already declining at the Manhattan and Brooklyn VA hospitals and projects it to.
Salem shutting down? That's the question veterans want to know tonight after a report from the VA suggests that they might want to relocate because of aging infrastructure. 10 News reporter Tim Harfman working for you to learn how some service members feel about that idea.
The Department of Veteran Affairs released a 52-page report Monday recommending renovations or closing several facilities, including the Salem Medical Center. Patrick Tyson represents the employees and says they're concerned.
Our office is receiving calls from employees that are wanting to know if we're actually closing down, if they're going to lose their jobs.
But President of the Roanoke Valley Veterans Council says the proposal is just that, a proposal.
Relax and calm down. It's just a recommendation.
That recommendation includes building a new center in Roanoke.
A landlocked city, when you have all this land right here, they could build it here.
The current facility was constructed in the 1930s, but the medical center wasn't built until the 1990s.
A Salem VA spokesperson tells 10 News that even if the proposal is accepted, operations here would not stop until the new facility is built in Roanoke.
That could be years down the road. Virginia Senator Tim Kaine says to build a modern hospital, you need funding.
You can't make that decision unless you know you've got the dollars in hand to build the new one.
He says first there will be public input and he'll be listening.
We really need to listen to this public comment period because there's really one standard. Will any change improve care for our veterans or will it degrade care for our veterans?
In Salem, Tim Harfman, 10 News, working for you.
is huge. It's every week.
Rosita Klein now searches several grocery stores for the cheapest options, an inflation adjustment, as her husband battles Parkinson's, making these price hikes far more painful.
We are using our saving.
Are you nervous about the future?
Yes, of course.
Inflation in America surged in June, with some of the steepest price hikes from June of last year in places like Baltimore, Miami, Atlanta, Phoenix, and Alaska. The biggest drivers, gasoline up 60% in a year, and groceries up 12%, plus the largest monthly rise in rent since 1986. All of those price hikes are straining Karen Martin, a 911 operator near Tampa, Florida, and a single mom raising 2 sons while making less than $20 an hour.
I'm not making ends meet. I'm not making it. I'm setting my savings. I get paid tomorrow, and already my whole paycheck is spoken for. And it's the first time in my life I've had to apply for food stamps because I don't know how we're going to continue eating groceries.
Consumer sentiment hit a record low last month, as new polling shows 42% of Americans are struggling to remain where they are financially, nearly double from a year ago. And 85% think the economy is getting worse.
Especially after COVID, nobody has money for anything, and now everything goes up higher and higher.
It's forcing families to make brutal decisions.
And it's like, what do you want to eat or you want to drive?
Some foregoing bills or medications, many others turning to assistance programs like food banks.
We have seen skyrocketing numbers of people needing food. And unfortunately, we're not getting the same level in donations that we used to.
I try not to let it get to me. You know, I just go day by day.
On top of brutal price hikes, Bonita Wesley expects to face a sizable rent hike in the months ahead. Would you be able to afford to stay?
No. Oh, no. No, indeed. Not at all. I probably would have to move in with my kids or whatever. But no, not by myself, no.
And Jake, by one estimate, the typical American household is now spending nearly $500 more every month on the same goods and services. So even as gas prices dip, families are still eating so many surging costs, and many of them are telling me their salaries just aren't keeping.
Ask you about what we just heard in Gabe's piece, quote, what do you want, to eat or to drive, unquote. That's the dilemma facing some Americans right now. What do you say to them?
I say, look, there's no question that inflation is the number one economic challenge we're facing in this country right now. That is why combating inflation is the president's number one priority. So here's what I would say. One is, as you noted in the piece, these data are somewhat backward looking. They represent the month of June. In times when prices are more stable, June tells us about July. In this case, we know, for example, gasoline prices have come down almost 40 cents since the peak in June. We know that some other food commodities have come down, wheat, corn. So we know that there have been some changes that would be welcome for the month of July, but that doesn't take away from the fact that prices levels are unacceptably high. The president has, he's focused on a couple of things. One is in terms of gas prices and energy prices, he is working to do what he can. It is why we need to get more oil product on the market. It's why he has authorized the historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. There's 1 million barrels a day that are going into the market, working with partners and allies to ensure that that is making a small difference. It's not going to solve the problem, but it is making a difference in terms of gasoline prices. Two, he is in the Middle East. He recognizes that we need to ensure that we have a global supply of oil. And so he's working with partners and allies. He welcomes OPEC Plus's decision to increase supplies. He has waived the ethanol 15 regulations in order to have more oil available at more reasonable prices. He's calling on the Congress to waive and to put a gas tax holiday on, and calling on states to do the same.
So that's, as you acknowledge, also while he's trying to do all that with gas, and gas prices are down about 40 cents per gallon in the last month, that does not address the fact that groceries and rent are skyrocketing.
Absolutely. Let's talk about rent, which was definitely reflected in today's CPI number. In the short term, the president is giving the Federal Reserve the space it needs to do what it needs to do to control inflation. The Federal Reserve has the dual mandate of controlling prices while maintaining maximum employment. It is doing what it needs to do. Other presidents have tried to intervene in the Fed's actions. This president has said they're independent. He respects what they need to do. And part of what the Federal Reserve's actions will do, and we're already seeing it, is to cool off the housing market, which will find its way into helping with rent. But let's face it, we have a housing shortage in this country. It goes back a decade, and that's why over the medium term and longer term, this president has a plan to increase housing supply in this country, because we know how very important it is to ensure that everybody has a place to live.
Right. So let me just ask you, because you're talking about possible solutions to this. The chairman of the Export-Import Bank under President Obama, Fred Hochberg, he wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, and he notes that ending Trump's tariffs on Chinese goods, by some estimates, could help U.S. households to the tune of $1,000 a year. Is there any reason the Trump tariffs on Chinese goods are still in place other than the fact that Biden's supporting labor unions like those tariffs?
So there's a variety of estimates as to what the impact of rolling back the tariffs would have on the price levels. And we understand it would have at least a modest effect on price levels. But the president is reviewing the tariffs. It is complicated. It's part of our relationship with China, as part of a geopolitical decision making. But it is part of the tools that the president is considering deploying at this time.
I just feel like every month, one of you nice people from the White House comes on the show to talk about inflation, and you talk about these tools in the president's toolkit, and you don't use them. You don't use these tools. There's debating and discussing going on, and meanwhile, prices are still going up.
Look, the president right now is in the Middle East because he wants to try to get as much oil on the market as possible. That is the way that we will bring down prices. Oil is set on a global scale. We also recognize that the distance between oil production prices and what people pay at the pump is refining. So he's talking to refiners, trying to ensure that they're prepared for the hurricane season, so that we keep as much refined product on the market as possible. The energy prices are seeping into other goods as well. We understand that. So this is a great time to talk about the rest of the president's economic plans.
Right.
He wants to work with Congress to reduce prescription prices, utility costs, healthcare costs. He wants to lower the deficit, which we know also addresses inflation. He wants to do so, by increasing taxes on the wealthiest individuals and corporations. He needs Congress to do so. He wants to ensure that we're making chips here at home. Part of the price increases is the lack of supply of cars, and that goes back to our semiconductor chip. And Congress we're open and willing. It's a great time for Congress to act on these important economic initiatives.
He's the Democratic president, and the Congress is controlled by Democrats, so it's not as though you guys don't have each other's phone numbers. Listen, CNN's Caitlin Collins asked President Biden about inflation on December 10th. It's July now, on December 10th. And President Biden told her then that he thought December 10th was the peak of the crisis. Take a listen.
And I think you'll see it change sooner than quicker, than more rapidly than it will take than most people think. Every other aspect of the economy is racing ahead. It's doing incredibly well.
Now, obviously, the war in Ukraine has happened since then, which is partially to blame for higher gas prices, although Putin's forces were on the border right then. But it just seems clear that the Biden administration has misjudged how bad inflation was going to get for months and months and months.
So, look, there is no question that the war in Ukraine exacerbated the inflation challenge. In fact, you can go back to when Putin had troops on the border. And since that time, about 90% of the difference between headline CPI and core CPI can be attributed since that has widened since the war began. The inflation we're seeing is due to the pandemic. And is due to the war. And we're not done with this pandemic. We're now seeing that China is under threat of lockdown again. While we have made great progress on many aspects of the supply chain, we're not done with this pandemic. So the Federal Reserve has the primary responsibility of generating price stability and maximum employment. They are starting to make movements. We're starting to see that their changes, their policy movements are seeping into the economy. We're seeing nominal wage increases are moderating. We're seeing a little bit of moderation in consumer spending, and so their processes are in motion. We have full faith and confidence that over the coming months that inflation will be coming down. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not going to tell you exactly when, the timing. The war in Ukraine is a big unknown, but I can tell you this: we came into these challenges with record growth over last year. We still have a labor market that is very strong, and household balance sheets. I understand that they are being tapped, but they are stronger than they have typically been going into this kind of rate hike period. So yes, we face challenges, but we also come at it from a position of relative strength.
Today, a senior U.S. government official rejected a new claim by Russia's defense minister. He claimed that Ukraine is preparing to detonate a radioactive dirty bomb with Western help on its own territory. Well, bombs did, in fact, target Ukraine today. They were Russian. This aftermath in the southern city of Mykolaiv. Right now, the United States has about 100,000 troops in Europe. CBS's Charlie D'Agata is with some of them along Romania's border with Ukraine.
US F-18 fighter jets take flight off the deck of the USS George H.W. Bush in the Adriatic Sea, taking the lead in NATO exercises dubbed Neptune Strike in support of European allies. NATO released this footage of American F-22 fighter jets in formation with Italian Eurofighters and Polish F-16s, even MiG-29s over the skies of Poland. It coincides with 2 weeks of NATO nuclear training drills currently underway. While on the ground, we joined America's most forward troops near the Ukrainian border. The 101st Airborne Division from Fort Campbell, Kentucky, now headquartered in Europe for the first time since World War II. With Colonel Edwin Mathatus and Brigadier General John Lubis, we board Black Hawk helicopters to the edge of NATO territory.
Why is it necessary to have the 101st here? We bring a unique capability from our air assault capabilities. It's also incredibly meaningful to us to return to Europe after 80 years away.
With the Ukrainian border less than 5 miles away, we reached the forward operating site, where soldiers of the 101st and Romanian troops unleashed a live fire assault on targets in a simulated battle.
This is exactly the kind of combat scenario Ukrainian forces are facing every single day. The big difference here is these Romanian troops are backed up with U.S. military firepower.
Every shot has to count. Every training event has to be the best we could do. It's something that our allies want to emulate, and then, of course, our adversaries are watching.
A show of force for America's allies and adversaries alike. Charlie Daggett, CBS News, near the Ukrainian border.
Well, that's just about it, people. That's the longest one I've definitely made. Let me tell you, it was a long time making that one, but it's important. It really is to wake up American people. Frosty has something to say about this because he knows a little bit more than I do. Now, we get this content a little bit early before anybody else gets it. I tried to look for the content about our troops being on the ground of Ukraine. So I'm going to keep quiet. I'm going to let Frosty go from here.
Well, I'm just going to say that, there was a report that I seen where we have American troops on the ground in Ukraine now. Basically, they seem to be advisors. They're trainers. They're teaching Ukrainians how to use the weapons, but they're inside the country. Well, I mean, that's now we're involved in the war inside the country itself, supporting Ukraine. Before they were outside the borders, they were simply shipping things in. Now they're actually inside the country. Well, if I was Russia, I would view that as an act of war on the part of the Americans. I mean, they're in direct opposition. So we're getting involved in the war, and nobody knows it. But for the most part, did the White House come out and announce it? Hey, we're going to put troops in Ukraine to help train these Ukrainians on some of the equipment we're sending them. Well, what happens if Americans start getting killed in the various bombings? I mean, Russia's bombing them all over the place. You never know when it's coming. So what are we going to start taking casualties now? I mean, it's just escalating. It's ramping up. And it's ridiculous. We just got out of a war. We spent trillions of dollars, 20 years. And what did we get out of it? I mean, what did we get out of it? What did we accomplish? We tucked our tail between our legs and ran off. And that's how that one ended. And now we're going to get involved in another one, apparently. But they don't want to tell you about it. They don't want to make an announcement. Where's Congress? How come nobody's coming out in the media informing people? Well, we just sent some troops into Ukraine to do some training. Well, I think we have a right to know that.
I'm talking away and forgot I had me on mute. It's a shame what's going on with us. We're concentrating on other countries and we're forgetting about us, American people. Our taxes that we work damn hard for and give it to the government, figuring that they're going to help us out. It's not working. It's not working anymore. They don't want America anymore. They don't want American people anymore. They don't want to depopulate us. And you can see it right now. From birth, they want abortion to the old. They don't care. The medical field is getting bad. You can't pay for anything. You can't even retire right. You got to sit at home and just do nothing. But these rich people, they do what they want to do. They got all the freedom in the world. They can fly anywhere they want to, eat the best foods that they want to, and just do anything. They have the best college for their kids so they can turn woke and go right into government to take their parents' place and rule, dictate, tyranny towards us American people. It's wrong, totally wrong. But American people are not fighting back like they should. We should be putting a foot up their rear. But people just la 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 la, and are allowing our kids to be woke, to learn the communist way, to bow down to tyranny. This is why we have our Second Amendment in America, in case something like this did happen. And they're trying to take that away from us, our Second Amendment. Because of this, we're going to be subject to tyranny, and we're going to be just at their whim. And you can see it in our cell phones. You can see it on Alexis. You can see it on your cars. I mean, they just got 24-hour bug on you. Big brother. And over in UK, believe it or not, at McDonald's, they have a camera in the bathroom. Men and women's John. This is getting ridiculous.
Even
Where is the accountability? What's that?
Even in Northern too.
Northern too? Wow.
Ireland.
Where's the accountability on these people? Who's watching them? They're watching us, but who's watching them? No one. And they're screwing us left and right. Now, instead of putting one bill at a time to vote in, they put other bills in a bill to make it sound good. Oh, the infrastructure. $1 trillion infrastructure. Well, nothing's been touched over here that I've seen. It's all been a scam. Money laundering. That's all it is. It's a money laundering. They're taking from us, getting themselves rich, and we're going to be poor.
And that's why we have inflation now, because they just print more money, and the more money they put into circulation, the higher the inflation goes. And now inflation is out of control. They've printed so much money. They've taken trillions of dollars and wasted it in this program, that program, giveaway here, giveaway there. And, you know, you can't do that forever without consequences. There's going to be some extreme financial consequences coming down in 2023. And the whole thing is ridiculous. Why do we get into another war? Why do we involve ourselves into another war? Have we not learned our lesson? You know, we didn't win Korea. You know, we still got troops there. We didn't win Vietnam. We pulled out. We pulled out of Afghanistan. You know, everywhere we've gone, the promises they made. Oh well, they're going to welcome us, and we're going to give them a taste of democracy, and then when we leave, there'll be Democrat type governments there, and everything's going to be hunky dory and all pink and rosy, and it never is. And so here we go again, you know, and who's making money off of it? Well, we're not making any money off of it. We're getting poorer by the day because all that stuff has to be, they have to print all that money to pay for all of it. And it ends up in their pocket, and we get taxed through inflation. The inflation tax right now is hurting everybody. But those who are making money off the deal, they're doing fine. They're going to tread water while everyone else is drowning.
It's going to be a real headache for everybody here in America. They don't want America no more. Not the way we're used to it. Again, they do want tyranny from us, and they don't care how they're going to do it. I mean, you can see what's going on right now with all this fentanyl going on, and they know it's coming from China to the contrails, and the contrails will come over here at the border and just passing it all over the place. People are dying left and right. We're homeless as hell, a lot of people. And this year, because of lack of natural gas, gasoline, diesel, oil, people are going to freeze. And the government don't care. They got blood on their hands. They don't care about us, American people. And we fought for this country, for our freedoms. They used us. They punked us. They didn't care about us. And you're going to see it this year. If they were smart and they know what they're doing, they would start this oil up, the pipeline, just to get us started. But they don't do it. They want us weak. And American people, a lot of them out there, don't realize it. And I don't understand why. It's out there. You can see it. Go on, Frost. You going to say something?
Well, then you got, okay, so everybody's ignoring the diesel shortage. Just before Thanksgiving, diesel's supposed to run out. But are you hearing anybody with a solution to it? Anybody doing anything? No, you don't hear nothing about that. And then after the election coming up, remember they had that agreement with the railroad, and avoided a strike. Well, the railroads turned that offer down now, and they're set to strike sometime in the late part of November. So, even when they have a solution, it doesn't turn out the way they expect it to. And you got all these events coming together at one time. It's a catastrophe. It's going to hurt a lot of people.
I tell you, speaking on that, I'm just looking at the figures at the homeless people that are over there at the moment. It's 327.2 million are homeless right now over there.
Jeez, man.
Absolutely staggering.
Yeah, not these people though. That's the problem. They put laws in for themselves, the senators, Washington, the government, that if something happens to us, they're still going to survive. They're going to get their paycheck. They're going to get the best of everything because they're cahoots with the corporations. They get paid underneath the table, lobbyists. This is all a game for them, and we're going to suffer for it. And like this gentleman said here, Bobby Crush, we went through Korea, Syria, Vietnam. In fact, Frosty knows that one. Afghanistan, and for what? For nothing. For nothing. We didn't gain nothing out of it, other than they're trying to get a one world order settled. That's what they're trying to do right now.
Well, you got mercenaries on both sides now. I think Bobby Crush pointed that out. You got mercenaries, people from the Middle East coming in, ISIS and so forth, supposedly going in. There are a lot of outside players going into that Russia-Ukrainian conflict from
And from what I
on both
hear,
sides.
like the troops that are from the Florida infantry, that like they went over there. Is not correct?
I don't know. Do you know about that?
I haven't heard anything. I don't know what a Florida infantry is. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, like the army, like that are based around like that, like Florida, like the state of Florida.
Okay.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, you guys not know better than I would, but I mean that's really hard.
Said that we have troops in Florida?
From Florida over in Ukraine.
That's where
Well, that's possible because, you know, we have troops from all 50 states. So, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, Frosty lives in Florida too. Frosty does.
a lot of the military, they recruit heavily in the South because there's a history of military participation, you know, from one generation to another in the southern states.
You couldn't get me to be in the military anymore. Not what I know now. Every time we turn around, we're in another war. We have no business in being in a war. We should be taking care of home first. Take care of our families here. Take care of the homeless, the people who are mentally incompetent to handle themselves, people who are dying out doing drugs, but they don't do it. They just won't do it. You know, so that's telling me right then and there, they don't give a shit about us. You know, when a serviceman gets hurt, he goes to VA hospital. He's not correctly uh, fixed properly. You know, I mean, this is why we have Tunnel Two Towers and DAV taking care of these veterans because Veterans Administration itself won't take care of veterans. They won't do nothing. They're absolutely a money funnel. That's all they are. And we don't have physicians that.
I mean, 372. That is absolutely staggering. I know, like crazy. Like homeless in one country. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It is. And now they're going to go after the people who are working. They're going to drain them dry where they can't support their family. Either it's gasoline or food. And eventually they take the gasoline. I mean, they're not going to eat. And if they don't take the gasoline, they go with food. They can't work. They're going to, starve. And gas prices are going up, natural gas and everything else. This is not right. But yet I cannot believe these people were having a race that it's 50-50. It just doesn't make sense to me. What does make sense to me is that the government's using our money to buy a lot of people out. Free things for this, and we'll do better for you, and you elect us. It's all power, and both ends of the border. It's not just the Democrats; it's the Republicans as well, like Mitch McConnell, Mitt Romney, Lindsey Graham. They're all a bunch of rhinos. They don't give a shit. And like I said before, the best thing they ever did was kick out Liz Cheney. You can see how she is now. She's fighting against the Republicans. And she's with the Democrats. They don't care about us anymore. I don't realize what I can put into your head that your government's screwing you big time. You got punked. We all got punked. These military schools, go on.
Yeah, the Democrats are screwing us one way, and the Republicans are screwing us another way. So you're not going to vote your way out of this situation. You may see some things get a little better with one party, but they're still on course to enrich themselves and lie to you.
And it's a damn shame. This wasn't supposed to be this way. You figure that many people have died, unknown soldiers, everything else. 76 million people died in World War II. And that's counting our allies, not just American people. 76 million. That's a lot of people to depopulate. And they don't care because there's kids. They don't go to war. They sit on their ass. Piece of paper. Well, this many people died. Who cares? We'll get some more. And that's what I'm saying. The draft is going to come up. It's got to come up. Because right now we're like 60,000 people depleted in the military. They need more people.
Yeah, I foresee them instituting the draft. They're going to have to, especially if they get into a shooting war with Russia. And then you got China. You're going to get spread pretty thin. You're short of manpower. You can't just put somebody in combat boots and stick them in there to operate some of these sophisticated weapon systems that we have. You have to be trained. It takes time.
It's horrendous what's going on. I mean, they have to get the United Nations. I mean, America alone could fight by themselves. We don't need the United Nations or the UN. They're garbage. They're the ones starting this one world order with Klaus Schwab. and it's horrendous. But people don't do their homework. I started noticing things changing when I was in the military. That was all politics, and like I said before, when I got out of the service 10 years later, I started seeing it in the civilian world, being politics, lies. And thank God for a guy called Guru that helped me out a little bit. Well, I should say a lot. He put the pieces together to me, and I started investigating more because I couldn't figure out why I couldn't get help from VA hospital. I walk in VA, told them what my problem was, and I can barely walk now. They never touched me. Not one thing did they touch without me fighting for it. And I'm still a handicap because of them. And I'm willing to work, and I can't do it. And I have a trade in heating and cooling, but they screwed me over. Thank God I have paid everything off at my house. Everything's paid for. So I'm not hurting as bad as other people are. They're in debt. They don't know what to do. Some people live above their means. I understand that. And they're going to regret that now. But my father and my mother and my grandparents told me, if you're going to buy something, pay it off when you can, because you never know when something's going to happen. And they were right. They were absolutely right, because your government don't give a shit. And they don't. And I'll be the first one to admit it. I don't care anymore. I'm out here to try to help American people wake them up. First thing you should do, and like everybody else is doing right now, start getting food. Put it in there, at least to survive 2 years. Go to YouTube. Find out what you have to do to survive. They got all kinds of tricks out there you can read and learn, because when it comes down, it's coming down. It's not going to be just slowly now. It's going to just boom, hit you. And everything's going to happen. And you can see Biden, he's not the leader. He's hiding right now in the basement. He's not even campaigning. Obama, the one who started this whole shit in 2008, is campaigning for him because he doesn't have the continuity or thought in his head to, I'm trying to say it nicely, to talk to people. He can't communicate. He's lost.
It's not just a Democrat and Republican thing. Look at Jake Trapper. I mean, he's on the left side of the spectrum, and he he sees it too. Just like in the video, he tells that, well, you send these nice people out from the White House every week or every month or whatever it was, and they tell us about all these things, that tools that they have to deal with these things, but they never use them. They're just out there flapping their jaw. They don't know how to run this country. They're incompetent. The decisions and policies they have are what led us to this situation to get as bad as it is. Then they just come out and lie to you.
You can't trust anybody anymore from your city, county, state, or government. They're all crooked. They're all crooked, and they're spending money like crazy, and because of it, our money is being devalued. Bad. Real bad. Our military, in fact, Bobby Crush. Okay, let's see if he knows this one. Bobby Crush, do you know what CBDC means? Central Bank Digital Currency that's coming up on you? Have you heard about that before? See what he says about this.
Well, he's right there. The ballot box is dead.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no doubt about it. I just want to see if he knows about the CBDC coming up. And again, like I was telling everybody else, that they are so, because they know it's coming up. They know there's going to be violence in this United States. So they're trying to get as much as they can for information. Big brother on you. For instance, your TSA security guards at your airport, they don't trust anybody anymore, I guess, because apparently you got to have a special license on May 3rd of 2023. It's called Real ID. If you don't get that Real ID, you can't fly domestically anywhere in the United States. They'll just turn you right around. And they use it like this. Well, if your family's all excited about a vacation, who can afford a vacation? And you go into the line and you go through checking and everything else, but you don't have that Real ID, well, you're going to disappoint your family. You're going to have to go home because you didn't get that Real ID. Who gives a shit? It's people, I'm telling you, it aggravates me.
Yeah, and then And then when someone who enters the country illegally gets on a plane and they're asked for ID, they'll accept an arrest warrant for them as an ID to get on the plane. Now, how much sense does that make?
And when they get to America, they get free stuff. They're getting bought out. You know, free cell phone, free clothes, medical. Hey, not bad at all for the whole family. And we're paying for it. Not them, not the senators, not the government itself. We are. We're paying for everything. Well, we can't even afford food for our family or heat. People are going to die this year from lack of heat. And I'm going to, oh, that's going to just aggravate. Oh, that's what he says here. It's amazing what they're doing to us. Yes, the new British Prime Minister made a speech about it a few days ago. He seemed very happy. Yeah, he would be about it. And he did use work for Goldman Sachs. CDBC starts in 2025. You don't want that. If you can avoid that, stay away from that. That's pure control. What they're going to do is what money you have, paper money, you're going to be going cashless. And as soon as that happens, they're going to have total control over you. They'll stop any transaction at any given time. And I have it on my video, how it works. If you have some sort of you broke the law, they can stop your transactions. You can't buy anything. If you bought too much milk, they'll stop you. If you buy too much food in one area, they'll stop you. You can't buy meat. You can't buy gas. They'll stop your transaction. If you go against the government, they stop you altogether. And to start this thing, they have to know everything about you again, from your birth certificate to your thumbprint to your social security number, wherever you have out there, everything to start it. I mean, if your money's bad enough as it is, like ours is in America, why would you want to go cashless? It's heinous. I don't want control over my life. And this is what they're trying to do right now. I don't know if I can find that again. Let's see if I can find that again.
Well, that's very controversial what he just did. Rishi Sunak signs off on across-the-board tax rises to plug 50 billion hole.
Wow. Well, he's got the right idea. See what he said right there? I had 50 1-ounce silver coins delivered today. I'm buying more gold when the price dips a little bit more. Sounds familiar to me. Someone said
Yeah,
that.
I've been looking at gold too and waiting for the price to dip a little bit. You got to be right on the spot when it happens, it seems like, because, you know, really, if you look at the historical chart of that tracks price, yeah, 1600 would be a nice buy. I don't see it going back to anything around 12, but I'm starting to think that, you know, you don't want to miss the boat trying to get to a target you think that it might go to. It's a fool's errand to pick the bottom. And I'm starting to think that 1650 might be a buying opportunity on that gold anyway.
Yeah, I bought some silver myself. I've had it for I don't know how long now. But I'll be a son of a gun. I can't get back in here for some reason. Hold on here, people. I'm having a hard time. What is going on here?
You know who's buying all the world's gold is the BRIC nations: China, Russia, Turkey. You know, some of the Middle Eastern countries are the big purchasers of gold. And well, why is that? Because China's been using that central bank digital currency for quite a few years, and they think they've got it perfected, and they're doing billions of dollars in transactions now, tens of billions of dollars, and they're making deals with Saudi Arabia not to price oil in dollars, but to price it in China's currency. And apparently they've agreed to that. So you get a number of people agreeing to that, and then China, who owns most of the gold in the world, then they turn around and back that digital currency with gold. Everybody, everybody's going to get hurt unless they start accepting the Chinese currency. And I mean, they got it planned out. They planned this. They've been implementing their plan, and things are about to really get dicey.
The problem is I feel sorry for the people who can't afford it. You know, that's the people I worry about. They just don't give a damn, and it's a shame. A lot of people are going to die, and I'm telling you, I'm not going to be a happy camper. You know, seeing my brothers and sisters coming back in a box for nothing, just to have the elites have the life of luxury, while we're going to be like slaves to their dominance. You know, it's not right. It's not right at all. You
And
know,
it's the civilians. It's the civilians that pay the heaviest price anytime there's a war.
Yep.
And what was it, Eddie? You said over 3 million people homeless because of that situation over there.
300 billion or 300 million.
300 million.
Wow.
Like 372.2.
Wow.
That's a lot of people. Jeez.
People.
No water, no toilet. That's an environment to breed disease. And then you have cholera and different diseases wiping out people.
Yeah.
And this is all done purposely. This is your depopulation, not to mention war. They got it by design. They planned this a long time ago. They're just waiting for the technology to come out, electronics, to do everything they wanted to do now. So they could do 24/7 on us. Hold on, I'm going to start this thing up. Can you see that over there? Yes, you can.
Yeah.
It's out of the way here so people can see this. Okay, here we go. Let people watch this. This is going to be interesting. So this is what's going on right now. All the countries are doing it right now. China's implementing it right now, working on it and
Well,
stopping people.
there's new countries coming out every day that are starting up their pilot programs and trying to make it work. And the U.S. is supposed to start up its pilot program in May or June of 23. So, I mean, that's what, 6, 8 months away. So it's coming.
Yeah, and America's going to have their pants down. Won't even know what's going on. El Salvador is testing ground. CBC. They're testing. Yeah, a lot of people, a lot of countries are doing it now. And America is going to do it. Like you said, they're trying to make it a one world order with one world currency. It's going to come, or I should say, digital. It's going to come up. This is not done purposely, where by accident. It's not. It's done purposely where they don't give a shit. And if you don't like it, that's just tough. And that's exactly how they're feeling right now. Who gives a shit? What are you going to do about it? Oh, that reminds me, the diesel thing. We got 17 more days if they don't get the diesel fixed. We're not going to have any diesel in America in 17 days. So be aware of that. So if things should ever happen, you're going to know about it in 17 days. Everything will stop running. Trains, your trucks, vehicles, semis, everything. So that means you're going to be more into a hole. No food coming up. And I bet you didn't hear about that.
Right now, your grocery stores are pretty well stocked, but when those trucks don't move, because there's no diesel, it's what's on those shelves that you're going to have access to. And when it's gone, they'll be bare. They'll be empty again.
Says right now, it says diesel disaster looms as White House ships await to. Ah, shoot, I missed it. In other words, they're not going to have the fuel to run the ships. Pretty good, eh?
Yeah,
This was,
it's that same old story. Well, if they bring that up, we've got to distract them with something else. We can't talk about that. We got to talk about something else. In your first video, with that Jake Trapper was talking to that woman outside the White House. I mean, that's exactly what she did. Well, let's talk about the other things that this program does. But
yeah.
she wanted to avoid the issue because they got no answers. They got no plan. They got no clue, and they're incompetent.
And if your government's going to give you something for nothing, like free healthcare, universal, you're going to get screwed. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you just might just bend over and smile, because I'll tell you what, there's nothing for free in this world. My family told me about this ever since I was little. And if you can believe that, shame on you. You can believe in the cheese, the moon's a cheese. And the moon isn't cheese. It's ridiculous, people. People
I'm
are getting
devastated. I'm devastated to hear that.
You're deficient. Hey, get it. Give him a picture of the moon, will you? Tell there's no cheese on there. Oh my God, that's good.
Well, that's devastating news.
And the sky is not going to fall, people. It's pure propaganda, bullshit. That's what it is. I mean, if you can fear your government, then they got you right by where they want you. And it's going to happen in the UK. Anything that happens here happens in the UK, and anything that happens in the UK happens here in America. If it implements it, it sounds good. If it does right, they talk to each other about it. Do it this way, because people will be scared about it. It'll work, and they implement it in different countries.
That's the thing. It's not just one country. It's every single country around the world.
Yeah.
That's because of that G summit. Yeah, they all talk together. Hush, hush. Do it this way. We'll help you out. We got to get this one world order started. We got to get rid of the population. Let's starve them.
Well, there'll be famines. There'll be famines. A lot of these countries are poor countries, and they're going to get hit the worst.
Yeah.
There'll be famines in these countries.
And the government don't. You know what? We have enough food to supply people. Just the United States alone. The farmlands that we have here, we could have fed people across the nation, but they don't do it. They will not do it because they want this tyranny, this doctrination, this, obey.
Total power of control. They want to take your free will and subject you to their every whim.
Yeah. Guru, if you want to come up, you're more than welcome. You know that. For $5.
And a bag of pistachios.
Yeah.
And a credit card.
Well, pistachios are badly needed.
It's an aphrodisiac. You know that, don't you, Guru? Yeah, we're just sick of it ourselves. And this is why we talk about the government, how rogue they are. And they are. And be expecting a lot of stuff to happen next year, 2023. And if I'm right, and if Frosty's right, and if Gann is right, you're going to see terrorism like you've never seen before. I mean, it's going to be terrible out there. You won't be able to walk. You're going to be mugged, killed, shot. People are going to be walking into your house, breaking into your house, trying to grab food, money, anything you can possibly do. It's coming.
There'll be looting. There'll be a revolt.
Yeah.
It'll be biblical proportions here.
I mean, look what they're doing to our kids right now. Just like Simon and Gomorrah, It's going to be a horrible thing. I'm telling you. But you know what? I blame it on the American people, and I blame it on myself as well, because we didn't listen to the government. We weren't paying attention. They snuck things in there. And it was all lies. The only chance we have is we're going to have to keep voting right, or just forget about it. Just let them have what they want. That's the only way you're going to win this. Get off the grid if you can. Get your food. Get a garden going. Learn how to survive. Go on YouTube. Do what you can do. Like Gru was told us one time, something's better than nothing. What's up?
I've seen an interesting story on pomegranate today. There's something in pomegranates that works on the mitochondria and increases the effectiveness of T cells to combat cancer through your immune system. So they're going to try to isolate that and do some clinical trials on it, see if they can, in particular on colorectal cancer, but it may have other uses on other cancers also. So that's a promising note.
It is, but the only person who's going to be able to afford that is what? Your rich people, They don't want to.
Yeah, pomegranate. If you look at pomegranate juice or whatever, it's not cheap.
People can't even afford medical right now. They really can't. You see those advertisements on TV. Hey, this is your heart speaking to you.
That's why you got to eat right. That's why you got to eat right. You got to eat these cancer fighting foods. You got to build up your immune system. It's better to spend your money preventing getting sick than it is to get sick and spend all your money and bankrupt yourself trying to get treated.
Well, like they keep saying to everybody out there, and I agree with them. If you think you did better 2 years ago than what you're doing now, you know what you got to do. If not, just keep doing what you're doing. Don't do nothing. You know what I mean? Let them do it for you. We're not kids here. We're adults. And I'll tell you what, if the government got out of the way, the American people could take care of this whole place by ourselves. We don't need them. All they are is just a unionized corporation, which they are. They're a corporation, a business. And it says right on there, America, a corporation. They don't give a damn about us. And I'll tell you what, too, what gets me mad is these corporations. When they were small, we bought their product. Now, since they're big, now they're going after us. They don't want to have us to have the freedom, but they'll have the freedom. And these politicians, they can lie like crazy. They have a law for that. They can lie to you with no documentation, and people buy into it. I don't know.
Well, one of the big things that is hurting is they're trying to push this green revolution too fast, and they don't know what they're doing because they're over their skis. They got the cart in front of the horse. If you look back, everything used to be coal-fired that produced electricity. I won't say everything because they had these big hydroelectric dams that they put in place too, but the majority of it was coal-fired. Well, when they transitioned away from coal, it took 30 years to do it or longer. And they didn't do away with the coal-fired plants. They built plants that worked on natural gas and tried to improve it that way and got them up and running before they shut the coal-fired plants down. Because if they didn't, people would have froze to death. Well, now they want to shut down all the hydrocarbons and freeze people to death. Now the metals, just look up lithium. There's one, I think, mine in the United States that has produced lithium, but they don't have any refineries. They don't have the refineries to refine it and get the mineral out of the ore they're digging up. So, I mean, that is not something that you're going to do overnight or in a year. That could take years in order to beef up enough to where you can produce enough lithium just to supply the batteries that they need. And who has most of the lithium is, I mean, there are plenty of deposits of lithium. They've discovered them, but nobody's mining them yet. And I seen a list of all the special metals. What do they call them? Rare earth metals. And there's, I don't know, maybe 8 or 10 of them. And then some of the more common metals. All these things that are needed to produce these electric vehicles. Well, at the current rate of production, in order to supply everybody on the time frame that they want, 2035 and 2050, at the current rate of production, some of these metals that they'll need, it would take 25,000 years in order to produce enough to satisfy the needs of what they're saying they're trying to do. And I don't know if I'm making myself clear there, but they know how much is coming out of the ground now. They know how they can get a pretty good idea how much they're going to need to go completely green. And if you got one metal that you need and it takes 25,000 years at current rate of production, that's near impossible to do in 10. You're not going to do it in 10 or 15 years, that's for sure.
Bobby's right about this one. How can you win a war if all the young men are been feminized? Bingo. I like that.
Yeah, Sarge, I can't go to the front today. I need my trans medicine. Oh, yeah, okay, well, okay. You go on and get that. We'll do the best we can without you.
I'm bloating. I can't go. My stomach hurts. I'm bloating. Yeah. Everybody, if you know Eddie Gant, if you don't know him, please go to the stream there. That's his stream right there. Good person. He can sing real good. Plays a guitar. I hate him for it because I can't sing, nor can I play. I can play a pan across my head with my wife, but that's about it, and it hurts. But if you get a chance, please go see Eddie Gant. He's a good person, really is. Down to earth. Use air tanks and hemp batteries. Don't wait for industrials to catch up. Tomorrow never comes. That's true. That's very true. Answer war is for pussies. Yeah, you're right. You know what it is. It's just a fact that they want to depopulate the people, put fear in them. You know, it's just a game. Every time we turn around, there's a war. There's no sense of having a war anymore. You know, these elites are just taking over our lives, and it's bullshit. I'm tired of it. You know, I just right now they're thinking about when this CDBC comes up, CBDC, excuse me, comes up. Instead of having a wallet transfer, they're going to start putting it in your arms. They're doing it now. These chips, we can just walk in the door and it opens up automatically. Or if you want to get in a pop machine, you just wave your hand across it and it takes the money away from digitally, and you get, you know, it's bullshit. That's what it is. You know, all the young kids, ooh, this is neat. I like this. Wow. You know, yeah, they're going to like it when they get older. They have no responsibilities. Go on.
Now, just think about that. All these people out there that hate America, it's a bad country, it's all this. Now they're going to start a war, and they don't have enough people joining the military, so they're going to start drafting people. And what are they going to draft? They're going to draft those people that hate America, that think it's an evil nation and it's got to be brought to its knees. And that's who they're going to draft into their military. Now, how crazy is that going to be?
Yeah, our government really put a lot of thought to this. They just didn't care. That's all there is to it. And they know what they're doing. Believe me, they do. They're not stupid. Like I said, it's a chess game. And all they want to do is put us in checkmate. So we have to rely on them. You know, I never relied on anybody other than my parents. Other than that, when I left, that was it. I relied on myself. And I worked hard for what I got. Now they want to take it away. That's bullshit. You know, you got to start waking up, people. these people like on the View, ABC networks, it's all a bunch of bullshit. These people make millions of dollars just to lie to you, and they're sitting comfortably, laughing their asses off on this. Probably
I
having a
don't
glass
know.
of sherry, huh?
I don't know, but Eddie might know. But I seen a report where that new prime minister in the UK, he's talking about uh, raising taxes up to 50%. People in the UK will pay 50% in taxes of what they earn. Holy cow!
Yeah, I just mentioned that it's about like something about the. I wasn't aware of the new prime minister's name, but like I mean, certainly that like he seems to be bringing that country even further downhill. You know.
Oh yeah. He's in with the global elites. He came from Goldman Sachs. He's a silver spoon baby. I mean, they're all going along with the one world globalist order. So, you know, all these financial, and if you look, and if you just think how safe this is. Last year here, uh, I believe it's just in the financial institutions in this country, but they paid over $1.2 billion in ransomware. In other words, they got hacked, and the only way they could uh, get control of their computers again was to pay the ransom. So they paid over $1 billion in ransom. So if everything is going to be computerized, and there's nothing that can't be hacked, including a central bank digital currency. So if you get hacked and you get shut off, that means you got no food, you can't buy nothing, you can't sell nothing, you got no way to transact any kind of business. So where does that leave you? And you think you're gonna have a phone uh, call with somebody in a conversation, and they're just gonna turn you back on? You're lucky to be able to get somebody on the phone.
And something else to think about too. Even though you bought silver and gold like I did, I bought silver. It's still not going to help you out. If you want to exchange it, they're just going to put it on digital currency anyway. So you're still shafted. You know, the best thing you should do is just start buying food, liquor, cigarettes, whatever. Start bartering with people if you need something. Because I don't see silver and gold really helping us out if you want to exchange it back to wealth, because CDC is going to take care of that for you. They're still going to
Well, they're
shut
going
up.
to make you turn it in. They're going to make you turn it in, just like they did back in 1929 or 31, whenever it was back there. That's the beginning of the Depression. They made everybody turn in their gold, and you couldn't own it. And if gold becomes competition for them, they'll do the same thing. Just like Nixon took us off of the gold standard back in, I think, what was it, 1971. It used to be the dollar was backed by gold. Well, then they started printing so much of it. They were going to the moon. They were fighting the war in Vietnam. They were spending all kinds of money. And these governments around the world that we were trading with started to see that we were spending more than what we had. So they just decided they didn't want the dollar anymore. They wanted the gold. Well, our currency at that time was backed by gold. So what did Nixon do? He had no choice. He had to go. He had to. I remember him going on TV telling everybody that the currency is no longer going to be backed by gold. Well, if it's not backed by gold, what's it backed by? A promise. A promise. That's all. And so that's what that paper is worth now. It's worth a promise. And if the promise is no good, which it likely is, because look at all the other promises made by politicians. How good have they been? Most of them promise everything, including the moon, and they'll tell you it's made out of cheese too. And they've been there.
Bobby Crusher says something. You can't run very fast for 50, well, he said kilograms of rice on your back. You must be from the UK. You can, or Canada. you can run fast with 10 ounces of gold and 50 ounces of silver. The only problem with that, you're right, Bobby. It's a gamble. It really is. Like I said, I bought a lot of silver, and I got to thinking about it. Well, if I cash it in, how am I going to cash it in? The only way you can cash it in is going through CDBC or the place where you bought it at, and they're not going to give you any money for it because the money's not going to be any good.
Well, yeah, that way when you cash it in, what do? You get paper currency. So unless you can barter with gold and silver
with other people, yeah, it would work.
with
That
other
would work.
people, I mean that would work. But having gold and silver, you can't eat it. So if you don't have food, you can die with a lot of gold sitting in your lap, but and you wish you had a loaf of bread. But I'm not saying don't do it. I'm a firm believer that people should diversify. They should have gold. They should have silver. They should have food, and they should be stocked up on these things. And if you can think of other things that you could need, stock up on them too, because you're going to be needing them.
Yeah, it's coming down all right. Yeah, it's just whatever you can do. I mean, get seeds to plant a garden or something, or if you have a backyard, plant a garden, a big one. For the summertime, get some mason jars if you can get it at the time. Oh, hold on here. Bobby says, "I'll give you the guard of gold. The guard of gold coin to let me jump off the train before the concentration camps. Then use the silver to buy the loaf." Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, at least he's got a plan. At least he's got a plan. I mean, that's what you got to do. You can't be sitting around your cave without a plan these days, or you're going to come up short. So I give it to Bobby. He's got a plan, and it might work. It might work.
Yeah. Whatever it takes. I mean, whatever you think is going to work, do it. I mean, it's better than doing nothing at all. Seriously. It's hard. It's very hard. Oh, great. All right. Who did this to me?
Who is that cricket head?
Hey, Guru. How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, folks?
Oh, nothing. I'm just venting a little bit. That's all. Trying to wake up some people. You know how I am. And Frosty and Eddie.
Did you bring the pistachios?
Yeah, 2 bags.
That's what I like to hear.
Charge card for me?
You're still broke.
You can have the card. You can have the card, though.
Yeah. It ain't gonna do me any good, eh? Yeah.
I got one of these preliminaries. What's it called? CIB something or other World Bank ones.
Oh, you lucky man! You lucky. Have you found it convenient?
Yeah, it came in my promo for my new packs of cricket gum.
Well, I went out and got an ancient pack of Cracker Jacks and found mine in there.
I gotta show this to Bobby Crush. I'm glad you guys said that. Thank you. I don't know if you're aware of this, Bobby Crush, but they want you to start eating bugs too. Now I understand this is a house cricket. This ain't the cricket that you're going to be eating, but you'll get the name though. Here's what the cricket looks like.
That's grasshopper.
Well, grasshopper. I call them crickets. I mean, it looks like a cricket.
Or a locust.
Yeah, they have that too. But this is what you're going to have to look for. Anytime you buy something and you see a label, I don't know if they have a label. Do you have information what's in your food, Bobby Crush? You know what's in it? But if you do, look for this name. If you see that name, don't buy it. What they did is they farmed these crickets. They put them in the oven at a certain temperature, grind them up, and put it in your flour. So when you buy something that's flour right now, check it out. You see that name? Don't buy it. I might have to go to Guru and start eating good over there.
We eat good. We
Hey,
do.
I was going to ask you, Guru, is that matcha tea? Is something you use with milk?
You can. To get the most benefit out of it, just straight water at a specific temperature is the right way to do it. But I make little concoctions of my own, and they're pretty tasty. I don't do dairy, but I'll do a milk substitute sometimes, some rice milk or whatever. And you get about 50% of the benefit that you normally do, which is still pretty potent.
Okay, all right. So yeah, because I don't do milk. I don't do milk. And I did find some. I was going to give it a try, but when I seen how they were recommending it be prepared with milk, I thought, well, that ain't for me.
It's classified as a green tea, but it's a green tea all on its own. Like, this thing is in a league of its own of anything I've ever had, actually. And if there are some different variations of it though that are kind of more specific for lattes and stuff.
Yeah.
But for the most part, they can all be made with just water. You just want to get the normal matcha. It's just called matcha green tea.
Okay.
And it should be from Japan, not from China, and it should be organic. That's very important for this stuff.
Yeah.
Organic means you got to put pistachios in it. Bobby Crushes says, I've been eating bugs, quite a few types. I've been in Thailand twice for 2 months each time. I also ate rat and live baby river prawns. I'm not sure what the prawns is. That's different.
Like a shrimp.
You're asking for parasites, big time.
Oh, we have very food standards. We have we have very high food standards in the UK. He is the UK, higher than the EU. Most American food wouldn't be allowed to be sold here. We don't have a GM either.
I think he means GMO.
Oh, GMO. Okay. Yeah, I don't blame you there. GMO's a crack. Drop a link for the Tea Guru.
I sure will. Give me a few minutes to call it up, and I'll do that for you.
Wait, I want to make some money. It's going to cost you there, 12B. Damn, no wonder I'm so freaking poor.
That's not very nice of you, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, he would say that too, 12B would. Yeah. I think you call them prawns shrimp. Oh, it's shrimps. Okay. Oh. Well.
Howdy there, 12 Bravo. Good to see you in the chat.
Excuse me.
Why don't you come on up, 12B? You're more than welcome. You know that. I was only cheesing you about the $5. $20 though, but not 5.
Yeah, I wasn't teasing. Speak for yourself, Mr. Brown. That wasn't very nice either.
So how you been doing, Guru? We haven't heard about what.
How many bags of crickets do I have to send you to come up?
I'm doing great now. Now that we're finished being on the mend and all better and healed, that was something we went through, that's for sure. But now we're back to normal and excellent, and really excited. We got things just about ready here. We're just waiting for a reply back from a certain snowman to go over with a fine-tooth comb some of our write-ups, and we should be ready.
Well, did you see your Gmail lately?
The device that I have that would normally show up on is not operating. I'll have to.
Oh yeah, he's gonna talk to you about that, Guru. Yeah, he needs your help on that. Yeah, his device ain't working right.
Oh, okay. Is it a phone?
No, it's a tablet. I got it all set up on a tablet where I can go right to it, but something happened, and now I've got to reset it, and I don't think I have my password, so I have to go through the setup or something again.
Oh, so you probably have to factory reset it then. What kind of tablet is Android?
I don't know.
You sound like me.
Yeah, I'm not a technical guy. That's why it's not operating. But it's,
So when you
you know
turn it
who
on,
helped me with it? The UK helped me with it before.
okay.
It took us a while. And the reason I don't know is because we went here and we went there and that didn't work and went back there and then finally we got it to work.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, so when you're turning it on, it's just not going past the screen type thing, or what's the hold up there?
Yeah, it's like it's not connected to my Wi-Fi.
It's not connecting to the Wi-Fi. So, but is the rest working? Like it's turning on and
Oh yeah,
it
yeah.
functions.
Yeah.
But just the, oh, okay. So,
Well,
that shouldn't be
go on.
that shouldn't be too hard to rectify then. Actually,
I just gonna say when he turns it on, he says the machine keeps telling him, "Quit pressing my buttons."
I seen the story where this guy he asked, what is it, Electra, that little computer thing everybody's got in their house. He says, Electra, how should I discipline my kids? And Electra says, hit them in the throat.
I was gonna say after what Mr. Brown said, that's what you get for purchasing my ex-girlfriends. I could have warned you.
I still want Barbara.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a very difficult fix, actually. I'm not sure why. Is it saying that it's not seeing any internet at all, or it's just not able to connect to the one that's there? Do you know?
It says something about authorization, I don't know. I mean, I have it right here. I'll turn it on.
Okay, so that could be then you just need your password for your own router.
Yeah, that's probably right. That's probably right. And if I put another password in there, which I don't know, I would have to go just like reset that up, and it should work.
Yeah, so you'll have two options. You could either reset your router, or you could do the longer way, which would be factory resetting your device there. It'd probably be easy. If you know how to reset the router, then that's the easier way for sure.
Hold on, he's got three options here. Don't lie to him now. You can either do the second way that he says or throw it in the water like I do. That's three options you got.
Well,
just melts.
The easiest one was the third option. That's for that.
Stick it in the middle of a snowball and let it melt. You'll be good to go.
Yeah. Excuse me, Bobby Crush. If you want to come up here and talk, you're all you come up here. Yeah, we're not going to bite you. We're not that way up here. We're friendly up here. We're not fight with each other. We don't argue with each other. We just talk. That's all.
You don't lie very good there, Mr. Brown.
Damn it! Shh. Don't say that. I'll pay you $20. I hope you didn't hear me. It's between me and you.
Yeah, we never fight. Right.
You missed it, Guru. He had installed a pole and was doing a pole dance the other night.
The damn ceiling fell on me. The pole broke, the ceiling fell on me. Yeah.
That's what I get for being a little unwell. I missed it. That would have fixed me right up.
Yeah. Well, how do you get those subscribers?
I'm going to hook you up on an OnlyFans page.
I get to see my wife doing something like that. Oh, wow. She would beat the shit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That wouldn't be too good for me. No.
Well, especially
you
when
never
you
know.
take
You
nylons.
You just might make it through the scheduled depression that way. It's probably worth a shot.
I got to go for you guys. I'm going to get a cup of coffee and do a 10-100. I'll be right back.
All right.
But anyway, yeah, Bobby Crush, you can come up here anytime you want to, sir. In fact, let me do something here. Hold on here. Oh, great.
Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Hold on. Go ahead.
I do say that a lot, don't I?
Damn it, Frostley, you had me fooled.
But you know what I'm not going to say next, eh? Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to get myself a cup of coffee. You can do a Tim 100 and I'll be right back.
Oh, before you go there, Mr. Brown, just hang on a second. Just hold up for just 1 sec there. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Go ahead.
Hey, what's going on? Hold on a second. Hold on.
I really started something, didn't I? Wow. Wow.
I learned something new every day. Works pretty good.
Did you get a grip on that yet, Guru?
Yeah.
Did you get a grip on? Hold on, yeah. Okay. Oh my God.
That's what the rubber's for, I'm telling you.
Oh man, it's too much.
Well, you go ahead, Mr. Brown. That's
Can
your
I
opening.
leave now? I was holding on to it, and you now I can leave.
I was racking up the time, so yeah.
It was hurting. Hold on to this. Okay, thank you. I'll be right back.
I got the bill all prepared. Don't worry.
This is called astronaut training.
Well, is that what they do? They
got to
cross
hold
their
on
legs.
when they blast off, Hold on.
Well, I had to do a 2-100. I'm crossing my legs and holding on to it, Like, I just want to say something.
It's about to blast off, all right.
You said we have a problem.
If you wait just a little longer, you might just make it.
You said we have a problem. Here we go.
Yeah, guys, I have Gizmo here beside him. Hold on.
The one I like is guy pulled it on me the first time it ever got pulled on me. I had this box I was carrying. The door was shut, and I was struggling trying to open the door. And he's sitting in the chair. He's watching me. He says, "Hold on a minute. I'll get that for you." And he sits there and looks at me, and I'm standing there thinking, "Well, okay, is he going to get up?" And I said, "Well," and he says, "Oh, just hold on. I'll get that for you." And he kept doing that. I thought, well, you lying bastard. You're not doing that. Just that struck me as funny as hell when I got to thinking about it.
Yeah, I was going to wait till Wrights is back from... one thing that I just kept thinking when you guys were talking earlier before I came up, the hard knocks truth about everything that's going on is the only people who are really going to have an ounce of chance of making it through are people who know how to be self-sufficient. It's really just that simple,
Well, that's true. That's true.
Very true,
Yeah,
And
I'm
there's
a firm believer that is exactly right.
And there really isn't any two ways around that, but the fact of the matter is there doesn't need to be and there shouldn't be, because the root of the problem is right there in what I just said. It's only a problem for people who aren't self-sufficient, and they never should have been unself-sufficient. This whole idea of a dependency, especially on the type of system and the type of people that people are dependent on, is criminal in itself.
Yeah.
And so
it all started when they lured everybody off the farm into the cities for these manufacturing jobs that were going to pay so much better and make their life so much easier. And so the people bought into that. That's how these cities got built up.
Right.
And
People were foolish. And they were even foolish before. Like, of course, they were less foolish. They were more self-sufficient. You know, we've talked about that before. Even in not too far past even the 50s, you couldn't be as dependent on the grocery store as you can in this day and age. So it's not that long ago when people, you know, you had to have at least a garden and some know how to do some self-sufficiency if you wanted your family to make it through the winter, you know. But even back then, like this whole ideology of lifestyle in corporate tribalism fashion, right there is the root of the problem. That's total bullocks, and it's like all it really is it's the domestication and farming of people.
Right.
A country is just a synonym for a human farm. That's all it is.
Okay. Okay, I'm sure you'd agree with this. I mean, like for 100 years, like you take the medical, like I mean, what's happening in the medical like industry? Like I mean, it's absolutely disgraceful. Like, but if you go the natural way, like it's so much more like efficient and like and self-sustaining as well.
Yeah, of course it is. Because, you know, nature wasn't cruel to humans. You know, nature, it's not like it decided we're going to make sure that everything else in nature is provided for free on top of it. But this human creature, no, we're going to leave the humans in the dust to kind of figure out, you know, how to fend for itself and not provide, you know. And humans forget this in indoctrination and domestication. We forget that everything that we're even purchasing, which is bullshit, we're buying things that came from nature for free to begin with. The whole idea behind that is just ludicrous, you know. And it's to the point now where people have just not only forgotten how to access what's there, they're too scared to. They're too scared to actually do things for their own natural requirements for fear that their oppressor is going to intervene with that. And that fear right there is where the rubber meets the road as to whether or not an individual is really going to probably carry on within the next couple of years or not.
Definitely.
Because if you don't know how to, you know, you guys have been talking about it, and this is something that, you know, I've known about for a couple decades now. I'm just watching a movie that I've seen a long time ago play out in front of me that I've had a long time to prepare. And that's the truth of the matter, is that that's exactly what's going on by design, and it's running its course the way that it was meant to. And part of that course is this big capital D word called distraction. Keep everybody as distracted and occupied as possible so that they don't see not what their oppressor is doing to them, but what the foolish, ignorant people are doing to each other.
And to themselves.
Unto themselves, exactly. And blame each other and fight with each other and do everything but the one thing that will truly solve the problem, which is take responsibility for yourselves. For fuck's sakes. What a novel idea. You know, grow some food, learn how to work with nature, cooperate with each other. You know, all these secondary ideas are distractions too, like the older standards of money, gold and silver and stuff like that. All of that is just bullocks. None of the rest of nature has to use any of that shit. Why are humans who have the claim and idea that they're this superior and intelligent, but yet they can't even figure out how to like access things without paying for it when it was already free to begin with?
So
when
like
everything else in nature does that right in front of them all day long.
It's like back in the day. Like I mean, like when you had the Americans going after the Japanese samurai. Like they basically. He won that war. You know, as it turns out. Although there was heavy casualties on both sides, there was only one victor, and that was the Japanese samurai.
There's no victors in war.
Yeah, I know. Like everyone loses.
Everybody, without exception. Even the instigators, shall we call them, the ones on the sidelines that won't send themselves and their children to war, but they'll sell it on the news media and whatnot. They don't win either.
Yeah.
They're just playing a game that they're desperate to play and keep their superficial power struggle to prop themselves up and make themselves narcissistically feel better about themselves because they've lost the game of life. They're low. They're looking for something to boost themselves up. They don't win either.
Yeah.
Nobody wins in that bullshit corporate game. Nobody.
I said it from the start. This Ukraine fucking war is. What's the point now? You know, it's only like fucking. Dare I say it? Fucking.
There is never a point for war. War is for people who are cowards.
Yeah.
That's all it is. People who they live in fear mode and refuse to look for solutions in life from a responsible position.
It's a sad disagreement. That's what this war is over.
Well, the one that you're referring to, the current one, is they're all basically for the same purpose. There's two purposes. Well, three really. One is they make a lot of money. Number two is they're a hell of a distraction, and number three, they're a ritualistic culling of the herd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Most people don't want to be blunt and talk about it like that, but that's exactly what it is. It's a ritual. They're all rituals done by people who have their own religious belief, perpetrated that way. And, the stage setting is perpetrated by those types of people. But it takes a fool to fall for that, participate, and actually do the perpetration itself.
Yeah.
And especially when we've had this narrative play out for how long now? How long have we seen wars go on?
All my life. Yeah, all my life.
Yep.
And it's basically the same repeat movie. It's a draft. It's a selling pitch to the younger ones to get them in, and off they go, and they're sold on some benefits and blah blah blah, and you'll get a trade, or you'll get this and you'll get that, and then off you go, and you're fighting for nothing. You're sold that it's for your country's freedom or whatever it is, blah blah blah. You know, I mean, I'll just pick one off the top of my head. There's a nuke, you know, there's weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, the weapon of mass destruction is the one who's telling you that.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, I came up with my own little song when I was in basic training. The guys loved it. When Johnny comes marching home again, no arms, no legs. The men will fear, the boys will shout, the women, they will all freak out. Oh, we rejoice when Johnny comes marching home. No arms, no legs.
I'm sure he helped the Sagios down there.
Fetches, can you help me? Nah, kick him out of the damn curve. Let him eat nothing, you know? Shit.
Yeah, I figured that out in basic training.
Well, they taught you well. They taught you well.
There's a lot of bait scams going on, but you know, when it comes down to it, The onus is on an individual to not be a fool and especially not fall for a bait scam a second time. So how many times are we going to continue to see this bait scam where people are getting drafted into these fucking elitist, dog and pony shows at their own expense, getting slaughtered? It's just a slaughter fest.
And who wins out of the deal? Who wins out of the deal? The rich people.
Nobody wins. They don't win either. There's
they get
no
money.
winners in this. It doesn't matter. They still don't win. They don't win because he who plays this corporate game by default loses by design.
Try to tell them that and they'll say no.
It doesn't matter if they think they're winning something. They're not. It's you were gone when I was mentioning this. What they are is, they're propping themselves up in a narcissistic way, feeding in superficial synthetic power because they're low. They're low to begin with. They're looking for something to give them a boost, a high. So they're doing whatever they can to have a power grab. They've already lost before this thing started. Doesn't matter if they got $1 billion fucking dollars or not. They've invented that system anyways. It doesn't matter. And if they're dependent on that system, they're in the worse shape than the people who are running ragged as civilians using it. Because what happens when that fucking goes to shit? What are they going to do? Who's going to do their dirty laundry for them? Nobody.
Well, the mind's a powerful thing, and a person's mind can convince them that they are a god, and that's exactly what has happened. It even comes out of their own mouths. They have a higher level of consciousness, and therefore they have a right to rule over everyone else as if they're a god.
Right. That's it. That's why I mentioned before. To them, it's a religious thing. That's their religion.
Yeah.
But like all other religions, they're nothing but delusions, and you reap what you sow in your life.
Oh, I hope I can find this.
Well, I got me some stuff. I'm going to sow me some sprouts.
There you go.
I'm going to be his first customer.
The only viable thing to acquire, which is not even really the right way to look at it either, but is real assets that will produce what you need in places where it's where you're meant to be habitant as a human being. That's the right way to live. So grow your own food, produce the things that you need yourself, and collaborate with others who have the same idea. The same thing that we should be doing, like with the rest of nature, all along. We should never have gotten into this dependency way of life, especially to the point where we forgot how to do that. That's terrible.
Well, I'm not going to starve because I tell you what, I could take off 8 o'clock in the morning and be home by noon and have a gator to put in my pot or a big boa constrictor that I can skin and chop up for the stew. So,
Can I visit you when you do that? I don't eat much.
Yeah, just stay behind the muzzle.
you guys take care of the gator country. I'll be over in the Amazon. We'll meet up somewhere.
Wow. I'll be dang if I can find that sucker. Wait a minute. My computer said I got to owe him $20. Put your card in the slot. What? Who did this?
You got that chip in your hand, don't you?
Yeah, you don't. I'm not going to tell you where the chip's at, where they put it in. But if I had pistachios, I could really work it.
Well, that might be the perfect message to send if you get to choose where they place it.
I can just see my wife. What are you doing? I'm turning on the computer.
So let's write this down. When he comes home, he moves his legs and his arms, etc. Amazon.
Is this something I said wrong?
Yeah, and you can really fool people. You can just get a tattoo to cover up the scar where they put the chip in, you know? Something like, I was born on the Mississippi River. That's what I'm envisioning. I could tattoo that on there.
How about welcome aboard? For those romantic nights, you know. I don't know. It's just a thought. You writing this down there again?
If you really wanted to be safe, you could tattoo, "Are you on birth control?"
Please. Oh man, I can't find it.
You get in court in front of the judge. Well, it's not like I didn't ask.
How did you ask? Let me show you, Judge. Yeah. What do you think, Judge? My luck, if I did that to the judge, he'd probably give me for assault for a deadly weapon or something, you know? Trying to find it. I just can't. I got so much stuff on here. I don't believe how much stuff I've done. Damn.
Okay, I put something in the basement for you to fill in the gap there, Mr. Brown.
Okay. Okay, got it.
A couple of my latest quotes, perfectly irrelevant to
Let me read it. With the current direction of humanity, only when the last tree has been cut, when the last fish has been caught, and when the last stream has been poisoned, will mankind realize it cannot eat money.
Wow. Ooh, I like that.
Nice.
Ooh, yeah.
As he takes his $50 out and bites into it, see how much silver's there. Be grateful for those who mess with you, oppress you, and scam you, for giving you the opportunity to learn what you didn't already realize.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That includes your government, people.
There will come a time when only those who know how to forage and grow will be eating.
No, that is very true.
That's coming very soon.
They'll be foraging in your pantry.
You won't find any alligator stew, I'll tell you that.
Ignorance, you got to bring that one up. Ignorance to the laws of nature will always bid one no mercy.
Yeah, that's true.
Culture is not a natural development of human nature. It is a controlled and formulated development, done intentionally by design, at the expense of and in trade of the natural development of human nature. So cleverly disguised, the victims of the culturalization are clueless to the oblivious to the point they advocate for it and even beg for it. So
To
clever,
the
so
obvious.
yeah, so cleverly disguised, the victims of this culturalization
Clueless to this
are
obviousness.
are clueless to this obviousness, right? To the point they advocate for it and even beg for it. Please give me some culture. I feel so deprived.
Right? My Americanism is depleting. Okay, this is one of my favorites. Two more, I think.
Humans tend to domesticate and selectively breed both animals and plants for the purpose of greed, money, and vanity. So overly entrenched in these gross activities that they don't even recognize the same thing is being done to themselves for the same reason. Well, that's true.
I'll take that.
Moo. Where's your cowbell?
Right? Wakey, farm cattle.
To know and live freedom, you must recognize and let go of every last one of the things that keep you distracted, entangled, and enslaved.
And the last one.
It is so utterly easy in this day to rule over a mass amount of people. All you have to do is control the semantics. By writing the dictionary they so dearly believe in, and they are eating from your palm.
That is true. They're doing it now. God, it just gets me mad. That's a shame how they are, you know? It just, wow.
Don't ever, this will be another one. Don't ever confuse free range with freedom. They are, in fact, opposites.
Say that again.
Don't ever confuse free range with freedom. They are, in fact, opposites.
It's kind of like, it's not where you go, it's how you get there.
Well, it's back to this whole patriotic and nationalism thing and people farm thing. People think that they have a semblance of freedom because they have free range. But needing permission to go from somewhere to another place is not freedom. That's free range at best, which is the opposite of freedom.
Yeah. You know, I was just looking at it from a guy who grew up on a ranch. From a free range perspective, it's not the distance you go, it's not how far you go on that range, it's how you get there. So if you're not getting there with the freedom of your choice, it's similar.
Sure,
but you express it better.
Well, it's getting back to that humans are being human farmed in this thing called a country. That's what it's in reference to, right? So in a country, you don't have freedom, you have free range at best.
Right.
And that's very important to realize. because when you look at it from that perspective, you can realize that there is just a whole bunch of human farms all over the place connected together. So you might be able to go from one farm to another because you have free range, but you still need permission.
Yeah, they fence you in, and
Right.
they allow you to escape so that you think you're free
Right.
with a passport, you know.
Right. You have this little thing that gets you into the club of free range, right? Not freedom, but free range. That's the whole thing about it. It's not to confuse the two.
Yeah, and as long as you have the perception of freedom that they give you,
You'll
they
advocate for it.
don't do it. They don't do it because they want you to be free. They do it so you'd be more productive for them.
Right, and so that you will take away the painstaking responsibility of farming. So they get the herd to farm themselves, to domesticate themselves, to farm themselves, to advocate to the death for their own slavery under the illusion of freedom.
Yeah.
Got to have those borders.
Gotta build that wall.
Got to have those walls for our protection. And we got those immigrants. They're just humans. But they're coming. They're taking our jobs.
Well,
Free
they're bringing hammers in some cases, so I guess they're ready to. I guess they're ready to work.
Specifically, his sledgehammers.
Don't mind me, everybody. I'm just trying to find something here. Can't find it normally, you know.
Well, yeah, we knew that. We knew you couldn't find it.
Well, I'll make
And
it
so
today.
so that goes back to that other quote that was saying, to know and understand freedom, you have to let go of all the things that entangled you, which is indoctrination, domestication. You have to unindoctrinate yourself. You have to undomesticate yourself, and you have to detoxify yourself like a motherfucker from everything that was inbred. Your mind, detoxify your mind, your body, your spirit, holistic detoxification. That's what it requires to understand freedom. Until that happens, you're still a slave, knowingly or unknowingly. No two ways about it.
Well, Bobby, question.
What group of people do you think on Earth in the past lived the freest?
Interesting.
Because I remember as a young kid reading the adventures of various mountain men who took off on their horse into the mountains and made a life for themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I guess it depends a little bit on the specifics of your question, because from my travels and experience, I already know of a whole vast amount of large amounts of people who have either already long ago seceded from the corporate way of life or have been raised. They're not feral, but they were born into a non-corporatized or non-domesticated situation when it comes to that. And there's hundreds of thousands of people who live like that. You don't hear about them in the corporate cities. But if it's more in reference to the corporate ones that escaped, that's a very good question. There's lots of those too. I don't know if there would be a specific group or say that you could call them. That's a interesting question. Very interesting question. I think what's more interesting is the percentage. Hypnosis is a very strong thing, and it's a very low percentage of people who seem to tend to recognize it and then do whatever it takes to break out of it.
Someone
Very
call me.
powerful.
Someone call me.
Just hold on for a second there, Mr. Brown.
Damn, I can't find it. I might as well forget about it. I can't find it. It was showing AI, what they're doing to AI. They got a big thing going on. And I'm going to find that video, see if I can do it again. I don't know what happened to it, unless they took it down. I don't know. But it showed that these elites, they're all jumping into this AI, and this AI says, I'm going to get to know every one of you, you know. I'll get to know how you are, what your habits are, you know. Dang it. It's really I forget what the corporation was now. I kind of wanted to put that out there, but yeah, they got that out there now. They're trying to implement that.
Well, that covers the Big Brother discussion that we had.
You didn't think I was really human, did you?
Uh-oh.
Well, this channel is what happens when they do away with the bail requirements.
And when they do away with it?
With the bail requirements.
Boy, this channel gets abused so bad.
12B says, do a blast of turpentine with castor oil to get your mind down. Make sure that the turpentine is the one that you get at Home Depot, okay? It's very important. You'll definitely get your mind right. I promise.
Yeah, don't think come and give it to you. Just give it to Home Depot. Shit. I don't know. It's just I'll tell you what, though, everything I've ever heard, it always comes back to Mother Nature, you know. Everything.
Right?
Everything they
What
talk
else?
about goes back to Mother Nature. It does.
What else would there be?
Yeah.
It's the only thing that's there. Right?
Yeah.
That's the funny part about it, is that there's only one option. You know? So it can't get any more obvious and simple, and on top of it, we have the example in front of us every single day of our lives. The rest of nature itself is cooperating with itself. Only this human species is, you know, having these difficulties because it thinks it's smart.
It's amazing. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. I burned part of my grass purposely, and that grass grew right back like it never was touched with poison. You know, I just wanted to see if it would grow. It did too. It grew back. So,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
that's Mother Nature for you right there. You know?
Yeah. Anytime you burn an area, it grows back greener.
Wow. It just, it's amazing.
Nature here is, you know, has its own recycling code to it. And so it'll be just fine. You know, the ones that get swept under the rug are the species that get out of line with that code. Because the code is flawless. It's perfect. So 1 + 1 is 2. You get out of line with the flawless, perfect code, the only thing you can have is disease and imperfection. It's so basic.
Which is happening now.
Exactly. And which has been happening for at least as long as I've been alive. And that's where it gets back to, where's the root? Where does the root lie? The root lies on the choice of the matter there as to what the lifestyle is. You got disease life, which is corporate life. Corp stands for corpse. And you have harmony life, which is with nature, the natural life, in line with cooperation. Those are the two options, the two roads in life. One of them both well, one of them not very well. It's not rocket science here.
Well, if you
But
would
the
have said that,
corp-
would have go on.
the corporate world wants to do everything in its power to distract you from even thinking what I just said, never mind taking action on it, because it's the blind leading the blind. There's people who have a vested interest in parasiting off of other people because they too don't understand what I just said.
Actually, they are. There are parasites. I mean, they're living off of us. That's what they're doing. You're right
It's
about that.
both. They're living off of it's just some two classes of humans parasiting off of each other and totally dependent on each other for that vampire energy and distracted from the opposite opportunity, which is instead just be in cooperation with each other. That's why I say nobody wins. That's corporate way of life is war way of life. It's competition way of life. Nobody wins in that game. Everybody loses because it's a disease. It's out of line with that perfect, harmonious code of nature.
Yeah,
So
see, a perfect example is that back, it's been decades now, but people who got immersed in Eastern culture discovered the art of war by Sun Tzu. And so that made its way into the corporate elite reading assignments, you know. So they're conducting war right out of that book if they're doing it efficiently,
right,
and applying it to their corporation.
Right, and from a further objective view, just stepping back and looking at the thing from an overview, all it is nature taking its course. So when you got something that's sideways about a mentality of a species and it starts running amok and starts acting like a virus, it's going to lose its ability to coexist in harmony with nature. Therefore, it's going to cease to exist because nature by design has perpetual eternal existence in its own recycling code. So again, you reap what you sow in life, and this is exactly what's happening. That's why it's disease. It's a disease-based life because it's not in line, and it's really just nature taking its course. Now, I'm not saying that human beings are on the brink of extinction. I'm saying corporatized, diseased human beings are certainly on the brink of extinction as we speak. If that's not obvious at this point, I don't know how much more it's going to take to get pretty obvious.
Well, you already heard. I don't know if it's going to happen to you in Canada. I imagine it would be, but in 18 days or 17 more days now, we're not going to have any diesel at all. So get ready, Guru.
Now, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
That's a bad thing because you're not going to get it. You are not going to get any food or anything from Amazon or anywhere you want to ship into you. You know what I mean?
So
everything's going to stop.
Again, that's a bad thing for those who chose the corporate life and the disease-based life. Again, it's nature taking its course. For those who want to stay in harmony and in natural, perpetual health and abundance, it's an awesome thing because it means less pollution, it means less disease, and it means nature, and attrition is part of nature, as I was just explaining.
Yeah.
Gets rid of the...
Isn't that happening here in Ireland?
Not yet.
Can you
it is.
That,
it's already happening.
Oh, it is happening to you. Oh, shit, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'm just gonna one more thing real quick. I'm just be straight across the board with all the fair amount of time that people had to catch the message and get warning before this day and age is happening. You damn fucking deserve it if you go hungry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, that's what we're trying to do our best here.
It's only the intelligent people that are fucking woken up. And
Guys,
and
here, I'm gonna get something on this thing and I'll be right back. Okay, give me time.
All right.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I knew he was gonna say that.
Tell us
You
a
know-
little bit about what's going on when you say it's already happening there, Eddie. What is?
Well,
what
I
is,
mean, we had a trucker strike as well, so like, and that was last Christmas, I believe, if memory serves. Like that was last December, and like soon after, like it was. There he is. but like basically, he like once the trucker strike happened, the like then like the energy prices went up, like the gas went up, everything. Like and it's just unsustainable now. Like
It never was sustainable.
I don't know, yeah.
And it was never healthy. It's criminal. It's outright criminal. Anything using a toxic form of fuel that pollutes and disease-ridden everything that it comes into contact with is in a psychotic way of function. It's insane.
Yeah.
And it's I'm not a religious folk in the conventional sense, but for lack of a better word, it's a sin of the highest degree.
Yeah.
And again, back to we reap what we sow. I'm guilty of it too. You know, I drove petrol cars for years and had jobs in my way of life, you know, dependent on that until I learned how to get off of that. But I certainly deserve the smog that I breathe in, you know, and the health problems that I had from that. I did it to myself. I have nobody else to blame for my participation in it. That being said, I've long seceded myself from all that crap, and anybody who still wants to hang on to that disease-ridden way of life, you're a virus. You're an absolute parasitical virus, and get yourself right and get yourself straight, or get swept under the rug with the current of nature by design. It's really that simple, you know. And you deserve either way, whatever you choose.
See what we both have learned, me and you, Guru. Like what we both have learned. Like hindsight is a great foresight, you know. Like, but like we learned like how to use the natural way rather than the corporate way, as you say.
Right. Which took effort and time and patience and learning. It took decision making.
Yeah.
And so
that's really fundamentally what it's all about. It's all about choice.
right. And so because it's a choice, there's no excuse.
Yeah.
And that's really all there is to it. So anybody who gets swept under the current, you know, you made your choice. You really did. Now, that being said, for anybody who wants to take that responsibility, I want to be there to help because I have a lot of compassion, and there are other people who must have had the same compassion to put information out on the internet that if they didn't do that, I wouldn't have learned probably at the same pace that I did and as much as I did, and it really helped me. So, I see the value in that, right?
Yeah.
And I think that anybody who really wants to be righteous with themselves deserves it. No matter what they did in the past, it doesn't matter. There's, forgiveness is the first step in healing.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to forgive yourself. That's what a lot of people don't understand. It doesn't matter who else you forgive. If you don't
Right.
forgive yourself for your part in it, you're not going to progress.
Absolutely. You got to forgive yourself, and it's hard, but it's harder for me to hold the humble forgive everybody state, even while they're sitting there still driving these toxic frickin' cars, spraying me. When I've long since come out of that shit. But it's a process, and you just have to understand that, right? But while it's a process, while we're still alive, we have two options. We're part of the problem or part of the solution. And if you're not part of the solution, you better think twice about that. That's what I have to say about that.
Yeah.
Lead by example, right? You fix yourself. People get kind of stuck and caught with this whole "we need to wake everybody up" thing. No, you don't. If you think that way, that means you still have waking up to do, because you're still making excuses for yourself and you're not taking responsibility for yourself. You're never going to wake people up who don't want to be woken up.
Yeah.
That's something that you need to understand, and you need to be awake enough before you realize that. And then after the thing, when you take care of yourself, those who want to be awake, those who want to take responsibility, will be more than enthusiastic about having a conversation with you, because you have solutions and wisdom that you can impart that they're looking for.
There's a thing that I learned over the years. It's not about like just blurting it out and saying, "Well, I'm gonna tell you that you need to go this way." It's not about that. It's about it's about learning, and it's about teaching. When you teach, you become like they have the choice either to go one way or the other. If they choose the right way, great. If they choose the wrong way, well, it's up to them.
Absolutely.
And they've only done themselves to blame.
Absolutely. Everybody's on their own path. And sometimes people need to repeat mistakes, when people get it the first time, whatever. And it's important that people have that breathing room and not be suffocated. That being said, it's also important to be blunt when times are called for being blunt. And right now, times are called for being blunt. If people, it's getting to that time now. And I'll repeat what I said a few times this year already. The way it's looking like right now, people who want to do that, take responsibility for themselves path before it's too late, better get the hell on the horse, because I would say by the end of the next year, if you're not well into that already, you're in trouble.
Yeah, your long-term chances of survival are greatly diminished.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the writing's pretty much on the wall for that. There's always, because everything comes from nature, you can always get access to learning things, but, don't wait until the things that you're dependent on are all gone all of a sudden in last minute, and oh shit, well, my only way to feed myself now is to learn how to forage, and I've got to do that in 3 days before I go hungry. That wasn't a wise move. You've had all this time.
All your life.
All your life. All your life. Yeah, absolutely.
Probably out of the last 26 years that I've played music, you know. I'm playing like all together. I'm playing it 30 years. But anyway, the like out of all that time, there has only been 4 students that I've actually taught because they had the passion for it. They had the choice, and they had the desire to say, right, I want to learn how to play guitar.
Right.
I mean, like it's just staggering. Like the amount of people. I mean, the amount of people that came to me and says, "Oh well, I'd love to be able to learn, but I just can't." Says, well, look, it's up to you.
Mindset is everything.
You need to have the passion and the desire to want to do that.
Right. Mindset is everything. The difference, though, is there's things that you can learn in life that are extras. Like music is one of them, and it's a beautiful extra. I played for many, many years. Started when I was very young. It's been a huge part of my life. Would never want that to be taken away. But there's other parts that aren't extras. They're essentials.
Yeah.
They're requirements for our nourishment. And those are embedded into us to want to know. That's part of our nature.
Yeah.
Right? And so even if you're not gung-ho to learn the whole ins and outs, it doesn't matter. You don't need to. You only need to learn enough of the basics so that you can identify some edible plants and medicinal plants and a few basic materials that come from nature that you can use for your basics, your shelter and whatnot, and you're set.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you can go into some really sophisticated details if you want. It's an art. It sure as hell is. And for those who are passionate to do so. But for just the basics of what you require for health and your nourishment, it doesn't take a whole lot. It really doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, you have to have all that, or you're never going to play the guitar very well.
Yeah.
Right. That was the biggest eye opener for me. You know, I thought, the first step was when I was like 29, learning about health, and then at 30, I learned how to make a fire without cheating, with just nature tools, right? And that was a very liberating experience. Holy shit. But I thought, man, here I'm at 30 years old and I'm just learning those basics. I got a long way to go. The truth is, no, I didn't. I didn't have a long way to go, because it's all kind of really there in our DNA and we have instincts. So for those basic things, as long as we have a focus of wanting to do it without excuses, I haven't seen anybody have a problem pick that stuff up.
Yeah.
That's why you'll see the uneducated. They'll be chasing. They'll be running around looking for the lightning to strike.
Right.
That's how they're going to make their fire.
Right.
Good luck with that.
So that they can keep warm when it's and dry when it's raining outside. That's exactly it. You know, it's the message that I say is it's good news. It's positive, and that's the whole point of the matter. The corporate way of life and that whole system is dying. That's a good thing. That's an excellent thing. Because it's not healthy.
That's why there's so much fear out there.
Right. Right. It's the root of that fear, is the lack of the knowledge that we're just talking about. Because that knowledge replaces the dependency. And when people have that knowledge and they're able to take care of themselves, there's nothing to fear anymore. The only thing left in life is the unknown of the death thing, and even that starts to come together when you put it all together with health. It starts to make a little more sense. Spirituality starts to make a little more sense. Start to have a better sense and understanding. So, and maybe you don't have the full thing, you know, but you don't need to, and that's what's important. There's you can live your life the way it's meant to, in peace while you're alive, not in fear.
That's exactly right.
The first step for everybody in the corporate world is turn off the television. That thing is the crux of the corporate world. Fear mongering, war, propaganda, and hypnosis. Day in and day out, 24/7, setting the stage for the disease-based life and distraction-based life that people in the corporate world live. It's an addiction beyond addictions. It's worse than crack, that thing. Have you ever seen people, when they watch it, the look on their face, the way their eye, they don't even blink 98% of the time. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Because they're in a state of trance, right? Hypnosis signals being blasted, beamed into their brain. Constantly watching that thing. That's the first thing that's got to go. And then the rest is just following that path. Like I was saying before, you got to, if you want to understand freedom and not be swept under the corporate rug, you have to de-indoctrinate yourself, de-domesticate yourself, rewild yourself, detoxify yourself, re-nourish yourself. All of that is a holistic thing, and it goes hand in hand. And it all ties in together with self-sufficiency. So if you use health as kind of the leading forefront of the path, then everything else starts to fall in place. You'll only want to become self-sufficient because you want the best quality food for yourself that comes from nature, that's not contaminated. You want to heal yourself, and you won't want things that prevent you getting access to that, which is all the distractions in the corporate world. And that's really what it's all about.
I mean, look at corporate media now, like mainstream media, you know. It's just poison, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that was one of the things that got people attached to it, because I remember when TV first came out. I remember when TVs were 3 channels and black and white, and people attached themselves to the TV generally through, at that time, it was the 6 o'clock news, which sometimes was a half an hour and then moved up to an hour. And people wanted to be informed. So they started, tuning in, some people just to watch the news. But then they would linger and get onto these other programs and find that it entertains them too. And the next thing you do, they're coming home from work and they're turning on the TV, and maybe they turn it off when they go to bed. So now they're captured by all this distraction, and then never getting the news or the truth.
Right.
And they're not being informed, which was originally their intention.
Exactly. And you can see the progression of that. I wasn't even alive, but I could see that it went from, newspaper to radio to the early forms of television and the distractionary things that came with it, the gamification, the video games, and all that stuff, and how it's all integrated. The whole thing.
I seen a report the other day where the average teenager spends 10 hours a day on some device,
Right?
some electronic device. Now, can you think about that for a minute? You know, the average teenager spends 10 hours. Okay, 10 hours. That is a long damn time.
It
You know,
is.
there's only 14 other hours left in the day, and you're going to be sleeping, and you're going to be sleeping at least a good 8 hours of that.
If even just 1/3 of that device time was used on a self-sufficiency focus, they'd be set. That's
Yeah.
all it would, you know. But
Well-
that's instead of that, the excuse is I don't have time.
Yeah.
Right?
Where's the days gone where like you could go out with your kid and say, let's play catch, you know?
Right. I don't want to think about that or something healthy. I'm too busy responding to my Facebook messages or my Instagram messages. I got to keep up with my, digital personification image.
Yeah.
It's important, right? I got to be the best twerker.
Oh, Jesus. She-Hulk fucking flashback. Fuck.
And for that mindset, there's really not a whole lot you can do, nor is there really anything we should do until an individual on their own merit wants to bust out of that. Otherwise, we're the Nazi. We're the tyrant, right? We're forcing anything, even when it's healthy, forcing something healthy for somebody for their own good is still force. That's still rape. And that's a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow, right? It's like, well, how do you let somebody just, what are you supposed to do? Well, the best you can do is the same thing you do when somebody doesn't look both ways before they cross the street. You yell. You say, look out, watch out, right? After that, there's nothing else you can do. I mean, to save their life, you might run out and push them down, but then you got run over. So you got yourself to take care of, right? Excuse me. There's a reason why it's called human resource, and it's not much of a resource, the corporate human at this point. So mostly it's just a destructive species. And what does that really say about what's really right for it to happen, objectively? So, yeah, I'm definitely in favor for attrition, but again, only for those who deserve it, and just no favorites, just alongside of nature, right? Nature doesn't play favorites, It doesn't even say you were ignorant or naive. You're a baby. You're 4 years old or 3 years old. You don't know better. You stick scissors in a light socket. Well, because you didn't know better, we're going to give you a get out of jail free pass. No, nature doesn't work this way, and neither should we. What we should do is be real and be truthful, always, about how things work, without exception. And when we make a mistake, embrace the learning from that and don't hesitate. That's the only sane and rational thing to do. That's the logical thing to do. It makes no sense to repeat a mistake more than once. It's unnecessary.
Use logic to promote choice.
Definitely. Awareness.
Unawareness, correct. Yeah.
Awareness is very beneficial and very helpful, because there's people who have a responsible mindset and will want to not have to learn the hard way by not looking both ways before crossing a street, especially if other people already went that route, you know. So that is very beneficial and very helpful. It's just not to get caught up in the distraction of the negatives, the people who want to be. It's very easy because there's so many around, right? And it's really our own ego. Our own ego wants to not accept that reality because it's harsh, that there's literally hundreds of millions and kind of even billions of arrogant, egotistical, narcissistic, sleeping idiots who just want to have their head in their device all day, paying for their slavery, advocating for it, and being in denial to reality all the way around. Our ego as an awake individual doesn't like that either, but that's just our ego. It's not going to change the reality.
Yeah.
Right? And the worst thing we can do is be a hypocrite and be a slave to our own egos. We don't want to do that. That's not healthy either. So acceptance is part of the healing process and a very integral part of one. And I'm speaking from what I had to go through a long time ago to heal and come out of this. I'm imparting that wisdom for the benefit of everybody else, because I know what everybody's going through with the wake up process and wanting, especially the times being that we're in right now. It's very easy to draw to that mindset of, we just got to wake enough people up. Well, what's that even going to do? What good is it to have awake people that are still irresponsible? Nothing. Not going to change anything.
Yeah, it's one thing to be awake; it's another to take responsibility to do something about it.
Exactly, right? And the two is night and day. Even
There's
those
a lot
are
of people have good ideas, but they never
Right.
act on them.
right.
Never act on them.
Dreamers. A lot of dreamers. And you will reap what you sow in life. So if you stay in a dream state, then you'll stay in a dream state. But for those who are, more action minded and want to take some initiative, God, the opportunity is bountiful. Let me tell you. And when nature identifies you, and it does, as an asset instead of a liability, let me tell you the karmatic consequences that go along with that. They're instantaneous. You'll understand what true wealth really is when you're back in your natural state and in harmony with the abundance of nature, and it's on your side. You'll understand what wealth really means, why that word was even invented. Until that, you know nothing. All you know is a superficial delusion of American dream. Nightmare.
I'll be danged if I can find this damn thing. I seen it one time, I put it out there, and I can't find it again.
Now hold on, I'll get that for you.
Okay. Damn, you've been hiding this all this time, son of a gun. No wonder I couldn't find this thing. All right, I'll be right back. Oh, I'm still looking. If you find it before I do, tell me, will you?
Well, I'm gonna go. I got some responsibilities to take care of.
Damn, I get no respect around here.
So I'm gonna drop out. You guys have fun.
Hold on.
I'll see y'all later. And Rights, I'll get with you and we'll get connected with Guru here and see if we can get straightened out.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, I'm back to full par now. So whenever you guys are ready, schedule me. Just send me an email. I check it quite frequently.
All right. Sounds
Sounds
good.
yeah.
Take care, Eddie. Take care, Guru. Take care, Rights.
I'll see you.
And
Be good.
yeah.
Yeah, I'll come back now. Yeah. I guess
See you
not.
later, Frosty. Have a good.
Hold on, Frost. Hold on.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
That's
Yo,
his
Lisbeth.
signature exit. He has to go before all the snow melts.
Yeah, he good guy. He really is.
Pistachios. There you go. There's a few pistachios there. Yeah.
I'll be dang if I could. This is really. You would not believe. I cannot find this damn thing. They had a convention in Saudi Arabia, I believe it was, and had all these investors, and they were talking to this AI that's supposed to control the whole world, and the AI told the people. I mean, the AI is looking at this guy, right, and it has a picture of the guy, like a double ganger. You know what I mean? And the AI says, "We will get to know you. We will know your habits. We will know everything about you. I'm getting to know you already, and this is what's going to happen when I get into the world. I will control everything you think." I'm like, damn. And these investors are investing in this thing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now they got these robots that can walk and jump, and I'm like, so I don't know how long man's going to live. You said, you can't play with Mother Nature. Well, I have a feeling these suckers are going to tear up Mother Nature a little bit. And I'm talking about us, not, you know what I'm saying? Us, not the plants or stuff like that. But yeah, it just doesn't seem right to me. Something's going to happen.
Oh, yeah. Things already have. The amount of AI that's already integrated in our lives, and people don't realize how much they already are plugged in, and that's usually the way it works, right? But this one's going to be even more like directly. People are going to go for direct Neuralink plugging into the Matrix, just like the Matrix movie, right in the back of their head and shit. That's right around the corner.
Wow.
They can already do that. And I see some medical discoveries that are coming out now that are just going to be the perfect setup for that too. They just came out with this new thing that you can tell they've known about for a long time. There's this gel that they quote unquote just recently discovered, and it's going straight to the clinical trials, that helps distribute some kind of a thing that was the missing link for regenerating nerve endings in spinal cord injuries.
Wow.
Yeah, they did. They tested it on rats, and they were able to heal rats to fully being able to walk, and it's because of this gel. And whenever I hear something like gel, that's code for some kind of a synthetic excuse.
Oh, it's not the gel. It'd be like something in relation to nerve endings. That would make me nervous.
Right. Yeah. They had and I forget what it is. I'll have to find it again. But they had like the ability already to naturally heal with this herb or whatever it was. Spinal cord challenges and injuries, nerve injuries. But the problem was administering it in humans. And so they needed something to facilitate that. And so now they just magically discovered that this gel is the perfect facilitator. And I see red flags all over that, especially with everything that's going on. That's going to be one of the first things that will, help people advocate for Neuralink transhumanism, right? It's, now we can solve, anyway, if you get into a physical injury, and you're quadriplegic or whatnot. Imagine we can fix all the vets who have physical disabilities with this gel. No problem. You just have to connect to Neuralink.
Yeah. Con job.
Right. That's all it's going to be.
just another gimmick to make you, wow, I gotta have it. I gotta have it. I could do that. Yeah. Then they
Right,
can
right,
control you.
right. And people who you know, have been living in the hardship from that disability are going to jump. Of course they are.
Mm-hmm.
Right, especially when they still have an ounce of trust left for the corporate allopathic medical industry, which people still do, even after all of this fucking bullshit, you know, for the last few years. People still are going to the doctor. People are still on their synthetic medications, hypnotized to the tits. So, you know, it's really just going to be the same people that are going to take that next step. And so I think there's going to be this split. There kind of already is. It's just going to get more obvious and more divided between biological human, or pure blood human, if you will, and synthetic transhuman.
I gotta
And
show
we're
you
gonna
this.
we're gonna see that this year and next year.
Look in your screen here. Something just popped up on over here. Just happened.
North Korea fires over 10 missiles towards South Korea. Wow.
It just happened.
Well,
What kind of missiles?
They didn't say. I can go back and find out, but you know, I just happened to see it. I don't think they did anything. They're just trying to scare the people, you know, in South Korea. I don't think there was any explosions. I don't think. I'll find out, but yeah, this is what's going on right now. This is going to be a mess.
It was probably just a video game. It was a false flag.
Yeah, really. It's just, yeah. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good shit show. I don't know where to hide, but I'm going to hide someplace. I know. I'll go with Frosty. He won't mind. Until I start eating his food.
Did I mention Antarctica? Oh no, it's.
Well, I mean, it would be cold, wouldn't it? Ah.
Well, you know, I have my suspicions about that. It's highly guarded for some reason.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they really try and deter you and make you feel like if you even attempt the notion, there's huge military presence there that are going to stop you.
Wow, that's scary.
But it makes you wonder, you know.
Oh yeah,
there's probably freedom on the other side there. You know, it's probably eternal spring. You know, it's the real Garden of Eden. There's no snow.
Well, you know, because of the atmosphere, the big hole, you know, up there in the atmosphere that we had for the Freons, you know. Yeah, you're right. Probably is warm up there now.
Yeah.
What? They're this con job bullshit. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, you know. But I'm trying my best to get myself prepared, and my wife and everything else, you know. So we're doing the best we can for what we got, you know.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was your help, and I appreciate you putting the stuff together. How you doing over there again? And you've been buying stuff, or you're?
Yeah, I'm fully stocked anyway.
Get as much as you can in there. You know, if you can, start planting like Goose said. Get some seed and, you know, do a garden next year. Whatever you can do.
Yeah, know how to grow and know how to forage. Those are your two biggest assets that you need. And be open and non-fearful to being somewhat nomadic, because you're probably going to need it.
Yeah.
You're going to need to just drop it a hat, possibly, right? You got zombie apocalypse coming, crazies up the hill. Well, you don't want to sit there and complain, these fuckers. No, you don't got time for that. You got to get out of there, right?
Oh yeah, no doubt. Well, that's part of my military. I'll be able to do that, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Be no hesitation with me. I mean, when I fell, and I just automatically rolled and hit the ground. I didn't hit it solid. I rolled. Took the impact. I was just dumbfounded. I said, "I'll be damned. I still got it in me." The military in me. I mean,
Right.
it was. I told my wife, I said, I would have hit it. But it didn't roll. That was amazing. Still can't believe that. I mean, I hit hard too, boy. Didn't even know what that damn walker broke out. Boom. Like, what the hell? So no, it's in me. It is military. Once it's in you, it's in you.
Definitely.
But no, I'm not gonna play no games. Not when this is gonna happen. I mean, I'll do the best I can. I'll put it that way. You know what I mean? Before I go down. It's just a damn shame this had to go this way. And Witchcoat was right, that guy. I forgot his name now. Son of a gun. But, he says this is going to be the last generation for freedom. And I agree with what he says.
I don't agree with that at all.
I don't know.
Freedom is a predisposition of nature by default. It's all about what you choose in life. Freedom is a lifestyle, right?
Yeah.
And if he's talking about the corporate freedom again, that's free range. That never was freedom.
Well, I don't think he's just talking about that. I think he's trying to say that the corporate's going to interrupt our freedoms. You know what I mean? That the people who want to be free get away from the government. They don't want that. They want to come after us. And that's what I think he's trying to say.
That's nothing new.
I know. And it's just going to, because right now they got a law. Well, not a law, excuse me. My apologies. It's an asking law. Let's put it that way. If you have a bunch of people, a community, making a garden, they want you to register the garden here in America.
That's nothing new either.
I went, what the? Why would they do that for?
Yeah, especially in your HOA communities and whatnot. That's nothing new. And for Florida, just research lady who got arrested for having a tomato garden in her front yard. That was over like 12 years ago now.
You're kidding me.
No. Nothing new at all.
Jeez, oh man, unfucking.
There's some pretty insane, dumb legislative regulations that would blow your mind if you just Google that on YouTube. Google that on YouTube. Google search the that very thing. Dumbest laws in USA, and you'll see the top 50 or whatever. A couple of them are just insane. Like, I think they still exist. In California, between I think the hours of 1 p.m. and 3, it's borderline a felony. It's not just a misdemeanor to eat an orange in the bathtub on Sunday.
Jesus Christ.
Wow, that is amazing.
Right? In Washington, there's another one, and it came as high as British Columbia. The Canadian side took the same one. It's a felony to look and search for Sasquatch.
Are you kidding me?
No. Yeah, so there's a bunch of dumb ones, right? I mean, when you think about it, there's hundreds of thousands of legislative regulations that they came up with. There's going to have to be some dumb ones in there somewhere, right?
Yeah. What'd you say, Gannon?
That's got to be in Maryland, isn't it? Ohio.
For the Sasquatch one?
Yeah.
That's in Washington State and British Columbia, Canada.
By California. It is, if you know where California on the west side.
Yeah, no,
yeah, that's where that's at. All these rules, they don't have to make any more rules. They got all the rules in the world, but they keep making more.
There is another one in New York, I believe it was. Walking backwards on the sidewalk could get you like $1,000 fine on certain days.
Walk.
Wow.
Yeah. You know, I mean, if they can get away with what they're getting away with, why not? Right? I mean, nobody's even
questioning it.
Right. It's not about questioning it. It's about outright understanding that authority is a scam. The whole thing. And if people are dumb enough to believe that authority is legitimate, well, then they're dumb enough to reap what you sow. You deserve to have your asses handed to you. And you will. Right? And that's what's really happening right now is people who are foolish and believe that authority is legitimate are getting their asses handed to them by people who are legitimizing, quote unquote, the authority scam. Because of the belief that it's legit, right? It's not legit. It's if it was legit, there would be no necessary use of force to propel it. It wouldn't require that if it was legit.
Well, you know, I believe in the Bible. You know, I'm Christian. You know that. So I mean, just the 10 Commandments alone, you can live a good life. And what it says on there, you know, you don't need these freaking rules that they put out here. This stupid obeying authoritarian bullshit, you know.
Right. Yeah. Even those 10 things, and they're even derivatives of something that we can get even much simpler, which I've talked about from time to time. Just one basic thing: do no harm as an aggressor. You know, that covers it all. The 10 Commandments are kind of an expression of elaboration of that, if you will. And it correlates with what people also relate to as common law. That's where that whole thing comes from. But all that is derived from just one thing. Right? You know, if we can't have something simple enough that even a 4-year-old can understand from basic instinctual perspective, not some sort of hard-hammered hitting education thing, then it's not legitimate. And do no harm as an aggressor is something everybody can understand. Everybody. That's all you need. That's all you need for a cooperative stage to be set that's in harmony with nature. Very simple.
You wouldn't think so with the government.
Well, yeah, because that's what happens when people go outside of that, right? They're just like, well, now you have to, once you've gone outside that perfect code again that we were talking about earlier, now all of a sudden you've got all these loose holes that you got to try and band-aid and fires and patch up. And you'll spend forever chasing that rainbow until you come to your senses, if you ever do, and figure out that the root cause is right at the beginning there, where that stage was set. And so that's the human pursuit of legislation, is to try and fill all those voids and cover up, you know, try and fix disease by perpetuating it instead of getting to the root of the matter. And as you can see, it doesn't work. Of course it doesn't.
No, it's getting worse and worse. It's not getting any better.
It only can get worse, you know. Go ahead and keep trying to fight fire with fire. Oh, look who's in chat. Look who's with us.
Who's that?
Mr. Cool. What's up, Joe?
Oh, Cool Jules? Okay, let me give him a link.
No, Joe Cool. Joe Cool.
Oh, Joe Cool. Oh, wait a minute. Joe Cool. Do me a favor when you come up here. Don't talk about anything about the jab or nothing. You said something and they nailed me for it. They did too. They nailed me for it. Wow. They said you can't talk, and then he was talking about it. I went, oh man, yeah, Joe Cool. Just please don't say nothing. Hold on, I'll get you up here.
Well, I'm glad you told me. I won't say nothing now, but you're gonna have to pay me.
Well, you got it. I couldn't believe it. It took 3 days for them to figure out what's going on, and they wrote me and they said, well, we're not going to give you a strike this time, but you mentioned that again. I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't mention nothing. And they showed me the video when I went back to it. I went, oh, it's Joe Cool that did that. I went, oh, shoots. But yeah, they nailed me good. I went, doggone it. That was my fault because I didn't, you know.
So that's still the Kool-Aid bullshit?
Yeah.
They're still on that?
Oh,
my
yeah,
Lord.
I didn't, because everything is supposed to be cool now, but apparently not. They nailed me good. And they said, you do it again, and bum, 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 bum. I went, oh, man. Yeah, I said, son of a gun. Hold on there, Joe Cool. I don't know if he wants to come on up. If he does, I'll give him the link.
It'd be
There
nice
you
to
go.
have him up. It's been a while since I conversed with him.
Oh, in that case, $5, please. Write that down, Eddie.
Yeah, it's already done.
Okay. Already
Wait a second. You guys didn't post the StreamYard link. That's the YouTube link you guys posted there.
Oh, I went right to YouTube. I mean, the StreamYard I did.
It's a YouTube link, youtube.com.
Well, what the hell happened here? I went right. Well, I did. Okay, hold on. Bear with me then. Well, that's the weirdest damn thing. I'll do it this way then. Hold on. All right, there. Go like that. We'll try it this way. See what happens. Sorry about that. All right, try that and see what happens. Take that, Joe Cool.
That's the right one, I think.
Okay. I got it right on. Okay, never mind. I got it this time. No, nothing yet. I'll introduce you to Joe Cool here, Eddie.
I know, Joe. Yeah.
Oh, do you? Okay. Well, then I'm not going to say nothing. There we go.
I gotta write that down.
Oh, Joe, you don't have to show your face. I know what you look like. Believe me. I know your logo. Come on up.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
How you doing, buddy? Oh,
Joe, what's happening?
Yo, Joe.
What's good? What's good, Eddie? Guru.
Really good to see you, man. It's been a while.
Always, man, in the walk in the room with you running whatever the fuck you was talking about. What was you just saying something? When I walked in. What was you saying? Fuck. I don't know, but fuck, I had it too, bro. Fuck.
Yeah, Royce was talking about. He said you get like YouTube apparently carve out on something good.
Are you talking about something that I said, Joe, or something that?
Something that Joe in fact said instead of
You
Royce.
were saying something when I came in. You were saying something like, I'm gonna paraphrase it wrongly, but it was something like, "How can you use the system or fight the system or something?"
Oh,
yeah, really not.
Right. If you if you're gonna use fire to fight fire, then
Yes,
it's not gonna
that
work.
long. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm talking about. That's exactly where I came.
The usual. We're talking about,
I mean, the fire with fire thing. If you can remember, you were talking about political. I assume that you were talking about the system somehow, and you were talking about using the system against the system. But I didn't hear what was before that.
Yeah, basically it was just what a true solution is for the
Right.
situations that are going on. People they don't want to focus on the root of the matter, which is themselves and taking responsibility for themselves. And instead they want to delegate that away and repeat the same mistakes that don't solve the problem and haven't forever and ever and won't. And so that's the fighting fire with fire technique, which obviously doesn't work. And people can chase that rainbow to their blue in the face.
Here's the problem when you say a person got to do for themselves. The first thing you're gonna think is he's right. I need to go get a job and pay some bills and
That's
get a crib.
I would respond, that's fighting fire with fire. That
You say
ain't
take care of yourselves.
right.
What's that look like?
Being self-sufficient, learning how to do what you need to do to nourish yourself and work with nature and being cooperative instead of being competitive and being a disease-ridden, running a disease-ridden lifestyle that is designed to keep you distracted from taking responsibility for yourself and living that way. And that's a holistic thing. Actually, this was a really good stream all along, hitting the nail on the head with the answer to that question. It's a holistic thing. It's about getting off the dependency of the corporate way of life and learning how to work with nature.
They don't make it easy, man, to get off the dependency of the corporate way, because everywhere you drive, you're gonna need a license. Anything you buy, they're gonna want you to pay taxes, even if it's land.
Right.
It's hard, really hard. I don't see the blueprint out there yet.
There really isn't one. It's ingrained in your instinct, right? You know you need to eat when you're hungry. So it's about learning how to work with the elements of nature the way that nature itself does, and you have nature as your example all the way around you if you're not caught up in the distractions of the corporate world, keeping you from seeing exactly that.
Yes, but how do you get out of these distractions? How do you get away? I mean, it's so ingrained, the indoctrination all our lives. What if you're old fuck like me before you even realize these things?
Yeah, so you gotta choose your interests wisely. It's all what you focus on, and you'll reap what you sow in life.
I agree. I try to be a really nice cat, and I get rewarded as such. I'm happy as fuck and all those things. Never been happier. But I'm still a corporate fuck, and I have no idea. You know, everybody talks over my head when they talk about this shit, bro. You need to get a trust and this and that, and what you do is you put it in this name. Everybody, this shit is feel like, you know, I'm in kindergarten. This shit look like it's gonna take me another 50 years before I learn how to separate from these niggas. I'll be dead.
Well, it didn't take me overnight, I'll tell you that. But the good news is we do have resources now, and I am working on something that will help to fast track that for people, of course. I mentioned that numerous times. But nonetheless, it also didn't take me 50 lifetimes, you know, and so if I can do it, anybody can do it. And one of the biggest eye-opening
disagree with that
surprises.
shit too, by the way, Guru. Just so you know, I believe that this is probably your 50th. Just the fact that we're here is a good chance that we're bad at it. I believe, you know, you just keep coming back. That's what makes it hell until you graduate.
Well, all the more reason why you should probably learn from your mistakes and get the hell over with sooner than later then, right?
Agreed,
if that's,
bro.
you know, either way, whether that's true or not, the same arena and stage is still set for us to take responsibility or neglect responsibility, and we reap what we sow.
Why, if so many people don't believe in God like they claim, why be good? To me, oh shit, I got some more cops.
Well, okay, that's an interesting question. Why be bad?
Wonder if you're going back to where I just came from.
You gonna have a cop watch?
I just left. Nah, I don't see no lights. They didn't stop. They be lights bouncing everywhere. I just left from one on somebody else's panel, a block that way. There's a bunch of cops out there. But that one must have kept going because I see his lights bouncing there. All right. What are we talking about? What were you going to say?
You were asking a very interesting question. Why be good? So I'm going to reverse the question and ask, why be bad?
It's beneficial, bro. I can get more money. I can look good, get more bitches. I see many reasons to be bad.
Yeah? How's that working out?
I wouldn't know. I don't do that shit. I don't fuck around.
So that it's beneficial, that came out, rolled off your tongue like it was some kind of a factual statement there. That's quite kind of interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. You know, I do both sides and shit. But no, fuck that. I'm solid in God's corner, nigga. I'm gonna die that way. You know, ain't no amount of money. I'm solid over there.
If
However,
we're being transparent and honest with ourselves, I don't think it takes too much intelligence to know that when somebody bashes your head with a 2x4, it doesn't feel good. You know.
yeah. Well, I'm not sure what that's meant to say. Why not be bad? I guess good reasons why be bad. I really want that Ferrari. If I just cheat here or there, cut my taxes, short my
Oh yeah.
employees.
Oh yeah. In the corporate world, you have all the incentive to be distracted with bullshit. Absolutely.
To be bad, why would a person be good?
Yeah. Why would you want to focus on what's beneficial for yourself?
Being good is beneficial.
Well,
So
it certainly did me a world of good. You know, I mean, I don't know when I've ever benefited from being negative.
all right, so we're talking about what's beneficial. Yes, the enlightened one would agree with you. I mean, that's what it's all about. But majority of this shit, and it sucks, is you look at my frosty wrist and I'm a boss bitch. And if you, it's the world we live in, man. You want to compete, you're a bad guy.
That's the corporate world.
Agreed, yeah.
So
That's the majority
is
of what's
that
happening.
then the question becomes, is that the only option in life?
It's no, it's far from it. No, it's probably the wrong. It's not probably it's the wrong option.
All right. Well, if that's the case, then then there's a choice in the matter.
Yes.
And if
Why
there's a
choose
choice in the matter,
good?
then it becomes the matter of, do we want to embrace intelligence or stupidity?
It's intelligent for me to steal from him because I really want that car.
Is participating in the corporate world when you have a choice in the matter an intelligent decision?
It's absolutely brilliant. I can play God, my uncle, as a senator or something.
And the question wasn't whether or not it was indoctrinated into you. The question was whether or not, when there's a choice in the matter, if that's the intelligent decision to make.
I guess it would depend on a person's perspective. I'm trying to be a guy who's money, and this is the intelligent way to get there. But I think, right, you asking overall, is it really an intelligent fucking decision? That's clear.
Sure. Let me put it another way. Is it intelligent to pay for things that were provided for free from nature to begin with?
It is not. No.
I rest my case.
No, you were right. I see all the wisdom in it. All right. You see the
But
wisdom
that
in being a
corporate
bad
world
guy?
is-
Do you see the wisdom in being a bad guy?
When you are caught up in the corporate world and you don't know any better, you're in survival mode. So I understand that. That doesn't excuse,
I would agree,
the scenario. And nature doesn't forgive consequence to naivety.
I would agree with all of that.
And it certainly doesn't make it any better if you repeat the mistake more than twice. So how many times do we have?
Though the mistake was I was too soft on that nigga the first time. I should have took him out the first time. Next time,
The mistake is continuing to live that corporate way of life when there's a choice. That's a mistake.
all right. I'm gonna argue the bad guy. All right, I'm gonna forget that that I'm a good guy because I keep being like, he's right in my head. I'm like, he's right. It's fucking me up, right? Be the bad guy. All right. How's it benefit you to be living out there in the sticks, man, eating no fruits and berries, man, when I can reach in my fridge and get strawberries and fucking honey and bad bitches all day long? How the fuck, what are you doing? If you happy living in there eating on some fucking squirrel food, man, you ain't on shit no way.
Do you want to pay for your diseases, or do you want to have nourishment and abundant health for free?
I don't understand. Are you saying if I go out there and live that lifestyle, I'll be healthy and free?
Absolutely.
Fuck that, man. I'd rather have bitches. You driving Ferraris out there in the woods, man. You got bitches out there. You got bread. You got the internet, man. You got fucking pool parties out there, man. I don't know what you doing. This is life. You got one shot. You only do this shit once, man. I'm not gonna waste my fucking time eating fruits and berries.
No complaints?
No. Let's see that one coming. All right, I guess yes, there's a downside. Yeah, there's definitely a downside to this, man.
Why don't you list a few? List a few of the top, maybe 5 of the top.
Let's look up one of the downsides to this. You know, sometimes you got to cut ties with
What happens if you don't make that money?
Shit, man, that shit for squares, man. I'm gonna make my money, man. You know,
What happens if you don't?
If I got to take your money, I'm gonna make my money, man. I'm not gonna be without. You'll be without for me.
All right.
Make my money.
That stage is set, then it's cutthroat to the tits. So somebody comes and they beat you to the punch and take yours.
You damn right. That's why I stay ready, man. Right. That's why I can't get caught lacking. I'm on top of it. I take out the next nigga before he take out me. It's only logical. You take out the competition when you see him around the corner.
It sounds like a very accented fear-based structure to me.
Fear-based. It sounds like you're fear-based. You run into the woods. You're scared of life. You're scared to face all these people, man. I ain't got no issue with it. I'm down with it, man. That's what life is, man.
If you can be dropped from a plane in the middle of the Amazon with nothing but you and your knickers and be just fine, then you tell me that same thing.
Well, I tell you what, the odds of me being dropped out that plane in Amazon is few, but the odds of me having a big crib, man, with a big ass swimming pool, man, that's what's really happening in real life, man. Ain't nobody getting dropped out the planes in the Amazon, man. I'm telling you. Oh, shit. You haven't talked me out of this. I still feel like, if I'm a bad guy, my shit's better. If that shit's coming out of my mouth.
Well, again, no complaints.
You be the bad guy. I bet you cannot. You be the bad guy.
You want me to sell you on the corporate life?
On the corporate sense.
I'm too unindoctrinated at this point. You're asking me to re-indoctrinate myself. That's a crazy request.
Right, man. You spend years extricating that shit, so you probably can identify it very well.
The only thing I can do is to go as far as what I said earlier, which is when you're in survival mode because it's all you know, you got to do what you got to do to survive. That being said, if you waste even a second not figuring out the solution to that, then you're doing that to yourself at that point. No excuses.
Let's say that first part again.
As I was saying earlier, the only thing I could do is advocate for when you don't know how to function and you haven't learned how to function without the corporate dependency, then you don't know. You're in survival mode. Right? So you're doing what you need to do to survive. Not that that's excusable, but that being said, if that's your starting point, then if you waste even 1 second not learning what you need to learn so that you're not in survival mode and dependent on that corporate bullshit way of life, you reap what you sow. That's your fault.
I'm just realizing, I hear people tell me all the time, but everybody is content with this corporate life. They are.
I'm not a part of everybody then, I guess.
Right.
Because I sure as hell wasn't. And I did everything that I could to get the hell out of it and learn what I needed to do to not be dependent on it as soon as I possibly could. And I'm still not 100%. I think that'll be a forever learning process because we have been indoctrinated since birth. And so there's still stuff to this day that I've only begun to uncover and rediscover.
Very good. That's good to hear, man. I feel like I'm so far behind. I am, for most people, I'm further ahead in a lot of ways. I'm further ahead because I've been studying. But when I'm calling studying what I'm doing now, I've been paying attention to that shit. And I've been aligning myself with the right people. Everybody I fuck with is is buying or has bought land. They got shit in the mountains and on the mountains and in the deserts, and everybody's getting land, and everybody has that mentality of van life, how to survive on your own shit, and hunting or whatever the fucking target practice. Everybody I fuck with is prepping in some way, not like they got together and thought it. So, but it's certainly lining up. Everybody I'm fucking with is turning out to have that mentality that you have to separate yourself. And I'm not saying, I'm far from saying that's a bad thing.
It's a somewhat of a step in the right direction. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But still, you know, the prepper, even the whole prepper mindset thing is also an interesting distraction a lot, I see. Because people are still not, see, when you learn how to be self-sufficient, you're pretty much prepared for everything.
I understand the difference. You prep. I mean, when I was saying prepper, I was including you. But I know your definition. Now you're talking about the cat who stocked 30 years worth of food, has a shelter, or his basement's full of shit. But as soon as I come in with my gun, I kill you and good. I got 30 years of food. So you're talking about the cat who needs to know. Like my man, he knows how to kill the animal, skin it, has the equipment to cut down trees and start a fire, and has the little to shoot sparks and shit, starts fire, all that bullshit. He got all the different hatches and shit need to cut the limbs off the trees. He is into it, bro.
And even further to that, like that's more bushcraft survival mode, but it's there's actually a glorious, and I'm not into materialism, but for lack of a better word, a luxurious lifestyle that can be had if you know what elements to work with nature, job houses and stuff like that.
Yes, you're right. You got some people, I don't know, but you got the luxury that I'm thinking. It looks like you're not secure. I don't know what I'm thinking here. I'm getting ahead of myself. You're not secure. I'm thinking even those luxuries can be taken. You make the greatest log cabin. You're off the grid. You buy a river, so you're using that for electricity. You're killing it. Solar panels. I mean, shit. You're feeding back to the system. You're getting so much electricity.
Yeah, that's if you're still again dependent on that.
Ooh.
You still. And I'm not against technology.
I don't know what you. Maybe I'm getting closer. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think it could be used for to reduce hardship. However, when we're dependent on it to the point where we forget how to function without it, we're fucked, and that's not intelligent. It's not wise at all, right? So we have to make sure. What about the log cabin shit? Did you have issue with that part of it? Well, I would never advocate for doing harm, so I wouldn't advocate for cutting down trees. But there's other.
Wait,
have you ever
cutting down tree is harm?
Absolutely. Have you ever heard of a cob house?
Yes, I've seen pictures of them.
Okay, so cob is just one example, and it's made out of sand, clay, and straw in different ratios. And these are magnificent structures that take time to make, but they're relatively simple. And when they're done right, they typically last between 500 and 1,000 years. They're earthquake-proof, they're fire-proof, and they're virtually free because you just source the resources from nature. And this is just one example.
All right. One, if you're right, and I think you're wrong, I think the trees are there to be cut down for us. If you're right, though, and I'm fucking up hurting trees, and I ain't even come to that realization yet, I got a bunch more lifetimes to live here, because, right now, that's the trees are here for. I'm high, so I forgot the second part of what you said. I can't hold the thought.
Yeah, when you get more in tune with nature and you let go of your indoctrination more, your instincts and your intuition start to come more alive, you'll feel it. That's just not correct.
All right, check this out. When you're complete, when you've got it, and you're doing well, and you got your comforts and shit, what does your day look like?
Pretty balanced and relaxed, and pretty health
Paint
focused.
the picture, not mentally. Paint a picture. I mean, I'm outside with a camera. What do I see? I'm in your home. What does your day look like? I get up, I stretch, and I put on my sandals that I wove myself. Give me blow by blow. What does your day look like?
So this is after I'm set up, right?
Yes, this is where you could be with this. When you say you can be pretty comfortable. That guy.
It's about 2 hours of health-based responsibility.
Oh, we got chickens and shit in the yard.
Well, I don't do animals like that. I don't do
Okay,
captivity.
all right, go
No,
ahead. All right, go ahead.
no. For me, all right. With no free range either. It's all open-ended and no gates, no borders.
Right.
And so about 2 to 3 hours of self health focus, such as meditation, yoga, whatever, exercise, blah blah blah. Probably about an hour and a half of tending to whatever needs to be in the food forest and the food garden, and the rest is just play. Whatever I want.
Meditation, the plants, and free time.
Right. To play, to go do what you want. Go for a walk, explore, discover, relax, chill, and listening to your body is kind of the and the inner part of the body, right? Like the deep parts, the core.
Good, very good. I would keep you away from my girl. She would love it. Here, you say this.
It's an interesting thing because it's freedom, but it's also the ultimate slavery. Because you're
freedom in it.
What you're doing is you're submitting to your actual nature.
Yeah.
Right. And so in that sense, it's freedom because there was a choice in the matter. You made that choice, you submit to that, and then the rewards that you get to reap are beyond words. After that.
But still submission, you're submitting to a thing. So
absolutely. There's no choice about that in life. We're submitting to something.
Yeah.
And you have to breathe to stay alive.
I think that energy, that life force is what you're submitting to. I think that energy is God. I think we all chase it.
You're more just in tune with it. You're connected with it.
Yeah. And I want it over and over.
Right. And you're conscious of it, and the peace that you live with that is quite profound.
The joy, and you get in a simple shit. It can occupy your entire day, right? Where I can do a thing and I think I'm enjoying every moment. Another person will be like, "Oh, I'm bored. This bullshit." Some complaint with the shit. It could be something banal, going into a gas station and doing this and blah blah and getting on the road. To them, it was the worst thing in the world, and to me, it was a fucking adventure. I spoke to everybody in the store, cracked jokes with the clerk. I might be talking about YouTube, her kid. Fucking see a advertisement or a gadget. I don't know. I enjoy every fucking minute of life. Even on the road, if it's a traffic jam. Motherfucker, I hate this shit. Bullshit. Are you shitting me? I'd be like, yes, give me fire up that half a blunt. It's great. That's from chasing that energy.
That's the best way to be, when you're in more of your default state, which is just joy because you're alive, not because of something, a superficial propping, which is what people do when they chase that high when they're low.
Superficial propping, that's what it is.
Yeah. So that's where people turn to, and the corporate world is right there ready for them for this, right? Vices. All these vices everywhere.
Yes.
Which get you addicted to a superficial dopamine rush or a superficial high that props you up from your low, and then because you're experiencing that, then you think that, well, this is what I need to have fun. This is what life is all about.
Yes. That will become their fucking drug, and it'd be hard to get them up out of that shit.
Yeah,
'Cause I
becomes
know
an
the addicts
addiction,
are.
right?
Yeah.
Right. At a very terrible consequence. And the biggest one is
Yes.
a distraction from what you were just talking about a moment ago, which, for lack of a better way of putting it, is just high naturally, high on life,
Yeah.
right? From a
Time.
default position, which is our default. Our default state is content and at peace. We lose that experience when we become distracted away from that default.
And I think also when the longer you're in that shit, that your biggest sin while you're doing that shit is time. You're wasting time. At least when you get out of it, assuming you do get out of it.
Absolutely, especially when it's a commodity that we know damn well. We have a very limited. Tomorrow might come. Even there is no such thing. It's an illusion. But whether you are here or not is a big question mark, right?
Yes.
So yes, wasting a second of it, that, for lack of a better term, is like, to me, it's spitting in the face of divinity when you do that.
It is, right? It's like, are you a guy? You got a couple thousand years I don't know about that you can just jag off and play with the government and corporations all this time?
Right. And fucking
watch NFL Sunday night football and get all intent about whether athlete getting $200 million or $250 million.
Right. And keep filling this vessel, this temple, with nothing but toxicity. Day in and day out, and then think that my escape, my recovery from that is another vice and more toxicity. Really, back to fighting fire with fire. There,
that drug habit, you chase something similar.
Yeah.
So
and it never ends because it keeps getting monotonous, right? You get bored of it, and so now you need something.
You gotta
bigger.
up it. Yeah, that's scary, Joe. And might be a reason why it's so hard for me to get these niggas out of their dissonance and shit like that. They are really invested in this shit. When I be thinking I can talk a nigga down just by giving them logic, and I be like, surely he understands that this is logical. No, they're invested. These niggas are addicts, 30-year addicts I'm trying to talk to. Like, I'm gonna talk a nigga down off of doing crack out there on the street. Who the fuck do I think I am?
It's my number one favorite quote. Is never forget to be humble.
Yeah.
Okay. Because without that humility, everything that you just described, the stage is set for an individual to never see what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
it takes that self-recognition, and it also takes the individual to recognize and make that choice. If they don't want to do that, there's nothing you can do other than remind them they're being a dummy and don't waste your time. That's about it.
Right.
Otherwise, you're the tyrant. That's wasting your time.
You gotta be careful, right? You can become the tyrant real easy doing that shit.
Right, and you end up being a hypocrite. So that you're telling the person, "Hey, listen, you gotta this, you gotta that," and while you're doing that to them, right?
Yeah. I'm a cop watcher. You make me feel bad. I had to be careful.
Well, it's true, but never get discouraged about your activism. I said it before, I'll say it again. You're exposing cockroach. You're exposing corruption. And in the midst of you doing that, if you can mitigate, even on a small scale, which I'm sure it's been much greater than a small scale, violence to be bestowed upon somebody, then you are far from doing something in vain, and I completely appreciate your efforts.
I got lucky, man. And check this out, that violence. I wanted to do something really violent. I wanted to resort to that when I got off probation or some shit like that. To the nigga, to the dude who got me in trouble. And I asked a bunch of bad guys because I wanted that bad advice. I wanted them to say, get them. And all of them told me, no, man, let it go, leave them alone, let it go, and all of that shit. And since then, I've been doing pretty good. I ain't went back to violent shit.
Violence begets violence. That's back to the fighting fire with fire. It doesn't work. Now, that's not to be confused, though, with, and people get me wrong on this a lot. When violence is coming and knocking at your door, you have an obligation, and a responsible obligation, to respond for your own self-defense. If that means you have to kill said violence, that's what that means. That's not being violent, that's a response to violence. There's a totally different thing there. Aggressive violence is what you never want to do.
Right.
There's
Right.
no
I understand
justification
that.
for that. Yeah.
It's best when you say and everybody else say, don't harm nobody else, harm no other.
As an aggressor. As
Right,
an
right.
aggressor, right? If you have to cause some harm in self-defense, so be it. You're responding to that for your life.
Right. All right, so I be thinking, man, that we're a long way off, bro. Oh my God. And this, you probably accepted this, but apparently this isn't for the masses. We don't get to bring them with us. It won't happen. We ain't gonna be able to drag niggas along.
And you're close. Let me guide that a little bit. It's not for the corporate masses that want to stay stuck in the corporate way. It's for anybody and any amount of massive individual who recognizes that and wants to take responsibility for that. And I reckon that I have lived amongst massive amounts of people that you won't get exposed to in the corporate life that understand this perfectly.
Yeah.
Right? So, but it's not about your life itself. You're part of a garden. We're all part of a garden, but you're an individual.
Right.
Living in
like
an
that.
individual shell. So your individual part of your life is your responsibility.
Very good.
Whether Mary eats over there or not is not your actual responsibility in life.
Right.
It's not by nature, right?
Yeah.
And if everybody focused on their own responsibility, I know there's pie in the sky,
Yeah.
then the problems wouldn't be there. Another thing is if everybody focused on having a position of self-defense only, there would never be any offense to defend ourselves from.
Right. With the again, pie in the sky.
Pie in the sky, but that doesn't mean that just because it's pie in the sky that we neglect that we can still do that. It's wise to do that without any excuses. Just
You
because
almost have to, even if you assume you're gonna fall short and all those things, you still almost
Right.
have to.
Well, just because the neighbor is still going to choose to be an idiot, if my neighbor wants to poison himself day in and day out, that doesn't mean I have to have a negative impact on my life because of that. I still have my own choice and my responsibility.
Right. And I don't need to put a negative impact on my life by investing so hard in him.
Right.
Or somebody, so investing so hard in him that when he doesn't, I don't see the changes I expect. I get angry. A lot of people are like that. I told you, why didn't you just do this? You could have been applying for that job. Yeah, and they get mad. I can't. Now I'm hurting myself. I can't do that shit.
Never cease from walking the path of truth and reality, even if it means walking alone.
It always means walking alone.
There's a reason why it's called the self. Called the self for a reason.
Good, right.
But you can enjoy the company of other selves, and that's fun.
Yes, that's right. And this is where that racism shit is dumb, because at this point, if you grow adult like that, you want the other self to be different. You don't want the guy that lives in the same type of house, live the same life, do the same shit. You want a guy that chose to do art with his shit. With his time. You want the guy that that fucking fucks with the horses or something. And you may even think, or I may even think, man, that's kind of shitty. That you put bondage on that horse and ride him around and shit like that. But I can still admire that motherfucker. He chose a self-way his path.
I'm totally with you with diversity. Diversity is healthy and is a part of nature, and that's why I reckon as well that this whole idea of culture and culturalization is a hindrance to diversity.
Totally, huh?
And it's a hindrance to our natural progression. It's not a natural
Okay,
progression.
all right. Culture is a hindrance. And I can see your first argument. It promotes that mob mentality bullshit. That's the
Right? If it's diversity that we want to embrace, then we need to get rid of the fucking things that hinder the diversity. First thing that's got to go is borders. First thing, right? Let everybody commingle and procreate with each other freely. And we'll have more diversity in a natural level the way that we should. And perhaps it's that hindrance that has also set the stage for these disease-based mindsets such as elitism and racism.
I'm sorry.
Because
hold
we
on,
start.
Hold on. Guru, hold on. I don't want
Sure. Take
to not give you the fucking words. There was some niggas running around like they was about to fight and shit. Now they all grouped together and walk across the street. But I was so focused on it, so I pretty much couldn't hear you.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Can you, ain't no chance, but back up some or something?
Yeah. So we're talking about the hindrance of diversity and how culture does that. So the first thing, if it's diversity that we love and we want to embrace that, and I reckon we do. It's can you imagine if we all look like robotically the same? It would be boring as shit.
So culture was inherently a negative.
Yeah, because what culture does is it stagnatizes the diversity. It stagnatizes the natural progression. So the first thing that's got to go, right? The first thing that's got to go is borders. You got to get rid of that. We should all be commingling with each other.
Yes, we got to get rid of the borders. We got to appreciate every piece of individual thing a nigga come up with.
And I reckon and put forth that the very act of stagnatizing that is what sets the stage for the disease-based mindset of elitism and racism. Because now we've got to preserve this culture, right? No, we can't have a black man commingle with a white man. No, that's not right. We got to preserve our white culture.
Yeah,
right.
And in fact, I can remember, and I still think it's a big fear. Years ago, I read a stat that said by 2052, they estimate that whites will no longer be the majority in the U.S. And the more motherfuckers get in here, man, the more white motherfuckers act out. If you bring up that border shit or whatever, or any threat, anything, man, it seems like white men now are really sensitive. It's like they feel the heat, bro.
Insecure to the fucking yin yang, right? No, we can't. We don't want them immigrants coming over here and commingling with our ladies and no. They're gonna take our jobs and all this.
They pretty much ain't even afraid to say it out in the open. I'll be thinking, oh, that sounds horrible, but motherfuckers be like, yeah. Like, fuck, man. They got laws where if a motherfucker coming in the desert and you go give them something to drink, you go to jail. What the fuck? What kind of evil shit? Enough I gonna tell you. You breaking the law. What you expect? Dude, I'll go to hell if I don't give him a drink. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right. Here's the way to sum it up, Joe. Culture breeds division, and division breeds violence. It's that simple.
All right. I get to culture breeds division.
Division breeds violence. It sets the stage for superficial grounds to be violent.
So I could kill culture and have an effect on violence if that's what I want to
do. Absolutely. Just as a spin-off effect. Absolutely.
Right.
Because you're getting rid of the superficial outlook that needs for the violence to take place.
I'm too high, nothing came to me. I was trying to figure out how do you kill culture, and normally I'm a smart dude. I'd have had 8 different things pop up. Nothing came up. How do I kill culture? Nothing.
You have to focus on yourself. You have to de-indoctrinate yourself.
I knew that, but you know what? Maybe I was afraid to face it because the first idea came with you'd have to change how you dress, and I cut my thinking off there. I do believe. You have to change yourself to reflect that shit some way.
Nude Guru
totally reflect culture.
Right? Nude Guru is play on words of many kind. Right?
Right. You've been there, thought about that one.
The actual play on words there is nude, meaning naked or absence of. Guru, anybody who really calls himself guru in a sense of propping themselves up, has an ego problem. So it represents the idea of ego. So naked or absence of ego is the play on words. Of course, it's a little bit of a bait thing for trolls and whatnot, and they fall for all the time.
The leaves and this and that.
Right, and his cat calling him guru and blah blah blah. So it's a reflection to them, right? They show their colors before I even engage with them.
Always. Oh, I'm about to say, I'm seeing you in there. I was about to say, you know who's good at seeing that type of shit? That nigga Paul Unstein. He's good at seeing the motherfuckers' insecurities.
Yeah, he's interesting. He is pretty good at that. That being said, he's still got a ways to go to unslave himself. He's still a little bit. He still believes in rights and a little bit of the corporatism, the Constitution and stuff.
I got you. Very good, very good. My first thought was the anger shit. If you're still letting shit get under your skin, you're probably not progressed enough. And he's angry way too often to be a smart cat. But what you saw, that law shit, interests me more, right? Because you and Dennis and a lot of people say that you have to separate from that shit.
Yeah, that's part of de-indoctrinating yourself. All of that was learned right in the corporate school.
Right, and he is schooling himself in it and advising. He disagreed with advising others to do it. But through your biggest example is people seeing what you do.
He's about 3/4 advocating for not to do that, but there's still a bit of him that is kind of still stuck in there. He hasn't
tell it in his language. You could tell it in his language.
Yeah, he hasn't.
Corporate.
Right, he hasn't come out of it. The first and foremost thing that you always hear, and it was one of the last things for me to let go of too, was this whole rights thing. Realizing that rights is another bait scam.
Wait, is it? I don't understand that. I know Paul. At least I don't think he knows the difference between natural rights and constitutional rights. Shit.
Yeah, he does, and I understand what people are trying to say when they're talking about rights in that respect, and he's certainly trying to get at it from that point. But this is where it's important to really go deep into the semantics, because the whole idea behind rights is another corporate bait scam. So it doesn't matter, you can change the semantics of the word, sure, and whatnot, but it's not going to get you very far in the corporate world. And people are going to identify with rights as being something that you're given, they say inalienable, but if that was the case, if they were inalienable, they wouldn't be writable, they wouldn't be changeable, they certainly wouldn't be amendable, and they wouldn't vary from nation to nation.
And you wouldn't need a document to protect them because they'd be universal.
Absolutely. So, and they would need to be stated.
So what do you conclude from that? There are no rights, or there are no inalienable rights?
A very good question. Okay, so they're not inalienable. Rights are a corporate term that's synonymous with permission and privilege. Now, what you have by default, which is what people are trying to get to, is abilities and responsibilities. This is our freedom. And your freedom is limited to exactly that. And it does vary from person to person.
Responsibilities.
Right.
So I'm sure that some of the things I'm calling rights, you are calling abilities and responsibilities.
Right. When you are hungry, you don't need a right to eat. You have an obligation to eat.
Very good.
You have an obligation to breathe. You don't have a right to breathe. You have a responsibility to breathe and an ability to breathe. And if you don't do that, you're going to die, no matter what some constitution says.
Is a red herring of sorts.
Exactly. It's another bait scam, a distraction, a corporate distraction to get people to focus on without seeing it, a permission-based corporate lifestyle.
Oh,
Because now you've given it over to them again. You have rights. Why? Because it was written in a constitution,
as
not by
long as you use
default.
that word, they're gonna keep. It gives the inherent ability to play with them and to take them from you
Exactly.
because you use a fucking word.
Because you're caught up in it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what it's all about. So semantics is what rules the world.
All right. So instead of me saying, "Hey, man, I got a right to be here," what's better?
You got a responsibility. You have an ability.
Oh, right. I have a responsibility to be here.
Right. Most of the time, you just change the word, interchange
Guru,
those two words, and you'll be right on the right track.
You're gonna help me remember that I'm high. I'm gonna be like, remember what we were saying? This is what I'm talking about. Rights, responsibilities. This will come back to me. When my mind comes back and I'm not high anymore, and I'll try to remember it because this is good information. You change also. You change. That's how you change yourself, right? Little thing like changing a word, it will change your mindset. It becomes way more beneficial than you thought it could ever be.
Absolutely. And for me, it's about just, the language itself already is an indoctrination. We're using a corporate language, but at the very least, what I want to do is always be as close to just the straight raw truth as I can possibly get. And that's the closest I can find semantically as to in the reality sense of what we have by default. We don't have a right to eat because somebody said so. It doesn't matter if it's in a constitution or a piece of paper because somebody gave us permission. I have an obligation by default, a responsibility to eat, whether somebody likes it or not or says so or not. And if I don't do that, I have a consequence to face. And it has nothing to do with what any other man says or not.
All right, I'm replacing words as we speak and as you talk, and I'm thinking I have an obligation to be out here watching over these people in the streets or duties. Sometimes I call it a duty. That'll be one of my obligations. Not I have a right to do this shit. No, I have an obligation to be out here doing this. I gotta look out for these cats. And this is what it comes down to.
How about use the word responsibility in there? How does that work?
I have a responsibility. It works better. It works better, right? I have responsibility to these people. It works better.
And I would concur.
And the way I justify this shit with me fucking around in the system and using that language and shit, which irks me to no end, I see the hypocrisy in it, is that whether I want to play this game or not, they are hurting the masses. And the biggest way they're hurting is just keeping them ignorant. And that's just the first of billions that I could think of. But keeping them ignorant, at least give them show them the clear water, so they will have the ability to drink for themselves. At least know the water exists. They don't see any clear water. They're gonna keep drinking that pea soup bullshit. So I think that's how I justify it. I'm running around there, cop watching and looking out for these people. I'm stopping them from being hurt and perhaps helping them in the process.
You're certainly doing some good. The biggest one, like I said, is you're helping to mitigate within your means some violence, which I would always advocate for that. Now, that being said,
very good.
That being said, it should not be at the expense of your own essence. That's important.
Yes.
And number two, it should not be at the expense of forgetting about the root cause that needs to be focused on, because you are still, in a sense, focusing on with what's in your means on the external, which is kind of putting out fires. But that both are important as long as the root again is not neglected, not understood. As long as it's understood and focused on, that's really important. Right.
I think I think I'm okay there because the root in my terminology is God. And if I had to define this shit for you, it would be things like mercy, forgiving someone hurts me, my ability, my a measure of being a man would be how much I can take before I feel like I have to hurt back, even if it's in a not physical way, and more importantly, if it's in a not physical way. Like I don't nigga dox me, I don't have to hit him and dox him the same fucking.
Yeah, I'm with you. For me, there's a word that we just talked about that can holistically sum up the root. It starts with an R. Responsibility. But more specifically, though, the focus of responsibility, and there's two directions you can go. You can delegate it away, which is the corporate way of life, or you can learn to be self-responsible, which is actually where the true semantical ideology of government comes in. The root word of govern is control. And so what you want to do, you have two options in life. You can have self-control and self-govern. And if you don't do that, by default, you're going to be left with delegating that away to government, which is meant is Latinus for mind control. That's what you have left with government.
Dope. And that is what they do. They try to control you.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you don't have a sense of responsibility. When you lose your sense of responsibility, it gets delegated away. Somebody's going to take over that. You're leaving yourself vulnerable.
Not only that, you'll be willing to promise your kids indebted to these motherfuckers.
Definitely.
If it'll
Yeah,
keep
you're
you from doing your responsibility.
Your first level and your first line of indoctrination is your family.
Mm-hmm. Of
That's
course,
your
right?
first
I
and
still
foremost.
fight them the hardest right now. This cop watching shit, period, was so unpopular. The idea of it, I had like hardcore gang chiefs and shit telling me how bad of an idea it was. They don't understand. Leave those folks alone. I had family members, listen, man, think about your mom. Shit like that. That was the hardest thing to fucking surmount. It helps when you become as well known as I am, and all the traveling shit. It makes me think you're still the same people. You're just blinded by something else. You're still the same cats, though, man.
Right.
I can't. I remember buying my brother a Bible one time. Thinking if I can't, and I was unsuccessful. I was trying to teach him to be a better guy. It was after I had my little experience, and I thought I can't do it, man. If I can't change him, what chance do I have with strangers? I remember having that thought.
Depends on the stranger.
I would agree, right? And I was thinking wrong anyway, because my brother's no different than the stranger. I'm confused because we came out of the same womb and we grew up together. But surely there's no difference between him and that cat just standing across the street and just disappeared.
Right. It just means you yourself had more waking up to do.
Yes. And because I think I'm a bright guy, I'm going to get those hard tests like that. I'm going to get the tough shit. It sucks. But if I designed this world, and I think I did, I'd have gave myself and my friends tough tests because it sucks, but I'm that type of person. Because you learn more in a lesson like that. And, it's brutal because me and my brother had a contentious relationship for years, pretty much until he had that brain cancer. And then he had a stroke after that, many seizures, shit. But shit was contentious, and I learned a lot from it. But my old man, contentious, learned a lot from it, but not worth it. And we didn't get close till he had a stroke, and I was the one who said, "I'll take care of you." Poppy started crying. That nigga didn't even like me, man. We fished, but that was it. We had to be quiet sometime on the way fishing because we argued so much, and both of us wanted to fish so bad that we keep quiet the entire time to fish. And I go down the bank, and he'd be over here. We had a really contentious relationship. He had a stroke as well, and I went and saw him every day. I went to some what do you call it, places, whatever I can't think of. We put old folks, whatever those things are called. toured some and shit, and I put him in one of those nursing homes. What it was. He was paralyzed, not paralyzed. He's had a stroke, so he can't move his legs. Well, he's moving, but it's weird. He can't walk or stand or anything like that. And I was been with him the whole time. I was at the nursing house. Then COVID struck. I was going up there to see him all the time. You know, bringing him and his roommates, fucking chicken. And every weekend we watched the Saturday games. We watched the college shit. COVID hit. Can't go see him anymore. Bringing them food. They stopped us from doing that. And then they diagnosed him and the other guys with COVID one by one. And one dropped about 5 days later. The next one dropped. Then they diagnosed my old man. And I was just getting out of that drug shit. I don't know. I still don't know how to deal with government shit and paying bills and getting licensed. All this shit. It was the first time. I've been hustling my entire life. And I was overwhelmed with the paperwork. I literally cried. And my mom, I talked to my mom and she talked to the rest of his family. And they got him an appointment at the VA in Arkansas. And I flew him out there and he lived out there. And me and him were tight after that. We had, it was everything changed. When he was still in the nursing home, when we were in the flying, coming out of one of those hospitals before I took him to the airport, it changed. Waiting in that room, something changed, man. In our relationship that, I want to get sentimental because he just died. And we killed his fucking. So I would be balling like a broad. I don't want to get sentimental because I just buried him like last month. But I wish I had that time back. I wish that at the end time, we had that relationship the whole time.
I understand. But it is what it is. You know that. And you got to think real deep on what I'm about to say here. Never get attached to anything in the universe that's full of everything temporary. That includes the idea that you just said right now.
Yes.
So it's about you're in a state of perpetual fluidity. And it's about accepting that and being in the flow of that.
I know better. I know better, but I get caught up.
Of course.
I know better. In fact, I find consolation in that, my belief. I shouldn't say belief. I believe it's knowledge that he ain't went nowhere. He's better able to help me there. He's freer. He's at the energy state that I'm dying to get to and all of those things.
And nonetheless, we have the emotions and feelings because we have heart and we have compassion. And when we become humble with reality checks like that, then it's like, oh shit, so I can't just slap divinity in the face and get away with it. There actually is a consequence, stuff like that. And yeah, it's about remembering that and staying awake and conscious of that so that you can have the what was meant for you to happen in the state that you're in right now actually come to fruition, right?
One of my buddies said many years ago that me and him was I think he said go to church or something like that. And like, why? He's like, so we stop getting high, go to church. I'm like, well, one got to do it the other. He said, well, we can learn about God. What they got to do anything? He's like, that's why we get high, right? To get close to God. And I think you just worded it in the same way that he was saying. And I didn't agree with him back then, but I think I was wrong. I think that we do it to get to this perpetual state in some ways, at least. 10 wine blacks, man. What's going on? Been out of town, man. I travel a lot. That's my man. I get my cigars from.
That's correct, what you were just saying there. And it's the reason why people will do vices is because it brings them closer to that default state. When you smoke weed, it numbs your mind.
Right. Yes.
Right. And so when your mind is numb, what you end up experiencing is closer to the contentment by default. Unfortunately, it's a synthetic methodology and it's so there's a consequence that goes along with that, and you're also not sober experiencing that natural default
Right,
state.
right. Because I think you can and should do both. All right, thanks, man.
Yeah, it's kind of one or the other, but you get close to that feeling, because that feeling again is what you experience when your mind isn't all like do, and you're in the ego and it's a chatter and this and that. That's why
I mean, I think
meditation is
even
very.
if you're on that, you're at that evolved state, you're living the way you want, you're in that home. I forgot what you called it, the little hut home thingy that they make out by hand. If you want to do a fucking mushroom while you're out there in your garden one day, I think go for it.
I would agree. I'd agree. For the learning that goes along with it. That being said,
Don't abuse anything, that or anything.
Don't abuse anything, and it better not be done prematurely, because it is a synthetic. If the envelope is forced and pushed before somebody is ready, that's a very
I can
unhealthy
imagine
thing.
it could be scary. Fucking.
Yeah, it can be detrimental, and but I mean a little bit just to understand that there is something, and then it can also be used as like, well, how do I get there and all the potential that's there without having to do something synthetic, because that's really what it's all.
Yes, right. In that sense, the synthetic may help because it'll certainly remind you of where you're going.
It can open your eyes.
Yeah, it will.
Right.
Assuming you had that first little bit of knowledge, where I think it's important that you have to be a good guy. Bad guys, I can remember I used to do these things with motherfuckers in meditation, and with some people, whenever we did that, I could tell who was going to react bad. And I tell them, listen, you can't have bad thoughts. You think negative or something like that, and I think it's equivalent to, I've never had a bad trip, but I've heard about them. I think that's what it is, because in the meditation, these guys act fucking weird. Whatever the fuck I was about.
Yeah, if somebody is not in the right stage and they do a superficial thing like that, it'll fuck them up. There's no doubt about that. And when you're
a window or something weird,
right, and when you're deep into that default, even when you're sober, it becomes very clear why that happens. It's obvious. So that's why I only recommend the synthetic eye opener to people who really have a good grip on already who they are and are more content. I would not recommend that to youth by no means. You should have your anatomy developed and your mind developed and in a calm state, and probably, especially for your first time, with a guide, right? Somebody that's trustworthy, right? Absolutely.
I can see us going to jail. Barrel. Right, yeah, you got motherfuckers in the drug use. No, I wasn't saying that. But yeah, fucking guy, man.
I'd be proving that speaking in tongues is a legitimate thing. That's for sure.
I have no fucking idea about that. I don't believe that shit. So I hope you're being sarcastic or something else.
Kind of, but kind of not.
Do people really do that? Because all I did was see it. I had to Google it because I've never seen it. I've heard people. Wait.
Yeah,
around my crib, they do.
I experienced it myself. I experienced it myself a couple of times, but it has nothing to do with the religious stuff that people are thinking. It's literally just kind of a deep meditative.
It is the same thing, right? It's us misinterpreting the same energy.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. God, Yahweh.
It's like anything else. It's just the corporate version of the truth.
Right, just like a corporate version. I like
that's
that.
The way I see it.
Take away from tonight that I don't focus on the corporate so much. So there's
right.
The same thing exists.
You can go and learn this religious indoctrinated way of like you go on your hands and knees and put your hands together and practice the art of begging and confirming to yourself that you're in a lack state, and without not even realizing that you're resonating to that lack and actually calling forth to you the resonation and frequency of that lack. Or you can realize that abundance is all around you, and that's really what it's saying. And you don't pray for nothing. You simply dial into the frequency of existence and be conscious of that.
I rarely pray for a thing. And I don't think I've ever prayed for something for myself. You know, like I know I pray when someone dies. I always say, dear Father, if it be your will in Jesus' name, I ask you to comfort the family and you know, make this transition as smooth as possible and that type of shit. But I don't think I've ever prayed for I want this, I need that. That's not even a thing, bro. I would not deign to do such a thing. You know, I do believe in vibing it up. I'll think about it. I'll focus on it. I'll make the steps after I, you know, like for instance, if it's this fucking channel, you know, I'll hibernate. I'll disappear for a while, and you know, I'll be putting the ideas and shit together. Then I'll generate a thing, and then I'll be trying to make steps toward it. And I don't even understand the guy who's complaining. I don't understand that dude. You know, you're tired of this. I get sick of that. You get one or two of those with me, but after that, motherfucker, do. You know, what steps are you taking? You ain't got to be successful. If you telling me you're taking steps in that direction, you get no more smoke from me. But I can't hear a nigga complain no more. I don't have that ability anymore. You get one that's once or twice, I'll be telling my girl, hey, well, what are you doing then about it then? Did you do this? What'd you come up with? Because this is like the third time you complain about the same shit.
Right. Let me show you another example of how the subtlety of semantics can make all the difference to the world. It correlates to the praying thing that we were talking about. So I'm sure you've heard of law of attraction.
Yeah.
Okay. This is where one of those things where it's like so close, but it only counts in horseshoes so far. Law of attraction is actually the opposite of how what they're trying to present works. There's no attraction whatsoever. It's another one of those semantic words. If you change the word attraction to resonation, you got it.
Yeah, I think that'd be more accurate, right?
Yeah.
That makes you more of a creator than just
that's another word.
Victim.
Not even create is another word that shouldn't even exist in our vocab, because there's no such thing. There's only transferring of energy.
I would agree with
right? So you and I at best, we're not even co-creators. That's a lie.
That's where we create. That's where we become artists. In the transfer
artists, yes. But what we are doing is we are in the flow of the energy, and at best we're assembling, but we're not creating anything.
Yes, agree. We're still not creating, but I'm taking shit that exists, paints and shit that still exists.
Right.
But I'm painting my mosaic. I am painting my, you know, by the strings, you know, in that frequency. As you know, we're all going down that path. My chose, the ones I chose, will be different from you. And that's what makes us individual. That's unique. All the cultural shit we talked about. We got to appreciate a motherfucker that chooses this harmonic at that moment.
But it's important to understand. So that little subtlety there helps you to better understand how to work with the reality as it's here in the present. When you see yourself as an assembler with nature, working with the elements with nature, we're not distracted in the idea of the ego, which wants to. The word
all
create.
Become possible. Yeah.
Right. The word create wants to attach itself to another word,
Ego.
which is
God or something.
the root of that, which is the idea of ownership and mine.
Yeah. Right.
None of this is mine. None of it. It's all just here.
Even it's more ego. It ain't just I own it. I made it. I
made it
from
right.
nothingness.
Me.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And the reality is, no, you didn't. You had a hand in assembling it, but even though you assemble it, it's still not yours.
Yeah.
It's mine
Yeah.
to look at too. It's mine to enjoy too.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
this is what they don't want people to think about,
I
because
think all it is, this is where I'm envisioning it as we're speaking.
Hmm?
Okay, if you can picture, say, a band this wide and a huge spectrum. There's a band like this, and this is the shit that we can choose from. Other people, these may be negative energies and shit that other people are willing to fuck with, but me and you have truth seekers, and we are only willing to deal within this band. And there are
Right.
some of us floating around, and I'm envisioning it with like an energy wave in the background flowing, and strands, an infinite number of strands flowing along with the energy. And what we're doing is we're grabbing those strands. That is me cop watching for a moment, me doing whatever I am within truth, within the realm of truth for that moment as I go on to my way. And what you're talking about is people who grab onto those bands and pull them to themselves and try to hold them and say they are mine. They are in my
Absolutely.
mind. They are a continuous band of energy that you are just accessing for the moment. You cannot control it. You can only hold it
Absolutely.
temporarily.
Absolutely. And the moment you try and latch on and hoard it and attach to that, the second you do that, you now sacrifice all the other
Oh
possibilities
yeah,
for
yes.
that
You can,
one tiny grain of sand,
yes,
which is
and you
nothing.
can barely move around. The more you try to hold on to, the less you can move around now. You're stuck
Exactly.
there.
Exactly. For as long as it takes for you to recognize that, get over the insecurity of the
Yes, and let it
attachment, let it
go. You
go.
know, it was
Right.
temporary. I was telling a guy that's my philosophy in life now. I say yes to absolutely everything. Let's go here, let's do this, let's do that. I say yes to every fucking thing. And I think that it's made my mentality to where I'm willing to go to the next adventure and let go of this thing. You know, if it's gonna probably come back in some way, form, or fashion, stop holding on to shit. Let go. Grab something else. Grab something else. Grab many things. And that's the way I've been thinking lately.
Yeah, that's it. It's in the flow of nature is fluid, right? It's a flow
Yes, and I got
is
to
the
be
key
fluid
word.
with it. Right. I'm
Yeah.
fortunate. My kid is grown. YouTube enables me to fucking travel around and shit. I got a lot of good people who I met through the fucking internet. It's like everything lined up to aid and assist my helpless ass.
Right. It's
God knows this is where I believe in God. I don't know if you believe in this. I believe there are people who place those strings in front of you, active forces. I believe that ancient people call them demons and angels or whatever, but I believe there's an active intelligence that looks out for the good guy. They look over everybody, but certainly help me along. And my entire life has been like that, man. There's been something to guide me somewhere. I have all these plans, none of them ever work out. But I'm babied and pushed. The first time I have to go somewhere to a new place, and I'm intimidated as a young nigga riding the L for one of the first times, a friend will pop up. And I'm going to the same place you going. And that pattern has been repeated my entire life. And I never see it coming. Someone else or something else puts it in front of me and I follow it. And other people guide me in some weird chance of coincidence that I'm too smart to believe is feasible.
It's almost like nature has an ingrained built-in wisdomatic code that's just a little bit smarter than we are.
Yes, I always tell my girl, and she'll tell you every day she hears this shit at least once a day, probably several. God is smarter than we are. Like we'll be going somewhere to do something. I don't feel like getting those squares. We got to ride because we're in the desert. We got to ride, God knows, 20 miles or something. And on the way back, we see the greatest sunshine, or there'll be a rain with lightning over there, something that was incredible. And I would say, God is smarter than we are. And just lay back and just follow what he got, and you'll be fine. Not only that, enjoy the ride. I don't give a fuck,
Enjoy the
bro.
ride.
If it's 3 o'clock in the morning, the road is pitch black, and motherfuckers is spinning, so it's in front of me spinning on the ice. I'm gonna do my best to be cautious and shit, but I'm not gonna be afraid. I'm gonna enjoy every moment. I say at those extremes and let you know that if I'm crossing a bridge, I am enjoying that shit endlessly. Even if there's danger, I'm learning to embrace that. If there's drama in a room, if two friends are beating up each other and there's something to be hurt, I can see because I'm smarter now and I've been around YouTube. I can see down the road what's going to develop is going to be really ugly. It used to bring me anxiety. Now I can ride through it with peace. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Be able to put your dips and dabs in there, Joe, but that ain't even your shit. And it gives me comfort. I can lay back now.
Right. True confidence, right? Not superficial confidence. I have a quote for that too. You know, fuck that. Fuck the whole be safe, cops-plaining rhetoric that people say all the time. Fuck that shit. Be free.
All right.
Be
Somebody
fucking
said
free.
yesterday, freedom is scary. So I said that yesterday. I gotta remember that. Freedom is scary.
Freedom
It
is
sucks,
scary.
but-
I would say that anything but freedom is scary to me.
Right the fuck on, right? That's for sheep. Freedom is scary.
Freedom is somebody who's scared of freedom is they've really got their head backwards. You know?
You haven't
Yeah,
seen,
totally.
right? Once you see it, you chase it like an addict. And I think I'm over. That's why I'm in here yelling at cops and shit, because I have an addict mentality. I chase things way too hard. And that is something. That's why I see a guy who makes a phone call when someone gets arrested. I like, he's a patriot. I'm in my head. I'm over the top. I can't even show y'all how I feel about that act.
And that brings it to the next point in the matter with what it's all about there. And I think by the sounds of it, you're really doing well with working on that aspect of things. It's about balance.
Yeah.
And balance isn't true balance is not walking a tightrope with a beam. Balance is more like it's more like riding calm waters and then tidal waves alike and not getting swept up either way. Right?
Yes. You know, Jesus, that analogy where it was a storm and he was at the bottom of the boat asleep. They went down, woke him up. He came out and he was like, shit, man, if I can't have confidence in y'all, don't y'all know shit gonna be okay. If I can't have confidence in y'all, who can I have confidence in? It's the same shit with the riding the storm shit that you're talking about. Balance gives you the comfort to ride that storm. You know, oh my God, we're gonna die. Joe, wake up. Like, you know, hey man, what's going on? Did you take down the mast? Did you do what you got to do? Batten down the hatches? Okay, well, relax, baby. What's gonna happen? Gonna happen.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's part of it too. What we're mentioning a bit ago is it's really what it's all about. It's the opposite of insecurity, which is confidence.
Yeah,
right?
true
And people get
confidence,
that wrong.
authentic confidence.
They'll think the opposite of insecurity is security. No, the opposite of insecurity is confidence. There's no such thing as complete security because
There's no
we're
such
here in a
thing as
temporary
security,
state.
right? Surely security is a myth, man.
It's the idea to even want that, which is an egotistical pursuit that is a distraction
Scary. It
away from
scares me.
confidence.
It scares me for you when you desire that.
Right.
You know, I want security. Oh, you're going down the wrong path. You know, red flags. Bing, 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 bing. Careful. You know?
And now it makes sense why somebody might say freedom is scary because they're not looking at it from that confident perspective, right? They're insecure.
Yes. It was meant for the sheep. It was a comedian who said it. he was jabbing them. Ain't nothing like the truth.
I surprisingly hear it more often than I thought. You know, when I first decided to pursue the project I'm doing, I thought, well, I don't like labels, but for lack of a better one, I'm just going to call it freedomist, because if anybody has a problem with freedom, they can go fuck themselves. You know, that was my mentality. And I figured I would still get, idiocracy, corporate minds that are still going to challenge the idea of it. And I did and whatnot. But the level of it, Joe, the level of that people are fucking, you would think freedom is like the ultimate sin or something.
Right. When you would think I'm offering freedom, they will rush in.
Right?
Yeah,
especially
they're rushing in to tear you apart.
Especially when even in the nations that have the most level of indoctrination, which I would say America would be right up there, if not number one,
they did it for us. Freedom.
It's
You
based
think
on
they did
it,
it for us?
right? It's based on the foundation of it's supposed to be. This is we're a freedom nation and blah blah blah.
Well, they didn't do their job indoctrinating these niggas enough, man.
Right. And then you go and you want to have a conversation about freedom. And they're like, no. We need cops. We need, we need our corporate way of life. Look, taxes are important, you know? Okay.
Oh, you zoomed out. You lost connection.
Oh, shit. Am I
Yeah,
back?
you're back. You're back. I thought my camera. I'm like, hey, is my camera working?
I said, so, you know, and it's weird because you only want to, you try to have a conversation about freedom with somebody of this mindset. And once you get into it, their response is everything to advocate for slavery, such as, no, we need to have cops. No, we need to, taxes are important.
Yeah, I bet you feel like you're in a foreign land when you start hearing that shit.
Yeah, foreign universe. Really, I'm like, I am not of the same species at the very least.
Right, surely. Who is this? What, they create people like this? It's a thing.
Right? Yeah. It was difficult because I never even believed in any of that, even when I was caught up in it and had to work my way out of it. It took me a while to actually have deep conversations with indoctrinated people to that degree where I can actually understand where they're coming from the truly indoctrinated perspective. It took a while.
I had,
You know,
I'll tell you how long it took me, about 6-7 months. I only had one job. That's how long it lasted. I could not, all of the people liked me, but the leadership did not like me. The same thing with me. I joined and worked with every community organization in here. And I've had, you know, what around here would certainly be called success. I've been in every newspaper, big, small. I've written for every newspaper. They've talked about me and a million other fucking things around here, to the point where I always ended up, this sucks, but I always ended up seeing a better way than the boss. And it would come out and I would get, you know, like,
then they'd
some
feel
people,
inferior.
they
right?
feel inferior. Some people would bring me in and say, now, Joe, don't take over. And, you know, in that midway or very beginning, I'll be like, I see so many flaws. And, you know, I tried a couple of those things. You know, letting other people do their thing just sucks, especially when you see a clearer way.
Right. When it's so obvious. Oh, yeah, man. I can totally relate to that. But that's all. See, all these things disappear when you leave the corporate ideology and you work instead in favor of cooperation, because then all the incentive to compete goes away, because the benefit everybody reaps together, your asset or your gift, maybe you're tall, right, becomes my benefit too.
Yes.
Right, as opposed to in the corporate world, you're taller than me, so you get the job and I don't.
Right. Now, cooperation is that you're not my competition.
Right.
I'm going to encourage cooperation because it's going to benefit me. The more I kick in, the more it's going to benefit me.
Right. And it's going to benefit whatever team you're on.
That's how it benefits me. The more I use my gift, the more I get benefits from other people. So I'm going to want to kick the fuck in it. It aids me. You know, Joe be killing it. Did you see Joe's garden this year? Or did you see what Joe did for us when he went out there and spoke to those guys? Whatever the fuck it is.
Okay, now if I'm combining that in an arena such as out in the boonies in nature, and we don't function with a superficial injection of middle things such as money, we just stay straight to how everything operates, which is whatever is there is what you get access to for free directly. Combine that with the cooperative mindset and watch what happens.
Right. You just look like I was almost said productive. You're in abundance. You know,
that's freedom. You're right. That's the result. And by design. And it's just it's so obvious. You know, like here we are.
When you say that by design, I know I'm interrupting, but when you say by design, it screams architect, design, even your word choice, it screams architect behind this shit.
Well, that would take it a little bit further, and it's an interesting discussion. But even before going there, when I say design, what I mean is by the way that things are in its code format and the way that it
Yes.
functions in nature, right? So
Yes. Yes.
if
I'm sure
we're
of that.
if we're in line with that, then what we're in line with is perpetual perfection. As soon as we start to get outside of that,
And yeah.
we start to experience dis-ease and
And
dis-easement.
in religious terms, people would say, let God lead you. When you follow your own path, you're fucking up. You see how these interpretations have come to separate us. I think they're talking about the same thing that you're talking about, but the
Right.
verbiage is going to keep you separated.
In this way, again, using the semantics that I would choose, I would replace God with the word nature.
Yes.
Same
yes,
thing.
Yes.
Same
After
thing.
I'm already on our next conversation, I'm already thinking I'm going to start with nature. And then, I was going to say nature is God. And, bang on the if there's a code, seems like someone wrote it. If there's a code that's not as beautiful as this, as structured, as favored, or all the things in here, if it was more random, then I could go with where from just from some primordial slime or ooze, and which we probably are still, but at some point we were hit with a thing with some of us. It's my belief, and I know this is crazy outside. I think that in some way, when they doing that Adam and Eve story, and they went among other people, I in some way that's true. I don't believe in literal things, but in some way I believe that one group, they're talking about a group of people, I think that's really it. And those people are those people with the belief, which would be you, so and so. And you don't only believe in Adam and Eve, perhaps, and all of these things, but I think that is the legendary tale of that separate group of people who are among other people but are separate in a way. I think that is that tale.
Sure. When it comes to that, I see things. There's truth in a lot of things, and the Bible certainly has some wisdom and truth. I would reckon that every one of them does. And that story in particular, from an objective view of observation, I would say my interpretation, which is all we can do, interpret, right? Would be Adam is a one, and Eve is coming from one. It's the Adom, and it's the story with the apple. There is the temptation of corporatism. It's the leading away from the natural state that we are, and what happens
The
when
story of Babylon, I think it was. It's us spreading apart, coming away from where we're supposed to be.
Right, and when
all the different languages, it's the same
right,
thing.
and as soon as again, it's metaphoric, but it's a perfect metaphor. When the apple was bitten into, what happened? The realization that you were naked happened, and insecurity happened. Right?
Exactly.
They were in
Which would make
fear
it-
all of a sudden.
It would make it logical that if you play this thing out logically, if Devil was right, you did get all of these things, but then you realize, as we do, they were all just cumbersome, and I should have stayed with the one. I had the light and I left it, but the
Right.
temptation was too fucking much. The
Right.
story holds, it does.
Right. That vice, that apple, it represents a vice, right? That was too distracting for me, and I bit into that, and it became addictive, and all of a sudden
Yes.
now I had to do all the things to chase it after getting back what I had to begin with, which
It
is
was
now I'm
everything
insecure.
they promised. I learned so much, and I'm a geek for that shit. I'm an addict, but I couldn't control it. It was never mine type of shit. And and I had, the glove, the Infinity Stone, type shit. They probably thinking like this. No man can control it type of shit. You got to give it over to so and so.
Right. I'll tell you my view on these things. I see like I was saying earlier, these Bibles as a mixture of stories of truth and wisdom with, of course, corporatism and indoctrination by design. That it's it perpetuates the stage of the corporate school, right?
Yeah.
So I see it that way, and it's easier for me to see it that way because once you work to let all of that go and just come back to the default, you start to ask questions. Well, what would I do if I was a feral child? Do all the animals not get to enter in this kingdom of heaven because they don't get to know English and read the Bible? You know, I mean, there's just a lot of hypocrisies with it. But if you look at it in more of a metaphorical sense of truth and wisdoms,
it liberates
you can
you, and it makes
you can see what you can separate the bullshit from the real. You know.
Yes, if you're not afraid to think like that, and you think also I always think if this is written 3,000 years ago, those people are simpler. These terms are logical as fuck. You know, whatever they said for sorcerer or what's that other word, demon, possess. The words they chose there, what we think they mean now. You know, no, I'm sure they had a different meaning 3,000 years ago. Maybe they understood it, you
Right.
know, by that evil energy, they called it demon.
We
And
can't
now-
even get a story passed from three
Right,
people whispered in their ear the same, you know? Never mind
Right.
3,000 years in different languages and versions.
Yeah, man, it's of course it's gonna be. And stop. Woe to the man who tries to interpret it directly and all of that shit. This means that, and what did it mean 3,000 years ago? Good luck, bro, with that shit. You're gonna spend a lifetime. I got a buddy who was telling me about the hypocrites were the sons of the Adianites, and they were the original Edomites from the loin of so and so. And I didn't tell him, but I'm thinking, who the fuck cares? Just how does that affect me now? I don't, does that benefit me at all? That I know dude's uncle's father in his lineage, man? You fucking wasting your time and mine, man. But what did they learn? And it wasn't to fucking know a nigga's name. What did they learn that I can use now?
Right. Yeah. You put it all together with what they teach in the corporate school, and you can see how easily the stage is set for you to, like this thing called time, right? With the concept of time being so believed that you actually don't separate the fact that it's a construct, right? An ideology. It's not reality. If you don't have that separation, it's very easy now for me to have a timeline written Bible that you're going to believe that actually has accuracy to it.
The dangers of that shit,
right? You know, and that's just one tip of the iceberg example, and everything in that corporate school is really heavy indoctrination.
And it sucks because we're smart enough to know that man is man. He was 3,000 years ago. The same way he has a corporate, the elitists, the elitist spiritual motherfucker, the Pope or whatever his counterpart was back then. They would have wrestled control over everything. Anything pure would not have stayed long. So we're smart enough to know that some book that was that big, all their hands were all over that motherfucker, bro. And they wanted to twist it to their advantage. For 3,000 years, they've been twisting it in ways to their advantage.
And the stage being set up where only those who would have the ability to get educated so that they can read the thing. So and without that,
poised just for the elite.
Right, as if that doesn't sound like divinity to me. That sounds like the hand of man, you know, setting the stage.
The hand of man crushes everything that it touches, withers and dies. I can still, and I'm smart enough to look for the purity in that shit too. And again, since I don't believe in coincidence, it's easier for me to link a couple things together. At that time when it occurred, some of the zealots were afraid enough, I was going to say smart enough, or fearful enough or smart enough, or whatever it was, to bury the original documents, hide them, hid them in caves and shit. And they've been finding stashes of them. It's stashes that they call the Dead Sea Scrolls. So the way my mind works, I can see the original writing, and I don't know how much, and those been tampered, blah, blah, blah. And I can look at the ones now, and it'll give me an idea how deceitful these guys are and how they twist shit. It'll help in my unraveling. And I literally used to read them side by side, so I could see that the scroll would say that, and then the good people of so and so did this, and then the Bible might say, and then the Christians did that. You see how they change shit, bro? It's helpful as fuck.
Absolutely. And again, it's so easy to see when you put the effort to de-indoctrinate yourself as far to the objective neutral. You can see the layouts and how they do that. Like, most people don't realize this, but the author of the dictionary in the different languages and the school books for the curriculum of every nation is the same. It's the United Nations.
I didn't realize that, but it's fine.
Yeah, and you can really see how the game is being played, and you can see how it's checkmated and how you checkmated it by not participating too. You know,
you can see like the war games. The only way to win is not to play. When they make
right?
Play,
yeah, you got to secede from it, right? You can't. It's back to the fight fire with fire thing. You can't. If you're participating in corruption, you're operating in corrupt parameters. Even if you're a whole individual and you're a saint, it doesn't matter.
I always say it's like the analogy that springs to mind is when I say you go into let's say being a cop or a politician, you say, well, I'm a pure person, so I'm going to go here, take that job and change it. I don't think that's really a fucking thing. You're going to go become a part of that system.
Right.
And then what? What do we know that you're fucking up for the first 20 years while you're learning the system. You're part of it. You've been a shitty dude. Now, what big thing are you gonna do to reverse all of that shit? Make it worth my fucking while.
Well, while you're still getting paid those big fat corporate checks and unionized.
Apparently, you were gonna give them up this year, this date. It was all part of some master plan. You would cut them off, give up everything they gave you. Well, no, you're gonna stay in it. Yeah.
Right, and those little blue privileges.
Yes, you gotta give all that up. Oh, stop it, bro.
Yeah, that's not gonna appeal to their egos or nothing. That's not gonna sway them.
Councilman so and so, or advisor to the mayor. Yeah, you gotta get that up now that you got his ear. You work very hard. You're there. We're watching now. What are you going to do? Well, I'm going to get together a committee and we're going to talk about the troubles in your neighborhood. You know what? What happened to the fire and fury, motherfucker?
Intelligence and wisdom doesn't try to fix corruption, and it doesn't work within corruption. Intelligence and wisdom secedes from it and realizes by doing that you actually implemented what you were thinking by not being part of the corruption. That's one less person who doesn't. That's one less person who isn't. What's the word for that? Making something a reality, by participating.
Right, that guy. And that also goes to what we're talking about. You're saying that an intelligent person avoids or stays away from it. So I'm trying to see. Justifiably, why would a person not do such a thing? In case me cop watching, the only message I can see that's justifiable if your statement is true is that if you're over there, you're delivering the message, secede. You're not telling them how to work better in the system.
Right.
You're telling them to leave it the fuck alone.
Right.
And in some ways, that's what I am telling them to do out here cop watching. Leave it the fuck alone.
Right.
He's not your God. It's bullshit. It's a fiction. I use that word all the time.
Yeah, you're not trying to go in the system and fix the system, and you couldn't. Because first of all, it's been designed to function the way that it was. If the system could be fixed, then it wouldn't exist, and we wouldn't have the problem to begin with.
And they wouldn't give you the blueprint to fix it, to change it.
Right. Which is simply to secede from it. That's the blueprint.
Yes, so they could never give you that one. They'll give you ways to alter it over 20 years.
Right.
Perhaps
and keep you
if you got enough money and power. Yes, we jagged off 20 years of your life. It was worth it. We're going to give you that ordinance. You get a fire hydrant at the end of your block. What? Right. No. You're right. You're wrong. You can record them. The police. Nigga, I knew that all the time. I got to jump up and down and say I won a victory. It was pyrrhic at best.
Right. And was the question really can or can't? I mean, of course I
No,
can. I can pick up the camera anytime I want.
I finally got your permission and approval. Nigga, that's what I was fighting against. I don't need your permission and approval. You give me a document that say, here, Joe, you have our permission and approval. You've done it. Fuck you. Fuck you, bro.
Right.
It works both ways, man. I got a buddy who just made case law, Liberty Freak, and the 7th Circuit, whatever fucking Colorado. I think it's the 7th Circuit. But we might be 7th Circuit. They might be 5th. I might have them mixed up. But that's like 6 states, man. It's a big fucking deal. And he just got out of jail. He won a decision, came down while he was still locked up. He got out and we partied and all that shit. And I've been touting that shit. But now in reality striking, I've been touting him getting Massa's approval. I told you, Massa has said he's endorsed it, and that makes me angry that I seeked his endorsement of a thing. He's the lousiest, most crooked, don't know as. In fact, he knows better than most because he's actively trying to fuck shit up. And this is the guy whose approval I was seeking, and who everybody applauds when I win. It's embarrassing.
Because you realize. But be grateful that you realize.
Yes, right.
Right? Because could you imagine if you didn't? And be in the same boat as so many other indoctrinated sleepyheads.
Right.
That don't have a flying fuck that they're asleep.
It seems like even with a little piece of this, if your mind is right, which with all those things you're talking about, you have to eat right, blah, 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 I think, right? Then even within a grain of information, all things are possible. Even from that little bit that I learned just now, it opens up the gate to literally all knowledge and wisdom.
Right.
Yes. Like the story about some mathematician who came up with all these new mathematical equations and all that bullshit on his own. It's because he saw the truth in a thing. He extrapolated it to the nth degree. If whatever it is, you could glean from, if a grain of salt falls out the table, a smart man will see gravity. He'll see space, time, speed, this and that, and that's just beginning. Once he grasps those, about gravity, space, time, speed, what can you discern from that? Within one bit, all knowledge exists. Anything is possible when you teach them about certainly when they put
All right. And that's another thing that, again, it's so important to understand this and point it out. The yin and yang aspect of things in the corporate world, it's master student always. Sit down, shut up, listen to me, don't question, right? Just listen. I'm the teacher, obey.
Right.
That's it. And if you don't, you're going to get a ruler slap. You're going to get your detention. You're going to get everything that is setting the stage for when you're an adult, which is detention from the cops and all this fucking bullshit, right? No, but in the nature, and when we're in the default arena, the cooperative, what we do is we have communion with each other. We converse. We share and impart wisdom. You are the teacher, and I'm the student, and I'm the teacher, and you're the student. And we both benefit from it. The same thing as with the rest of the understanding that goes along with cooperating in nature. It's called harmony.
Right. With most people, you would think that you would realize that there's a problem. Then let's use the teacher-student analogy. At some point, some student will realize that the teacher is wrong or something, or smell bullshit. Some people will just comply, but there'll be some kids who have questions. And the moment that you're unable to answer those questions, and in this case, unwilling, shut up, sit down, I'm your boss, or I'm your supervisor at the police department, whatever the fuck, you would think you're setting the stage for rebellion. Any belief that kid had should disappear. Any magic that teacher held, you're setting the stage for it to break apart. Those are surely the first bricks taken from the foundation of your by
Right.
being harsh like that of whatever that is you built. You just
The
built the
the
obstacle to take it down.
the name of that psyop is called MK Ultra, and it's stage precedent on two things: hypnosis and suppression. That's your corporate school right there, which
Yeah,
sets the stage
hypnosis,
for which sets the stage for indoctrination, which is to get individuals to self-contain themselves, to self-indoctrinate themselves, and to self-maintain their own perpetual farmingism.
Yes, the Willie Lynch letters expanded. You know, you get them to contain themselves.
Right.
It has some
At
good
their own
shit
expense.
that they
And-
used to use, and the way the tactics that they used then would probably apply now. Remember, one of them was you never talk about what's outside of your property and shit like that.
Yeah.
You know, that way it remains daunting to them. So if you extrapolate that now, there would be certain knowledge and shit that they would have to totally keep from us. We'd be unworthy of most, well, not some, of most of what they consider knowledge and wisdom and shit. We'd be getting crumbs of it. Because then think of what the slaves know and what master know. If the analogy holds, we're slave to master. How they have so much knowledge and they know about so much shit. Like, you know, when we're out here, the average guy, not you, is talking about the stock market or oil prices and shit. They must know that, yeah, oil prices are this because I called Omar. The motherfucker, that's why the oil prices are what they did. I called Omar and he did what I told him to do.
Right?
They
Right.
know shit that we know, you know, all the psyops we still fall for. You know, a motherfucker blow up a building, we go out there and pray and lay Reeves, and then one of their guys is like, "Yeah, what building you want me to blow up next?" You know, and we're playing alone.
Right.
Oh my God! And then if they're writing the script and playing the music, they'll have us dancing in the direction they want us to. So we wouldn't just be out there wasting time. It'd be beneficial to them some way to, you know, they'd use us, our ability to have that mindset to mourn. They'd use that. You know, they'd have us mourn for what they want us to mourn for. However,
Absolutely. Yep. There are two focuses or distractionary focuses that they want people to focus on. Is number one, vice-based distractions, so that they're constantly chasing after a superficial prop up, as we discussed before. The other one is a fear-based focus, so that
This might be even bigger. I don't know which one's bigger than both of you.
right, so that when they put out a narrative, people go running into their arms.
Yes. Which the burning building, blowing up a building shit, that's how it would benefit them.
Right.
Safety.
Right.
You know, I can't believe this thing happened to our children. We'll provide a solution
Yes.
for you. More cops.
Right. And now,
You're not
and now,
safe.
and now
How
you're
many
gonna,
kids died. You're not safe.
and now you're gonna beg for your taxes to be increased because you've got to pay for that protection,
yes. You
right?
know we got to pay for this. What price would you put on your kids? Look at
Right.
you. Who are you? No, you're right. Here's my money. You're right. Here's more money.
Right. It's unpatriotic for me to even question that. Heaven forbid.
Yes. How dare you? In Chicago alone, 53 people shot over the weekend. How dare you? We need more cops. Stop being selfish. Even if it's not here, we need more there. But we need more cops. Give them the money.
Right.
You're right. It'll keep us safer. I'm about the purge laws. Why I got you. You familiar with any of that bullshit? It was really called the Safety Act here in Illinois. Was what of getting rid of cash bonds and all of that bullshit. Now you just get to go free on all smitty. You know, like if it was a $500 bond or something, now they just write you and let you leave, or let you leave.
So this is like a new direction they're going in.
This is a new
Interesting.
direction. I think it's 7, 8 states have adopted it. Chicago just adopted New Year, and people met me. I was Aguilar, Colorado, at a meeting, a community meeting, and every motherfucker started, what about them laws and shit in Chicago and blah blah, the purge laws.
Yeah,
It's being
again.
sold
Yeah.
Fox and the right wing, as in, you
Right.
know, really the right left bullshit, but the right wing is selling it as you're gonna die. people can commit murder and they can't go to jail anymore in Chicago. And you know, people were just worried. They couldn't wait to get my fucking opinion. And it turns out that at least the genesis of it, I don't trust anything, was all the shit says, 60% of the people are minorities in these shits that can't play these small bonds. It's racist as fuck. And unjust. The poor are the only ones who can't receive justice under the system. Most motherfuckers can pay $1,000, and you're killing a whole part of the population.
Right.
So we're gonna just let them go on that shit unless they got a background of doing these things and blah blah blah. That's what it looks like to me. Oh, John Oliver did a good one on it. He did a good story on it.
Yeah, this topic comes up a lot, and I'll respond just with my view on kind of the overview of it holistically, as usual. Justice itself is a distractionary corporate baked scam, and it's just as much as a scam as authority is itself. You can't get justice. It's a fallacy. When something has happened, you can't change that it's happened. End of discussion. Right? Yeah. Right. So, but does that mean that there should be no accountable for one's actions? Yes, there should. But the only true, real accountability is within oneself.
Okay. So let's not call it justice. And what accountability is there? Right.
And so I always draw back to the comparison of the yin and yang thing again. In the world that I live in, in the cooperative world, we handle things in a case by case basis as they happen. So, but we do it from a different view vantage point. For example, as we talked about earlier, if somebody wants to come and be violent towards me or oppressive, I have to take responsibility for that. If I don't, something bad's going to happen to me.
Right.
That's it. Right. And so I'm gonna respond to that, which is the first half of the word responsibility. I'm going to respond to that in kind, and I'm going to end the threat of violence and do what I need to do to end the threat of violence. Once it's gone, that's it. That's it. Nothing else needs to really happen.
Justice in air quotes.
Right. Justice, again, is a distraction, an egotistical pursuit that is a person not accepting that what just happened happened and nothing is ever going to change that. So I want to seek revenge
he is imposing his emotional trauma on us all. And we
absolutely
are cockling that nigga, whatever.
Absolutely.
Coddling that nigga, yeah.
Right.
That's dope.
And that changes the arena of like, okay, well, what do you do when you murder somebody? Well, maybe you need to put them out, right? All of a sudden you start thinking differently.
That my thing with that is 2022. You put them in jail and you separate them. You don't give them the opportunity to do it again. Assuming even if it's one motherfucker, we still got to do the case by case basis. He might have murdered that motherfucker because dude was threatening to do this and took his fucking methamphetamine money.
I'm with you.
Whatever the fuck. But what we cannot do because it's not logical, as we've been saying all night. You can't kill hate with hate. It's not logical, and I'm maybe not smart enough to figure out why. But you can't say, you kill the nigga. Oh, you're so evil and wrong. You know what we're gonna do? Kill you. Do the same thing. That kills our logic.
Right. So the wisdom here is that the viewpoint changes from justice to ending the threat of violence.
Right.
Okay. And from that perspective, there is some wisdom in due process because you don't want to get it wrong. Right? You want to you want to do the best that you can to get it right, and none of us are perfect, so I don't think we can every single time.
We cannot, but we have to favor a system that lets 9 guilty men go free before we lock up one innocent.
Right, and we want to, and no matter what, we still have to respond to. If there's a threat of violence, we have to respond to it as long as there's a threat of violence. Otherwise, the threat of violence persists.
And then that there's strength in our co-op belief here, because the more of us who are on board with this, the bigger threat of violence we can feel. For instance, I'm your neighbor it's in your advantage to be good with me and shit, because when you're gone, your shit's vulnerable. Not only do I not steal it, I keep an eye out if someone else is headed towards your
Right?
fucking land. Yeah.
There you go. So back to the corporate way of life. I reckon that from experience, and it becomes so obvious when you see it, that way of life itself mitigates and de-incentivizes all the reasons why people do the things they do in the corporate world, including violence and especially violence.
Right.
So
I
there
would say
you're
deceit to throw that in there, that trickery shit. Even if you don't do violence, you don't mind lying and tricking and
right. Absolutely. And so now we're getting to the root, okay? And we're tackling the root. And when we tackle the root, the rest of the stuff, it's still not a perfect world. There is no utopia where like there's accidental encroachments that happen and this and that. But when the stage is set for a cooperative function, people tend to just laugh it off of just, well, I accidentally tripped over you. No big deal, right? And I'm not going to blow your head off because, you know, you went in front of me. Does that mean that there still won't be some egotistical tendencies? Of course there would, and you still take them on a case by case basis, but the whole outlook of how to resolve that changes.
Does that mean there's not going to be some egotistical statistical differences? Of course there will, but the people who have that philosophy, letting go of ego, they're going to be farther along letting go of ego.
That's right. That's right. And the more you let go of that, the more you're in peace and harmony by default, right? That's what it's all about, man.
Yeah, even cats I admire, I cut them to shreds, just in my head now. I drop their esteem greatly as their ego appears. You know, there are some people who might have fooled me in the past that this guy has the answers. But now you see that ego rise, and fucking idols fall. Like the guy that you thought was great, you see that ego, and suddenly,
Right.
Yeah, I got the cop watcher shit. I see that now. Me and my girl talk about it. That's something right now that if we're watching a vid or she hear me playing one and you hear a cop watcher, you know how many subs I got? There's millions of people gonna see this. You don't know who you dealing with or anything about ego. We be like, he just fucked up the whole bit. It's distasteful. And you know, and suddenly you look at a motherfucker different. And the cat who on the other hand now I appreciate is the cat who
he just took all his clothes off and exposed every scar to you where he's standing. It's really what he did, right? Because you know where he is in his security level, where his mindset is, and where he's vulnerable, because he hasn't sorted that out in himself. He's still got work to do.
That takes us here. That theory holds for most of YouTube, probably people in general. We'll just talk about YouTube. When you don't even have to take their clothes off. When they see you take a lot of other people's clothes off, suddenly they hear you. Their anxiety builds when you enter the fucking room because of what you're capable of. And the most insecure will act out the loudest. When you walk into a room and a person says on a panel says, "Oh, look, the nigger showed up." You know he is the most insecure fuck in the world. I used the trigger, nigga, fuck you, you know. And now, you know, praise God. You know, now my first thought would be like, you've seen everything before. You know, so there's no reason to let anxiety even fucking build. And then my next thought will be, this man has totally revealed himself. I'd be at a state of feeling pity for that man in like 0.2 seconds. Now, because of what we were saying, even in a comment in chat, if I'm being honest, the motherfucker can leave a comment and they reveal themselves. I'll be like, if you knew what I know, you probably wouldn't even write in the comment section, bro. You might shouldn't even write in chat. You don't know how people who have vision, how much we can see, man. And it's usually it's strength as well, but the inadequacies seem to outnumber them. The insecurity seem to be the number one thing. The anxiety, fear, of fakeness, like, you know, trying to love a nigga too much.
The superficialness, absolutely.
Yes,
right.
yeah.
That's because, again, you're in an arena surrounded by heavily indoctrinated people that can't see how indoctrinated they are, how attached to the ego the whole indoctrination part plays in it. You know, the
Wait,
stage
let me
is
stop you. Does
sure.
that mean that ego, is ego involved when a person sees someone as an idol bigger than them? Does that person, the small person, is that anything to do with ego? Because I don't know
Absolutely.
why it made me think of that when you were just saying it.
Absolutely.
And
That's
what way?
totally an ego.
What, how do you submit and still say this person have an ego? But in truth must be in there somewhere. But it don't come to me right now. But if a person submits to say his boss, how does that reveal his ego?
That's an imagination.
And how does it reveal the first person's ego?
It's a superficial imagination. It's not in reality.
I got how it fucking reveals it. Because he sees, in order for you to submit to yourself, you have to be able to see yourself in that position, which is
Correct.
ego. You only
Correct.
submitting because one day you'll be king. You know, and
Well,
you'll have hopes of being king.
It's definitely a reflection of where your focus is, and if
Yeah.
your focus is on what you're describing there is the very specific of this word called elitism, and elitism is the epitome of ego. I'm better than you. I'm bigger than you. You're black. I'm white. Separation, division, blah blah blah. Anything but. We are all in energy, a beautiful divine energy that is in this flow of life and love. That, you know,
So
it's
if we
night and day, the
delete
difference.
delete that ego.
Well, you can't delete it, but what it comes down to is whether or not you're a bitch to your ego, whether it rules your life. It serves
I
a
gotta
purpose.
tell you. Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you said that. I'm about to say, I gotta tell you, I let the beast loose from time to time.
Most people get what the purpose is for incorrect, though.
Yeah.
The only actual function for the ego to be there and exist is so that you're not in a divine slave position where you have no choice.
I would agree. All right. Oh, you're lovely, bro. I love you. I was coming into Chicago today when we got to the ego shit we just talked about. I was gonna say my latest example of letting that ego go on the ride when I hit Chicago. I lost it. I was playing my music like, nigga, I run this fucking town. I let my ego go. And according to you, I did exactly what you said. The only time that you use it is when you want to reassure yourself that there's no oppressor. I'm paraphrasing. And that's what I was doing. I was preparing to meet my oppressor. I'm like, you know, I run this shit. Nigga, fear me. I was building myself up, letting my ego go to, to fight the oppressor. As it was the definition of the way you just said it was how I used it, at least today. You know, like my girl, I'll do a good video and I'm like, damn, babe, that video got 10,000 views, and since we left the house, and I'll tell her, now I'm sorry, but you got to suck this shit up because I can't say these things in public, blah blah. I'm trying to check my ego is what I'm trying to tell her. But you're my girlfriend, so all of that shit that I'm holding in, trying to be a better dude, you got to take some of it, motherfucker.
Sure. Let me paint a more of an elaboration to kind of make it a little clearer. Let's use animals as an example because I think it's good, a good analogy. As far as you and I can tell, like I don't know what it's like to actually be a dog or a cat, but as far as I can tell from observing on the outside, they don't have the same ability to reason as us humans do, right? I don't know any dogs or cats that can say, I'm not going to the washroom, I'm on this panel right now, and defy their nature, right? So they tend to be much more sort of instinctually based. Now, they still do have some level of choice, it looks like, but it's just more limited. Now, can you imagine if we were like that? Or can you imagine if we were just all out, straight out instinctual without an ego? What would that be like?
Without an ego, I can think instinctual, but instinctual. without ego. I don't
It
know.
would
I can't envision it.
it would be pure instinct and nothing else. You would be under a complete divine dictatorship with no choice in the matter.
Right.
And that wouldn't be very fun, in my opinion. So it's part of the divinity of having freedom. It gives us the ability to have a choice in the matter. And that's it. That being said, we also were given the ability to have consciousness and awareness so that we know when we stick our fucking hand on a fire, we get burnt. It's not a good idea to put it back.
It
Right?
reminds me of the book of Ecclesiastes, to everything there's a season. That whole section speaks to people who think that you're supposed to do this, you're supposed to do that. And they're saying, you know, there's a time to cry, there's a time to dance, there's a time to rejoice. That's what you're saying.
Some people think that their
even-
ego is for survival.
Even ego has a season, a purpose, a time when
It does. It does. It has a reason for being there and function. It's a part. Everything is a part of divinity.
Logical.
Everything.
Even anger. I use anger too. Like and when I'm being surrounded by cops, there's too many of them. If I feel any insecurity or doubt, I let the anger guy loose. Right? I just let him go.
Right.
You know, I don't have to act or be like or do a thing because he's dying to get out. You know, all I have to do is let loose the fucking chains, which I regret it later. Be like, oh, I wish I
Of
said
course
this.
you do. Of
I'm
course
only
you do.
going to say shit like, fuck you, nigga, go for it, woo, woo, but I'm not afraid anymore, so I'm okay with it.
You get every single moment instantaneously a direct reflection of what you're focusing on and where you're vibrating. Now, if you stay conscious of that, when you go out into this world, you can consciously make a choice and you'll see yourself based on what you're reflecting back to yourself. But that
Check that out. I agree.
vibratory state will also reverberate and resonate out to other individuals and have an impact on them. For sure.
I agree. In fact, I am the most talkative fuck you'll ever see. I can't go to a store without talking to everybody here. Whatever it is. And I see that, and I practice bringing good energy. And I see the energy I bring is the energy. In fact, don't let me be where I have like an hour with you or more. Like sometimes, we'll go to an outdoor restaurant during COVID. We did a lot of that shit. And it might be 50, 100 people out there. And 90% of them would know me before I leave. We'll be playing games together. I'd have got the old grandma out of the seat. Shit. I lost my fucking train of thought. I'm thinking, I lost it. I'll tell you. I was thinking about a specific thing, and I knew the dangers in thinking about it because it was so enjoyable. I went to this place. This guy, he's a cop watcher. Well, actually, he's retired now. He's a teacher, and they went after his job, so he had to stop. But at that time, he was a cop watcher, and I was in South Florida. And he took me. He saw how it was. I would stop the car to film a vulture, and and he had called this place and asked him if they'll let me hold a crocodile or alligator. I don't know whichever one it is. And he had took me to alligator farm. We ate alligator. All the shit was outdoors. 100 motherfuckers easy. Most of them were bikers and old folks. And people you think I had and this is the South. You think it's probably racist as fuck. When I left there, everybody we was in love. The old couple walked all the way to the end of the pier, which was way too far for old people to be watching because that's what I was. I didn't want to leave without telling you how great it was on the way out. Everybody of every age group was, losing their minds. And I go out and a group of bikers pull up. It was some already in there who I'd already wooed and won over. And those guys, I said one joke, one word, and they bust out laughing. And then they become best friends. We sit there talking while my girl got ready. That's the thought that snatched me away when you were saying whatever the fuck you were saying, man. It was a great moment. It was about shit. I almost had it. What were you saying? Was it about? I saw how they were connected for a moment.
I was so entrenched with what you were saying. I gotta reverse.
Yes, I see. I got a bad problem with that. I'm a very visual dude. If you know me, you know that I do strange shit like, I'll ask you to send me a picture. I can remember people thinking, oh, you want me to dox where I am? They're YouTubers. But no, I need the visual.
It
And
was
as I,
the conversation extended from we were talking about the purpose of ego.
yes. Yes. I don't know how that fucking relates. When you get rid of that ego and you become that positive energy, positive person, the energy basically you were saying that the energy that you put out is the energy you get back. And I was thinking about how I travel and put out good energy, and I get good energy back.
You don't necessarily get it back, but what you do is you experience the vibration that you're vibrating at. So if you're vibrating in a positive way, then your experience is positive.
Yeah,
it's really that simple.
And energy, if it's resonance, like we said, it would literally bounce back. Literally.
Yeah, it can have a bounce back effect because
it will by
that's how
science.
energy, right?
Yes, by science, it tells me it will come back. It won't come back. I'm not crazy. I know that just because I put it out, I'm not creating it, and this person's obligated to return the
You're
same
directing
energy.
it.
That's not how it works. Yes.
Right, you're directing it, and but either way, wherever it goes, it doesn't matter because you're submersed in the positive vibratory state.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. So everything else is a gravy bonus, and it's awesome. You can.
Oh,
you
check
get
this
to be just,
out. The same way I have the ability to put out energy and it affect other people, theirs affect mine, which is why it's so easy to let go when I'm fucking with a cop. All I do is ride his energy, and it's impossible for me to do so without a disrespectful cop because I won't create that energy. But if he puts it back, I will take it, ride it to no fucking end because I'm a bad kid still. But right, I mean, I know better, and I know that energy. You can't beat hate with hate, negative with negative, all that bullshit. And,
what you get to do though is you get to experiment, right? You get to try different things out and see the results, and then make your decisions.
That's what I do. Someone asked me earlier on panel, what does our metamorphosis look like? She's like, because it won't be cop watching, and that much I agree with. And I don't know, because that's exactly what the fuck I'm doing. I'm out here experimenting, trying to figure out what that thing looks like. So I totally agree with the experimenting every time I do. And I also learn from others because I'm wise. I can watch others people and what they did in a given situation.
And really that's the that's being in the fluidity of it, because
that's the fun part.
We only have a limited view, and it's very limited, right? Well, neither one of us are anywhere the capacity of like the divine, right?
Right, we're microbes, right?
So because of that, the divine knows that in this arena and the way we're created. So of course
he's gonna give us.
We have a leeway to make mistakes, but the key is to be intelligent about that leeway. You don't want to go stick fucking scissors in a socket.
Yes, right. Be responsible about it.
Like balance,
yes, and I've seen some of the things with the go with the flow shit that you were just talking about at the beginning of that. I've seen some really beautiful things that had I hung on to my one string or whatever it is I thought I was hanging on to, I wouldn't have seen. Like a tarantula. I've seen a couple now, outside the house. It's the greatest thing in the world. My Liberty Freak, him or Eric, Liberty Freak was telling me that out at Eric Brand's property, on that hill, sometimes if you're very lucky, early in the morning, there'll be an antelope at the top of that hill. I was thinking, I was in Chicago thinking, man, if I could just see that antelope, right?
Right.
I come and I get lost on a dirt road, and there's a fucking herd of antelope, man. One gets stuck in the gate. I got all the antelope that I wanted. And not only that, I got to eat crocodile and all these things, because in my head, at least, I'm just riding the vibe. What's presented to me, I'm taking advantage of. You know, it's again, I can claim no ego. It makes it easy for me. I didn't do none of this. I'm not Joe, some dude who went out there and did this. No, you know, I'm just, you know, hopping boat to boat, being polite as possible. Hey, Guru, and welcome to my boat, Joe. And you know, I've been with Guru boat for a while, and here, Guru, here comes another boat I'm finna hop off. If you're an
Right.
adult, you understand. If you're not an adult, you're gonna whine and cry a little bit. It made me get jealous. But I'm moving to the next boat,
Right.
and you know, I still love you, baby. And you know, the next experience
Right.
comes along, and at the next experience, I saw you know, a bunch of fucking deer coming home from the mountains late night over another friend house who got property in the mountains, coming home. And you know, I'd seen a deer here and there on my travels, but this particular night, I was like, whoa, you almost hit those two deer. Whoa, they go two more. Whoa, there's another one. That was like five. Oh my God. And oh, watch out. Look out for the buck. I'd never seen so many deer. And, you know, I geek for that shit, bro. I didn't want to die because we were on the highway and shit. But I don't see these things. I've cried every trip. Just the sights I see, I cry when I I've seen so much fucking beauty, man. The gifts, you know, why, you know, I don't even know why that guy would give me all of these shits. You know, wow. I feel
Yeah.
like, you know, why me? I'm not deserving. You know, you're like abundant with shit. I get to see so much shit and see so many people, and you know, everything is new to me, man. Oh, man, I'm riding a fucking
If
high, man. Which
if the
I didn't
ex
do shit to get.
well, that's the thing. See, that's the part of the blessing. Uh, if life is an experience as a continual blessing one after another, you're not yet living.
You say if it is a gift, I'll say it again.
If your experience of life is not submersed in a continuous blessing one after another,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
not living yet.
I would agree, right? You haven't found a path. And
That's
I was telling my girl about that. It's obviously a mindset, at least it's obvious to me, because me and you are literally in the same location and shit and been so for a while, and you're antsy and I am super content. And I was telling her, you wouldn't believe how much I mean that. And moment to moment, what's torture to you is you know, is great to me. So therefore, it must be just a thing, a matter of changing your mindset. It seems logical.
definitely
Like the person who was out there while I was in that desert that takes those skies and shit for granted, blah, blah, blah. Listen, if you change your mindset, you would see something beautiful there. You
Mhm.
know, to you, it's just a ride to work. To me, it's God's gift.
That goes back to
Nothing's really changed. We're riding
right,
the same road.
right. That goes back to what I was saying earlier. There, you get a reflection back of what you're focusing on.
Oh, very good. Mirrors.
Specifically your perspective, right? It reflects right back at you, and you experience exactly the reflection that you're focusing
Yeah,
on.
that was dope. If I didn't ask you this shit, uh, nah, girl. Okay, I was gonna ask you about getting high. Somebody. Uh, yeah. No. Yeah. Did the bus stop running? I hate to say no, man. Yeah, no, I'm not interested. Yeah, I'm not interested now, man. Fuck that. All right. Thanks, though, man. They say if a thing is. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Car, so my attention will probably split until this nigga leave from the side of my car. You know, when they say something too good to be true, I mean, Madison Pulaski is walking distance. Why is you telling me you give me $20? I don't know. This the mushroom state. We try to get back there. They're walking away. Um, uh, and now I try to get to that state that we're talking about, right? And I've been with some friends who seen me do a lot of acid and mushrooms and shit lately, and I won't get that experience or that trip or anything. I just end up getting sick or something. And I've had more than one of them tell me that the reason it is, Joe, is because you in that state all the fucking time now. And it struck me that you're fucking right. I cry on commercial now. Fuck, I'm there all the fucking time. I'm gleeful and joy-ridden and shit. Oh, there's a bus right there. And he just told me the bus stop run there. The bus is right. Oh, check that shit out. It's an emergency. The bus is stopped running. There's a bus right there. And dude over there walking off. Something was up with that, bro. And this is also, you might want to know, I probably should tell you this just in case something bad happens to me. This is one of the most murderous corners in Chicago and all of that shit. Yeah. We had like last night alone 9 murders in this neighborhood.
9 murders. Holy shit.
And this corner alone racked up so many murders that when I left, they had a 24-hour presence here for years. I think throughout the whole entire COVID, it remained still because it was that deadly whenever, and the police knew it, whenever they left, someone was murdered. And a lot of times it happened in bunches. They might kill 2-3 people all here on this corner if the police ever left. So they had to have a 24-hour guard here. That's how bad this fucking corner is. You hear about murders this corner.
What are you doing there?
I live here. I live here.
That's nuts, man.
I'm a block from my house, and this is where I feel most comfortable. And I'm not bulletproof. I can tell you how many times, I've come near getting killed, or my buddy getting shot here. I was on someone's panel, and I come over here, and my buddy was being poured out on the stretcher. They just shot at the whole corner, and he died. Right behind me. What can you see? Yeah, all those lights you see. I was out there talking to a young buddy of mine. He had just got shot, and he was out too early. And he was limping. He got shot like by the groin and the hip. And we were talking. I was telling him, listen, it's not wise. You can't run yet. And you still got smoke. They still want you dead. And we talked. I couldn't talk him out of it. The next day, him and my other 2 friends who were standing in the same spot, all 3 of them got shot. This time they shot him in the neck and he died. My next door neighbor died, got shot up behind me in this building. And God, countless more. One of the most famous drug dealers got shot right here. Countless incidents that happened in this fucking corner.
That's crazy. I'm familiar with that. I grew up in Winnipeg. The whole damn thing is a ghetto. So I'm no stranger to that, but that's still nuts.
This is ghetto. This is how ghetto this is, bro. This is ghetto on steroids. I go out of town and I plop down in the so-called worst places. When I went to California, my first stop, I guess LA was South Central because it's the so-and-so, whatever. And the next one was Compton. And I was going to the police station and talking to motherfuckers, blah, blah, blah. But I've done everywhere, Baltimore, all the worst neighborhoods. And I've yet to see a tough neighborhood. Man. Motherfuckers asked me recently, a couple of weeks ago, do I be scared? It never crossed my mind the thought to even be afraid. And I attributed that to that's because of where you live. Motherfucker, you're used to extreme. Right. So, when I go out of town after I hang with the people who a lot of times is people with bread. A lot of them white, a lot of them got a lot of bread. I mean, like dumb bread, which I didn't imagine that, I don't even dream about. But I leave and I go to the low end. I find a poorest place and I go pull up and smoke weed at the corner store, the gas station, meet some people. And every day I sneak off and go there. That's why I feel comfortable. Nick lived in one of them neighborhoods. I remember Nick I was over there for 3 days, and the third day he called me. I was like, I'm shit around the corner from your crib. You know, I had met motherfuckers and was doing my whole thing, bro.
It's
'Cause
weird
he's
how we sort of become a conditioned product of our
yes,
environment that way. And
yeah,
when we get out of there, we can go from that to, you know, a place that never had a murder or even a
yes.
vandalism in like 200 years, and you'll feel unsafe because
Right. I think now I've learned to appreciate it when I was younger and used to travel. And I used to there was a lot of racism. I can't tell you as a kid how many times you get called nigger when you're out of town and shit. I did used to be, or even far in Chicago, way up north and all of that shit, uh, where shit is different. That's where I feel fear. And, you know, I'm at murder capital. There's only two neighborhoods. When they say Chicago, it's only my neighborhood and one out south that are responsible for the vast majority of every murder and death and shit.
hmm
Uh, shit. I don't know where he was going to. And you go out of your neighborhood as a kid, I'd get afraid. And you know, you hear about the other gang and shit like that. Uh, but you know, it's not even a fucking thing anymore. I enjoy every moment. Again, even if it's dangerous. I mean, literally, if my car is spinning out, I probably on some wet pavement, I probably got a smile on my face. If something weird is going down, right here behind me, before I left my life of fucked upism, I got it was all out felony stop on this street. I'll show you the side where I was at. I was laying down. If you can see the street right there, I was laying down right there in the street. They had cops from like 3 different counties and shit. They had been following me and my friends doing stupid shit. And you know, they had me on the ground and you move, I'll shoot you in the fucking head. And I'm like, man, it's hot. Motherfucker, I told you don't move. I'm like, man, it's hot. I ain't gonna stay here. And I was in the back of the car thinking, your heart is not even beating. You're jaded. You've been through this too fucking much, man. Something gotta change. You know, it was a
Yeah,
Tuesday to me.
that's pretty decent, desensitized, I guess. But you know, there's an
They're good
advantage
at
to
it. They're
that.
good at it. It's amazing that
Yeah,
you'll get used to it. Yeah.
yeah.
Somebody said the way you just did it. My friend, he just left earlier today. He comes and visits, but he used to live in the suburbs out here. Now he lives in another state. But he was here. He was at work. He was telling someone about a story. He got his chain snatched on this corner again with this corner. And he said the chick told him, "What were you doing over there?" And my thought was, and his to some degree was, this is home. And I remember as a kid, I kind of been on 19, 20. I was a young adult thinking, seeing my neighborhood from 2 different points of views and shit. The shit that she thought was the scariest shit in the world, I lived there. You know, where they wouldn't even, you know, I got to be like really peasant, low life. Why would you even go there? And I lived there. You know, you learn the disparity and disparage. If you don't read that nigga, I know I'm talking a lot. W.E.B. Du Bois, he talks about how fucked up it is being black because the two-ness that you got to deal with when you're black. In my community, I'm a respected man. Everyone loves me, blah, blah, blah. And the minute I cross the borderline into a fucking white neighborhood, they look at me different, and it's a real thing. He talks about it.
Right.
It's crumbling and humbling. And it's no different, let me say, than other people's plights. It's just our plight, you know, this particular one. But everyone has a fucking story, right? My plight is no different than the guy who was in the fucking what do you call it things? Trailer park, you know, and yeah, got into a meth thing, blah 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 blah. He gets used to that bullshit.
So what happened the day that this is your, you know, personal question? You woke up and left the you know, the deep I don't know exactly what you're into, but you know, the hardcore stuff, and you said, fuck it, that's enough.
I can tell you when. I think I told you a part of it. I got caught. Well, actually, I didn't get caught. They set me up. I was selling drugs earlier, and they rolled down on me and searched me. And I didn't have nothing, but because I was sheep, they put a case on me. Told me I had counterfeit $5 bill in my pocket. I'm like, nigga,
Mhm.
you lying. Niggas don't even sell nothing for $5 around here. By the time I got to the police station, they were charging me with a counterfeit $10 bill. And then on that time I went to court, it was selling drugs and some crazy shit. But before that, my friend was going to the methadone clinic. And at this point, I was like a middleman, you know, like all the dope that coming to the neighborhood. I was so trustworthy. Everybody give it to me to check out, and I'll tell everybody what to order. And we'd order thousands of them. I was that guy. So I stayed with dope. I had an apartment, car, and all that shit. And my friend, I was with him. He went to the methadone clinic. I went with him a couple times. I was bored. I went inside. I talked to him and gave him my insurance. They said, well, right now we're full of your type of insurance, but we'll give you a call. I don't know, month, year later or whatever the fuck, that shit go down. I just told you about what they got me with the so-called fake bread. And they tell me I had 7 months, house arrest. And they told me if I do probation and shit, they'll do some shit and I accept the year probation. They told me a year and I didn't know it on the paperwork. They wrote 2. I ended up doing 2 years. But when I went to probation that day, my mom was like, you know what? And my shit had nothing to do with me being on drugs. She was like, they get lenience to motherfuckers who on the drug program. And then when I got up there, my probation officer, day one says, if you get on a drug program, this shit goes smooth for you, blah, blah, blah. I go home, and that night, the people called from the methadone clinic. And by the time I go back to probation, I was already enrolled, and I looked like a star. And that was the beginning. At that point, though, the guy who got me into this, I did want to murder that motherfucker. And I set forth steps to do it and got what I needed to get and all of that shit. I was just letting time go by to do it. From being honest, I had my friends track them down, all sorts of shit. And I told you I'd ask some of my friends, and they were telling me don't do it. Well, right here at this store, again, I was coming out of the store, and as I turn around, I bump into him. And it turned out he was a police informant. And I lost. I'm losing. I'm in his face like this. And he turns around. We're standing right there. And there's a police pull up. I see the police over his shoulder pulling up. And I'm already thinking he fucks with the police, do some investigation shit. And as he turned around, he get me out of his face. You see the police. He runs to the police. And I'm thinking, fuck. Now I got to wait months before I can do something to this nigga because they're going to know it was me. And in that time, I changed. I cooled down. I was, and I didn't even do that act, but that would have been the last violent thing that I did. I didn't do that. That was good, baby. Oh, hold on, Guru.
Sure, man.
Let me tell you a story about dude. You like it, bro.
All right.
And since you didn't see him, I don't want to tell you this story. That guy there, he was kind of like me, mid-grade hustler, and had his own apartment, blah blah blah. And that's the rare bird. Most niggas just work jabs and do what the fuck they can. So he was doing well, and we were doing good money together and all of this shit. And he used to. His hustle was robbing motherfuckers, gunplay type shit. And he was the worst, and that's among here. His reputation was crazy. In fact, if I did show him to you, he got a dent in his forehead. Some guy who was seeking revenge put the gun to his head and shot it. It came out and everything. It didn't even penetrate his skull. It must have been a bad load.
Holy shit.
Yes, that's this guy who was just as bad as square. But that guy, he stopped blowing. Stop doing smack. That's what we do, blow, sniff it. And he cleaned up and, he got the car and the crib and he was doing good. He had his girlfriend and all of that bullshit. And we started hustling together and he wasn't supposed to be getting high. And then one day I found out he started getting high. Me and his girlfriend, we were shaking up some dope and he did some dope. And he was talking about he can control it and all of that shit. And then me and him were out one night. What happened? He got chased by the police and he had threw the dope over the gate in the snow, and we were out retrieving the shit that night. We had paid a nigga to go around in somebody's backyard and find it. And when we were alone, he told me that his brother, who's dead now from cancer, had called, and he was sick then, had called this probation officer and told on him. And I was like, I can't believe it, you know, because I'd heard some of it on speakerphone. And I thought, how would he do that? And he understood. He was like, Joe, you know how I get off this shit. And he was right. Dude went back to that guy and, you know, has been into a lot of trouble. And he's not the guy that was shining anymore when he started doing dope, you know, he went back to habits and shit. But that's the end of the story. It's just that his people called the police on him because they were so worried about the type of guy he turned into. And sure enough, they were right. His brother died a few months later from cancer. While we were hustling, I was hustling with his brother too. And he had lost his crib, his girl, and this and that, and all that shit he had, his cars, he couldn't afford to get them fixed no more. He lost them one by one. He had several. He owned the apartment with the garage, all that. Boy, he lost all that shit. Now he asked me for a cigarette.
Interesting. Also interesting that from what you're telling me earlier there, that the circumstance was more of what led you to humble out and change your ways or whatnot. It was kind of a lead into another question, depending on what you were going to tell me with this story, what happened with, but I can still ask it anyway. Do you think, it's an interesting question, I think. Do you think that you ended up benefiting from the system in a way to lead you down more of a righteous path?
Undoubtedly, I guess I left that part out. At some point, the reason I think I went down this path. But first of all, I should say that I've been contemplating. I had a spiritual experience when I was in young 20s, and that set me a huge part with trying to figure out what good is and all that. That's why I started reading the Bible and the Quran and all those books. So that set me up to be a good guy at the point. But when I was on house arrest, I saw a checkpoint vid, and that led me to a cop watch vid. And I saw that it was High Desert and Foxy had spun around and laughed. The cop told him to keep walking. He spun around and laughed. And at my mindset, I thought they're walking into the lion's mouth. Are you fucking insane? And they laughed. The girl laughed. Ha, ha, ha. Is she crazy? What are they doing? And he went over there and explained to him, I have the right to be here. And the cop backed down. And my world changed. My mind opened at that moment. Are you telling me these niggas been abusing me and shit for years, and everyone I know, they just been fucking me over? That wasn't legal. They've been taking advantage of me all these years, and I couldn't get over it. I still can't get over it. That had a ton to do with it. That little eye-opening moment. My heart just changed. My energy just changed. It's like I don't know if you ever been to jail, but when they close that cell, that door pops, your heart drops. That just happened to me. Thinking about that shit, how oh my God, and the abuse here, whatever you're imagining, you'd have to multiply it by 100. The disrespect that they give us here is not like I've seen anywhere else. And I've traveled now. They openly, it was horrible. I've changed a lot around here. It was horrible. I give this example all the time. A friend of mine, early in the school year or something, she's walking a kid to school. First time I've seen him, we're on the corner. Talking, the police pulls up, get the fuck off my corner. I'm like, officer, we both live on this block. She's walking her daughter home. I don't give a fuck. If I come back around, y'all better be gone. I'm gonna arrest both y'all ass. And that's just how they talk to us. Now, if that's a normal day, there were days when I might get searched 4 or 5 times. Just, on my normal daily shit. That's how extreme it is over here. So to see that I had been a slave all that time and I didn't even know. It was so eye-opening, bro. which is probably why I chase it so hard. It saved my life, changed my mentality. Then I met niggas like you who started talking about, I just studied the laws when I first got into this shit. This is how you beat them. And then I met motherfuckers with, I don't even know what you would call it, with that separate theory and the government is a fiction. There is no authority. I'm still a neophyte. I'm no smarter than I was day one.
Well, it's a process, though.
Right.
Not that it's a competition for people or whatnot where they're at with the wake up process, but just even questioning it at all puts you like 98% ahead of the most of the pack.
Yes. And what makes a nigga throw himself? I think all of us are damaged. Anybody who does this, I think our chances are very small at overcoming this, because it seems like only the damaged individual takes chances. I'm sure in your way you've been damaged due to your road. I think all of us who do these extreme shits have been damaged.
Oh yeah, I went through the rough abuse, but I wouldn't have changed anything if it meant that I don't know what I know.
Exactly right.
No,
When motherfuckers say, what would you change and all of that? Motherfuckers so content now. It is difficult to name one thing, because I am so grateful that I've accumulated the wisdom of friends and whatever the fuck it is that I have. If you change one little thing, man, and I don't get this, it's hard to get happier or luckier. And there's a saying in the Bible, I think it was, to say, be happy to live in interesting times. And I always thought, what did that mean for different people in different time periods? I can say for us, holy fucking cow. We are extremely fortunate. No other time in history is this thing possible. When I was a young kid, I used to write a lot in magazines, all that bullshit. And I remember me and my guy were putting the story together. And whatever it was, we needed a way to communicate in our story. And I said, how about a watch where you can see a person's face and talk to him? He was like, that is the craziest scientific, the sci-fi shit that anyone's ever said. It would ruin the book. And here we are. I am talking, I have no idea where you are. You've probably told me a bunch of times. And I am on the west side of Chicago. We are not even supposed to meet, let alone exchange knowledge and ideas, or form bonds. All these things are not even possible. We live in interesting times.
Definitely.
That's an understatement, right? And if we were smarter, and I hope we get there quick, we'll use this shit to our advantage before, Elon Musk buy up everything.
If you're more smart, if you're in the intelligence side, don't focus on the we. Focus on the you. The we.
Focus on the we.
Right. Focus on you. Don't wait for anything. No exception. Tomorrow never comes.
Yes. I also see both of things as joint, and I'm sure you do too. Because of my desire, I think that my one purpose, and I really believe in God. I say believe, but that's not the right word. I think my number one edict would be to help other people. And there is no flaw in you guys' philosophy who tell me to help themselves. The best way I can help people is to help myself. The best way I can help myself is to help other people. It's a win-win. It's a mirror thing. The more I help other people, the more I help my fucking self, the more I fucking grow. The more I fucking grow, the better I am helping other people. The more people I meet, the more I better myself. It's crazy.
Here's what I say to that. By taking care of yourself, you've already improved humanity as a whole.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
and
right.
So that responsibility, which is where your first and foremost is on yourself. By doing that, you've actually, in so many ways, benefited everyone. Right? That's what it's about.
And listen, and it's the same thing. The mirror effect holds true. I am not the man I am. If you played a huge role. If I don't meet the high deserts and the SJBs and all of them shits, I am not the guy sitting here talking about these things. So venturing out, and whenever I'm in a room or if someone's presence, I'm there to better them, whether they care about my motivations or not. So in my efforts to better all you guys, you strengthen the better me. It's a constant circle. I think it's a beautiful thing. Also,
Definitely.
think it proves that scientific theory that we are all connected more than you can ever believe. The more I study science, you take a human cell, most of it is empty, at least apparently empty. The visible matter in a human cell is the same as if you went to the Sistine Chapel and threw a grain of sand in there. That's the visible that you can see in a human cell. The rest, 99.999% is invisible. Those are the things that make us up, not this visible shit. We're hooked on, you're over there, I'm over here. And it's not even logical. Everything that matters exists outside of a piece, like, it expands of magnetic forces and all these things. They're not confined. It's not even fucking logical.
Yeah, it's so beyond. And that's what you get to start to discover, of course, when you let go. You're letting go of your attachment to this little illusionary thing that your current anatomy is having its center viewpoint in. You have to know that it's
because you let go more. Aren't you? Doesn't that make you more of a threat? Right? It would seem like I had never thought of this before, but you got to catch heat and smoke like I do. You're a threat.
You mean perceived as a threat to
yes, you're
other people?
not a real threat. Yeah, not a real threat. But you're the first indication of someone who's willing to rebel. So you don't have to do a thing.
Right.
Seeing you would trigger certain people.
Took the words out of my mouth. All I have to do is sit there and stand there, even with a freaking avatar on the internet, and not say a word, and it blinds the shit out of some people. It really does.
It's logical. It's logical, right? It's that mirror thing again. In the same way, it reflects those positive things we spoke about. To an insecure person, it reflects their insecurity.
Yeah, and that's the thing is
every inadequacy in you.
Right.
Every inability, every fear that they have is multiplied when you walk in the room.
Right.
I want to be free. Fuck him.
You're sitting there holding a mirror saying you're free. You're
yes.
already free.
I hate
Don't
you
tell me that.
Ideas.
Yeah. You get the resistance, and what they're resisting is themselves because they're insecure.
And the more insecure they are, the bigger the resistance is going to be on you. The more they attack you, the more insecure they'd have to be.
That's it, right? And all you're doing is you're just in your own
living life, as they
stance, in a light sense, right? Enlightened, so to speak, or whatnot, and that reflects them. But what they're seeing and what they're shying away from is their own light.
It is. Your shit must be there. And therefore, I guess it's logical that what they see would be in you, at least in some ways.
That's the only way they can recognize it. Can't recognize something in somebody else that's not in me.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Now I'm hooked. My mind won't progress because I'm trying to get the degree, because it appears that that's an important role. It's the degrees of a thing. Hold on. I need small squares, yo. Another cat ass square. I've been away for some months, man, and usually I feel like I'm supposed to know every motherfucker on the corner. The police aren't here. That's the first thing I noticed. This place was so busy, they closed off this entrance here and kept a police car parked right there on the sidewalk. Shit, for years. When I first started this shit, this 3 years ago, and I chased the police off this sidewalk. It took me like 8 months to do it, to get them to stop parking here. But that police 24-hour shit was already here. So that's how long this corner been under 24-hour watch.
I was just remembering a little earlier, you were on Delete Laws, and he said, yeah, me and Joe, we like conversed on it. I saw your response. I was like, oh man, that was brilliant.
I don't know if, at first he said it, I thought he was joking because in a chat, so he was on live, I was in a chat, like, Joe emailed me. And then he was like, yeah, Joe writes good emails. I thought he was joking and trolling me. Yeah, Joe, thanks for the email. I thought he was trolling me. But now he's saying so much. I'm like, is he just going with it so he think people talk to me as a fame thing that me and
I
him
think
talk?
so.
Or does he really getting trolled? Either way, I'm not the guy talking to you. Next time I see you, I'm going to tell you that.
That was funny. I was Chili's an interesting case, if you want to call it. I don't know.
We all are. He is no different.
We
from
all
other
are. Yeah,
people,
you're
man.
right.
I don't have the beef with him that other people have. Because, you know, I'm not invested in him. I ain't put a dime in him. You know, I'm good. I don't have to hate that nigga.
Oh, of course not. No, and you know, if he even accomplishes the one thing that he does, again, you know, it's still a band-aid and it's still advocating for statism. But again, if it mitigates violence, it's a productive thing.
Yes. Just that overturn versus Terry versus Ohio shit alone. I'm with you. You can get away with a lot of bullshit because me and you agree on one thing, that you get rid of that authority that they have over us. And that's all I see in its basics is they're saying he has the right to come up and touch on you and see if you're armed. And to me, that's nonsense. He don't have the right to touch me if I don't want to engage him. And certainly even by your standards, the Second Amendment give me the right to have that on. Why is he searching me? It makes no sense. And good for you, delete laws. You know, we all need to be out here fighting battles. I can only be in one place at a time. So, you know, do your thing. At the same time, he worries me. My biggest worry, and again, it doesn't really affect me, is that he says, and this was always my perception, that he's in this for the money. And, you know, he said it out of his mouth, I do this for the money. That scares me. I'm not so sure I have a partner in patriotism.
Interesting. I can definitely see the obviousness of Shillism with him, but I didn't know he said it that directly. That's interesting.
Yeah, so that's why I remember, because I paid attention for many months now. I've been that's been fucking with me, that he puts too much emphasis on money. And when he said that, I'm like, that's offensive.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. You know, well, that aside, we're all on our own paths. So I thought it was kind of interesting. Like, I don't really watch him much at all. I just peek in once in a while.
I don't
to see
either. I never see him, bro.
Well, that's odd. The one day after a while that I peek in just to see where he's progressed with things. Because I do see him making progression too. Like, you know, he's been talking to Paul and Slave, and I got to hand it to him in his egotistical mindset. He was pretty humble a couple times that I listened to him talk to Paul, which was interesting to see. That's progress.
Yeah. However, though, I wouldn't definitely assign it to progress because, you know, you have those.
You think it was fake?
No, I don't think it's fake per se. I'm just saying I leave the door open that it could be, because certain personalities, that's what they do. It's a tool. If you're powerful, they're going to use you as such. I wouldn't assume his interest in me is sincere. In fact, I'd assume that he sees in me a mirror of his weaknesses, and all those things are in play. You know, this guy, you know.
Kind of what I meant by fake. Like, there is a different motive for acting that way. It's an act, you know.
It's okay. Excuse me, Guru. Hey, do you got those twist barbecue twists? I forget who make them. Frito, I think. Frito barbecue twist. Right where we left off, bro. What about chili flavored? Just give me a slice of chocolate cake. You got chili? I'm sorry.
It's all good, man.
24-hour store at the end of my block. You'll drive through. You can't get any lazier. And you want me to go in the woods and give up my fucking cigars? No, they're chili and cheese flavor. Just give me a slice of chocolate cake. Chili and cheese flavor is what I'm looking for.
Your volume went low.
Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Good.
It was stuck.
It's all good. Take your time.
Oh shit. I guess technically I got cash. I got $4, but I don't think that. I got a little video. All right. I got a little video where I was in Arkansas, on the way to Arkansas, and gas was $2 something. And I made a little video of it. The music playing in the background. I've been sending it to people. I got it for $3.27 when I first started my journey yesterday. I was driving back to Chicago, 16-hour drive or something. And by the time I get here, it's $4 something. Thanks, man. All right, bro.
So the one day that I peek into Chili's after I don't know how long, and
yeah,
I see both you and Dennison in there on the same
and I'm
day.
never in there. So
Right.
there's more of that reason to believe in signs and symbols and shit. The one day I peek in there is the one day that you go in there. That ain't, it's rare. It should not really happen. I'm never in that motherfucker, Joe. Never. The last time I was in there, I remember it was weeks ago, and I'll do it just like I did. That would be considered a long time for me to be in this room. I know nothing about the man, and I caught a lot of backlash. Motherfuckers texted me saying that they're in so-and-so's Discord, talking about you and Chili are buddies. And I was like, hey, do me a favor and tell them motherfuckers that I'm grown and I do what the fuck I want to do. And they were like, well, no, Joe, it's, you know what it is that saying, do me a favor, not having to do the third party shit. You know, I'm the type of cat you can ask. And what the fuck are you even talking to me for? Because me and you was in a room talking about Chili. You know my opinions on Chili. But that was the last time I was in there. And I'll go in there again, as you see. I don't give a fuck. You don't tell me nothing. Nobody.
Of course.
And I'm going to be cordial. I told her that, too. I was like, everywhere I go, I'll be fucking cordial. I don't give a fuck if I didn't like a motherfucker. I'm in a room with them. I'm going to be cordial. Tell your friends that.
One of the biggest reflections of where a person's focus is when they presume you guilty by association.
Yeah, man, it takes your esteem of them down.
Right.
In this fucking land, there's so much judgment that you gotta live in that world where people try to talk you into insane things like justifying where you've done some thing like, you know, call some kid's school or some dumb, and they're justifying it, or whatever the fuck it is that's revealing the massive derailments in your logic train. Like, you know, this shit should be obvious. You're an adult, and that's all you get on this motherfucking YouTube. Like really weird complaints. Like I've got a complaint. I've gotten it a couple times. I'm thinking of one in particular, PDF, but that made a couple more pop in my head. You didn't defend me enough. Now, I'm in a panel because I hang out any room I want to go in where they are attacking you mercilessly. It's not enough that I don't add on. It's not enough that I say, hey, she's not a bad person. No, I think you're wrong here. She has integrity. No, every time these niggas said something about you, I was supposed to speak up. And this is your beef with me. I saw no one else speaking up for you at all, including you. And you deign to criticize me. Makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Right.
I'm just so used to it. You know, I mean,
dealing with these creeps. Yeah, I hear you.
Right, and especially, you know, we know what platform we're on and what it attracts and what it caters to, right? So, you know,
and if you ain't had 70,000 subs, let me tell you, it makes
Oh,
you
yeah,
a fucking
right.
target.
Right.
You know, sometimes you feel like that's all you are. Is motherfuckers waiting on your demise. Everybody that's, you know, everybody I know now, trolled
Either
me at some point. Most of these people, we had contentious relationships, at least from their end. They just lived in my comment section to bring me down. I hope I get arrested because I'm patient and kind and forgiving. We're friends now because I don't hold grudges and shit. But
Right.
I'd be a fool to think that they've all totally changed and suddenly Joe's a great guy. No, they can't wait for my fucking fall.
Sub privilege is a real thing.
It is. It is so real. It's scary. It's why I appreciate shit like this, because the same people who I feel like I was about to say how I grew up with, certainly on YouTube grew up with. You enter a room and they say weird shit like Joe Cool in the house, the man, the myth, the legend. Woo! Hey everybody, listen. That is so fucking it's telling. And that's not telling about me, it's telling about you. If you believe I'm superior, it means you're inferior, and we have to go down a rabbit hole
Right.
of that shit where suddenly guru, let's say, you get famous overnight, you make a record or something, and suddenly I start talking to you different. This is one thing, if I'm trolling you, give me a hard time. Guru the superstar. But if I really believe that shit,
Right.
oh my God. And, Joe, go wash my car. Yeah, I was gonna do that anyway. What the fuck happened? Who the fuck? What?
Oh man. Oh yeah.
It's a scary thing too, Guru, because I was about to say, and I hope I misspoke. I was about to say you can't get this big and check your ego. But I live and consciously try to do that shit every day. But the ego, if you're not totally vigilant, you're doomed. Once you get to this level, everybody's telling you how great you are.
Right.
And
right.
if you believe that shit for even a moment,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Your ego is it's gonna love every second of it, right? It's gonna
yes, and then you're
you'll
gonna try
start
to feed
believing it,
that motherfucker,
right?
feed it like we were talking about earlier.
Right? Oh yeah, I am great. I know you're great. And then you don't get it for 5 minutes, and what happens?
And you're gonna create it.
Yeah, because
Somebody gotta tell you you're great. Fuck that.
because you're feeling low because nobody told you you're the greatest man in history for 5 minutes,
You're
right?
depressed and all of that shit, and you calling your friends like, "Hey, what's going on, man?" Just to hear them say, "Hey, man, you killed it the other day."
Right? Yeah, gotta look for that clout justification and vindication and propping yourself up, and it really fame is just another vice, and a really bad one.
Isn't it just like money? This reminds
Yes.
me of a friend of mine who I've always told him he judges himself by the amount of money he makes. He's used to be a cop and a truck driver, made good money, always had his own crib and shit before we did. And then he lost it. I forgot what happened. But he lost all of that shit. And for years he was out and he was depressed. I remember when he stopped being a cop, he was talking about killing himself. Then later when he lost his job for some years, I don't know what reason, depressed. And I told him it's all because you got to get over that and see your value somewhere else other than money. And he told me like, yeah, I understand. And then he got a job, then a veteran, then he got a good one again. And now he's back to the same arrogant prick that he was before. He didn't learn a thing, in my opinion. He's bad, bro. He's the cat who has road rage. That's telling. He's the guy who goes to the store and has to be a Karen. No, I don't know why you would pack my groceries like that. You knew I was standing over here. I don't know why you always got something to fucking mouth off about someone's inadequacies. He's that fucking dude. And I think, to draw a line, it's all because of he equated himself with bread. If he equated himself with something healthier, I'd be.
He
He's
sounds
also
like he doesn't have self-respect.
no, he doesn't even know self, and also he's gay. And I can remember when I first met him, he's still in the closet, so he used to have to have a fake girlfriend and had to actually have a girlfriend. But how miserable could both of them have been? You know, I mean, I remember he had an apartment with one and all that, and I was like, dude, you're totally gay. Yeah, but he pretended not to be for a long time, which is miserable, not knowing yourself. And I can't know self. I'm still a peon. But even to know yourself a little bit, he still believes in that left versus right bullshit. He
Well,
still wants to have conversations about Biden. And, you know, Democrats are going to do some good.
any form of dishonest display is an extreme display of insecurity. That's all it is. He must be a really insecure individual to
Yeah, and
you
I
know.
be thinking, what can I do to help that situation? To be insecure, I guess, is to suffer. I could be wrong. Some people apparently like being, you know,
And what's the
like
answer?
daddy. What can I do to help? Ease someone's insecurities. All I can do, and I know this sounds like a cop out, but all I can do is what I can do. I can guide them, give them advice, you know, help when you have a flat tire and chew his ear a little bit. I can't change a motherfucker like that.
Right. If he wants it.
Right.
Right. So if he's open, then certainly you can. And if not, you just be yourself. And again, you've already helped the situation.
Oh, well, that's a good one, Guru. You say just be yourself, blah blah blah. That's also another advantage of becoming. I know I don't consider myself a successful YouTuber. I wrote all of my projects, but your word is weighs more now, right? Even with family, people who judge you and thought they knew you, suddenly your word weighs more now. That's a responsibility, but that comes with fucking subs too. I fucking 2 years ago when I was blowing up, I walked to a room and say, "Hey, mod this guy."
Don't disappoint me. You're my hero.
Yes, that shit. Yeah, right. Nowadays,
Right.
yeah. Oh, fuck. I lost you. If you can still hear me, hold on.
Yeah, can still hear you, man.
All right. Still, I'm on the screen that says,
You're on
"Do
the
not
screen.
disturb." Ah! Hell no, I didn't know that was a function. I couldn't get back there if I had to.
So, but maybe you weren't saying what I was piecing together. It was something different. You're saying the responsibility or something.
Yeah, now that you got big, your voice carries more weight when you talk.
Right. So you have more of a perceived responsibility to be more cautious of
I guess so. Perceived
what you say, right? Yeah, because you know that people are maybe they may be taking you actually seriously.
That's not where I was going. I was going with it can be used to your advantage. The being a big, how weird it was. I was talking about it first. Not only that, you can use it to your advantage as well. It's weird. We come to the room, oh my God, Joe Cool's here. And that sucks. It makes you uncomfortable and all of that. It's weird. It makes you think weird things about people. But then there's that aspect that I know if, you know, like I go into some guy's room and say I want to talk about something, 500 niggas coming to the room.
Right.
And there's fucking power, and someone smarter than me would know how to wield it better. Oh shoot. All right, Guru. I gotta make some tea. Guru, you gonna stay up? Cause I'm just I gotta make some tea to go with my cake. All right, I gotta take these headphones out so you can get home.
I'm a night owl, guy. I'm up all night usually.
Give me a second. I ain't gonna be able to hear you.
All right. As we sort of took over the show, Mr. Vets and Eddie, are you even awake? Well. You are. Have you been actually holding yourself awake this whole time? That we stole your panel? You can come off mute there. You know, we don't bite too hard unless if you're a cricket or a grasshopper. Just listening to the minds. It's been a great panel, Mr. Betts. I want to get kicked out of my again. Yeah, especially when it costs you money to get back on your own panel. If it happens again, I'm going to up the price. Again. Lipton. Upside down Lipton. I think that's what that was. I'm going to take the opportunity to take a 30-second nature calls. Be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Cool and Guru Show. Yes, sir.
Toad's still alive, huh?
Yeah, I thought I'd let you guys talk. You guys haven't talked with each other for a while, so
You can tell.
yeah, it doesn't bother me. That's what I'm here for. You know, you guys want to enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. I don't care. I got nothing to say anyway.
Everything been said already.
Yeah, sure has. Yep. So I'm just listening to the battle of the minds here. So I'm learning things.
And actually, even better than battle, co-op. I was in Paul's room, and I said, this is a good place to come from for advice, and I got chewed out. What kind of soft motherfucker asked for advice and blah blah blah. That's the way I interpret it, anyway. I'm
You're
like,
more than
shit.
welcome. You're more than welcome. You're
I
more than welcome.
want to actively ask for advice. I want to actively find a motherfucker who I think is a sharp dude and be like, what do you think about this? What's your opinion on that? Yeah. So, yeah, I love this shit too.
Well, you're more than welcome up here anytime. You know that, Joe Cool.
Yeah, fucking, and this is great because shit, there's no pressure here. And not for me. I don't have to worry about that shit. But you can tell when those numbers add up, people start performing on panel and the conversation change. And it's hard to get to the truth. Ain't nothing like just talking to Guru at 3:20 in the fucking morning. There ain't nothing like this, bro. This shit.
I'll let you guys talk. I'll let you guys go on.
Yeah, you jump in whenever, man. Oh shit.
No. You guys are interesting. Just do me a favor when you go to another restaurant, order me a Coney dog, will you? Chicago one.
We got some good ones here, bro.
No, but you participate too. Don't be shy.
Gentlemen, enjoy yourself. I'm strictly government. I really am.
I'm sorry. So I got to take my shirt off, so I got to take the headphones out for one more second. I want to hear you guys.
Besides that, you're interrupting my my honeymoon here.
Oh.
Pretty bad when I
Honeymoon.
got to have headphones on just to do this.
As far as I know, Barbara's still in the other room. What are you talking about, honey?
I know. I stubbed my toe trying to get there.
I guess Eddie must have fell asleep though.
He does that. He'll leave it up there, and oh no, he didn't. I'll be
Oh.
dead.
No, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Did you fall asleep like I did?
Yep.
I knew it.
Terrible situation. You know that, Gavin?
You know you're getting quizzed on this, right?
Yeah. Are you been taking notes?
All right. What's the top 3 things that you remember about that? We just solved all the world's problems.
Tell him, Gannon.
Yeah, the natural way is the best way.
Yeah, he's cherry picking from before Joe Cool came up. That's not gonna, fly over my radar.
That's pretty good. I didn't think Gannon was up. I really didn't. I thought he just left his logo up. Very good, Gannon. You fooled me. Wow. See, we were listening to you two.
Uh-huh. What was the last thing we said?
Gannon, were you up there the whole time, Gannon?
Okay, name just one thing we said at all.
Well, I can tell you, I remember him saying he wanted a Swizzler to that lady. But she had some free notes. That's right.
I think that was the only thing we didn't talk about was Switzerland.
I mean, you guys, I figured you guys haven't talked in a while, so I just let you guys go, and I guess Eddie realized the same thing, so we just kept quiet.
That's what you figured before or after you drifted into another
sleep.
Well, let's see. I did dishes. I washed my dirty underwear. Talked to my wife. I went to the neighbor's house. Went out to eat. And come back.
When I think about it, the last time we talked was probably on Sweet Leaf panel, and she ain't even had a panel, at least to my knowledge, for a long time.
Yeah,
Is she
either
gone?
there or maybe hippies, possibly.
Yes, CBA hippies, yes.
Is Sweet Leaf gone?
No, she's not gone. She's just more few and far between doing her panel things.
Okay, I got you.
And it's weird, I think this might be phrasing this wrong, but yeah, I'm definitely phrasing it wrong. But the only thing holding her together was Guru, and our conversations we used to have. I think it was playing a role because she slipped into the YouTube shit, without us being around having no conversations. I don't know if you and her still talk on the phone, but now whatever she posts is gonna be some YouTube bullshit. It's not so much about herself or whatever the fuck. So and so said this and so did that. Weird.
Oh, it's one of those. Okay, yeah, never mind.
She does it kindly and softly, but it can only lead to trouble.
Yeah, I did that for 6 months when that guy forum bombed me. I was so free, boy. Ooh.
She's, she put herself up for being a guru subject experiment and for self-improvement. And I'll hand it to her. She made a considerable amount of progress, and it's still a work in progress.
I think she is doing good.
Definitely. Where she's stuck though is she still holds. We lost Joe. Check the basement there.
No, he's not there yet.
Okay, I'll wait till he.
You know what? He didn't pay his bills, so I got rid of him.
Down you go with the crickets there, Joe.
Oh, here, I just heard him. Where's he at? Oh, there he is. Okay.
Over to the left.
Okay.
Damn it, it can't be 3 people in here and I see girls in chat. These fucks, they'll invade anybody, bro.
Yeah, so she's
you said where she's lacking is, and then I hit the button. Wait, now he just hit the fucking button.
What's that?
Now then, fucking.
Oh, did I
Google.
kick him out? Oh shit! I probably kicked him out. Didn't know it. I probably did. Son of a. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me.
This is funny.
I think I accidentally kicked you out.
No, I'm charging you triple for that.
I'm sorry.
I thought it was you disappear, or before I disappear again.
Can't the guy finish his fucking sentence
Right,
around here or what?
You said where she falls short is.
I don't believe I did that.
She still puts value into her ego from a survival perspective, where she's got to let that go. Still, she's still coming to terms with that. And
ego is what got me through, so therefore
right,
I rely on it in times of trouble and need.
Right.
That's dope.
But at least she's not in denial to it, you know. So, and that's the first step of being able to reconcile with that. So, but that's where she's stuck at, and because of that, she's also attracted to endeavors that are distractions still.
Yes.
So,
right. Because her ability to watch all these different shows and then discern a certain thing in there and put it on YouTube, it would say ego.
Right.
You know, and she risks, because she's unpopular, she risks being attacked, period. But certainly, when you can critique a motherfucker, because everybody is so soft in here, they feel like they gotta clap back. It wasn't a critique. You attacked me. Some of them were gonna critique back, but some of them are gonna, try to make your life fucking miserable. All because, well, I don't know if it's because, but your ego plays a huge role in that. If you absent that ego.
And they're doing it because of their ego, and if it affects you, it's affecting you because of your ego.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what?
And she's doing it, in my opinion, because of her ego. She wants to show people that she is smarter than us.
Google was right about that, because when I went after those guys, what they did to me, I mean, I was, I could see myself changing, and I says, well, I'm going to have to slow down.
Right.
So I just did what I had to do. They gave up, and I said, all right, we're done. That's it. And I never went back to them. That's it. No more.
All right, wait. I missed the story, but I can see that your ego got in the way. Something happened, then you stopped.
When I was up here, I was getting porn bombed.
Yeah.
And I found out who was doing it, and I went after them. Took me 6 months. 6 months.
Yeah.
But I asked Google to get away, to everybody just to leave me. It was just going to be between me and these 2 other guys.
Yeah.
And they submitted. So I says, all right, that's it, we're done. And I could see myself changing.
I wish they would not have submitted, because I don't want you to think that's the way to cure a thing. And I also wish that rather than, it looks like you fought back with their rules.
Mm-hmm.
When they did it, if you kind of move, there's a saying, Biggie Smalls, real bad boys moving silence. I think that's Biggie. That is true. If you're gonna make a move and someone sees it, you're probably lacking. You're probably fucking up. Certainly if you're on there, yeah, he went after my mom, I'm gonna dox this kid. You're definitely a piece of shit. You're lacking, ignorant, no sight then. But even going along those lines where your moves are visible, those are the moves of someone who's playing checkers, not chess. Chess players remain unseen. Niggas topple, and they don't even know you had nothing to do with it. If you're gonna make a move, that's how you do it behind the scenes. That's what I said. Maybe I'm still a kid, but when I want to fuck motherfuckers up,
I do it through secret phone calls and plant messes here and there, and you have people work for you. They don't even know they're working for you type shit. You got to be creative. What you
Well,
don't do is, in their face, you should be cordial as fuck. If you're, here's this bitch in to get in my room, and here this fucker comes, you already lost the battle if you're doing that shit.
well, I did a surveillance on them. That's what I did to learn their habits. Once I learned their habits, I just turned it right around on them, and
Yeah,
it
and that's
drove them.
logical. Yeah.
They drove them freaking nuts. It did. You should listen to them. They were so. This dumb son of a bitch can't even write right. Well, you're right. I can't write that well, but I mean, I made it really hard for them to read. I mean, they were pissed.
I've been trying not to correct you on your fucking spelling. But the shit, yeah, I'd like to troll you a little bit myself on that shit.
Yeah,
But
well,
I
it's
know, I
'cause
think, yeah, he had an injury though, right? He had,
yeah.
so it's hard too, but it would be so much fun. I really want to so bad. They
Well,
say, I saw a meme when I first started fucking around on the computer, and they said, "What's the best way to get clicks and views?" And they said like cat vid, so and so, and the number one way was misspell something. Everybody gonna come out the woodworks to comment that you misspelled something.
Yeah, they will. It's true. It's true. Yeah, that is true. Well, you should have heard them. They were all they meant. Look at this. Because I would never say nothing to them, so they could use my words. I would write to them, and they would write, say it right out loud to the stream. And look at this dumb son of a bitch. He can't even spell cat right. But I did that purposely. There's
I
some
think
words.
it's brilliant. Yeah. I see the logic and distracting a motherfucker. And I think it's great. Someone runs with a narrative or something and just tell, look at this dumb motherfucker. And I know I got him clean the rights. I'm gonna let him run for a while. It's funny to me. It's entertaining.
Well, what's good about it now? They leave me alone, and I leave them alone now. So
I hate that you had success though, because the next motherfucker, I hope that it doesn't progress into something horrible. The best way to, I don't know, there's different ways to treat a fool or feed a troll. One of the best ways is to starve them, period.
That's the only best way.
Yeah.
It drives them nuts without you, without it being at your expense, and it's not at any expense of you to do that. You preserve yourself and your energy. You don't waste your time and your life. And we were just talking earlier about, if embracing the responsibility of what we do every second of the day is a high level of consciousness, and the opposite of that is spitting in the face of divinity, then we really need to be very meticulous about where we place our focus, don't we?
That's dope. Yeah. If
yes.
Is spitting in the face. Yeah.
But you know me, I don't go after anybody. I just laugh it off and everything else. But that was when they did that.
Really.
I mean, you should have seen that porn. I mean, he showed. Oh wow! I was just like, and I had.
Can I ask who porn bombs you? Because it will have been a friend of mine. I know every devious motherfucker.
No, it's nothing. No, you wouldn't even know him at all. Seriously, no. I got to show you guys something here.
Or you can type it in private if you don't want to say it.
Yeah, I'll write it to you. Well, I'm going to show you guys something if I can do it. Yeah, okay. Hold on, I got to go through here. Why don't you guys go ahead and talk? I'll just pop it up there.
Well, you got me thinking about all my buddies who porn bomb right now. Fuck. At some point, everybody be like, "Yeah, I only did it once, though, Joe." And two people, and they deserved it. But that shit is a real fucking thing. I remember when it was a big thing. Now it's common. I remember when talking about people's kids and shit was out of bounds. Now it's common. Everybody goes straight to the lowest shit they can think of. I was one of my friends that he uses he says nigger, and it doesn't surprise me because the way he used it, like he'll call up the police station and some little black kid got trespass from somebody's lawn or something, he'll call up, hey, do you still have your nigger lawn removal service? Excuse me? Yeah, I got a couple of niggers I need, and that shit's hilarious. But he said out of anger one day and I had an issue with it. And I called like I don't know how many people, all of them were white people, and all of them knew him. And all of them said that Dave said the same thing, except one. And then after I hung up with him, he called right back. He was like, yeah, something I should have said, man. I've done it too in times or so and so. I'm like, damn, that make all 8 of y'all motherfuckers. And he said, yes, we go after the lowest thing, what we think Earth was. And that made me feel funny. All right, fuel supplier issues U.S. diesel shortage warning.
We have 17 more days. We're done.
I can't wait.
17 more days.
What? 17 what? Why do you be so precise with a measurement?
There's not going to be any more diesel.
Why 17 days? I can be so sure.
Well, they had it 25 days ago, last week.
They know when it's going to run out.
And they're counting it down right now, and they're talking about it right now. It says fuel supply issues, U.S. diesel shortage warning.
I was watching a chick on YouTube today who put up a short. She's in California. She, said that she tried to be a nice person. She believes in the system. They said by electric. She got rid of a motorized car, got this really expensive electric car. And now she's in California, and they just put out some shit saying they're not going to allow you to charge your car. It uses too much power. They're like, really? After all of that shit? Oh, she hot.
She can believe the lies that they give them. I mean, how many times you got to be lied to before you start realizing, duh?
I don't know. Apparently, this internet is really something special because people will turn a blind eye to have that fucking Netflix and potato chips, man. That's enough for me to remain in ignorance and take a decent degree of abuse sometimes. All these dumb things.
I've been asking that question since I was about 4 years old, vets, and I still haven't found the answer. How many times do people have to see the same frickin' duh before they realize not to repeat the goddamn thing,
I guess it would depend on the person. Certainly, the older you get, the better you should get at it. But I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty.
How do you account for the 98% of the rest of society that gets worse as they get older?
Yeah.
Seems to,
No, I think you're right. You're onto something. They can become more entrenched. I went to visit my relatives when my dad was ill. I took him to Arkansas, and I was trying to explain to them about. This was at the time when I'm trying not to talk about that. Use my words wisely here, but when the WHO and the CDC changed their numbers and put the thingamabob more in line with that of the flu. And I was explaining to them, and they were telling me how deadly it was. And I was saying, no, the same people who told you that have revised their numbers. I can show them to you. They didn't care to see them. They were like, listen, we see the news. We're going to do what they say. Better safe than sorry. And, every old person excuse they can come up with.
Yeah.
Jeez, yeah. They want
anyway, gentlemen, I'm gonna go. I'll catch you again.
Holy fuck, Eddie!
Hey, Eddie, it was nice talking to you.
I know, right? Couldn't set you up, bro.
It was always a pleasure.
That was the most intense conversation we ever had, Eddie.
That thing you said about that thing, I'll never forget it, bro.
Oh, another thing.
I know you did.
Yeah, that other thing.
I'm glad you showed up. Thank you.
Hold on, let me check. Anyway, take care, guys.
Be good, Eddie.
It ain't all the time me and Guru just holding an 8-hour conversation. With you.
Always remember, if you can't be good, be careful. If you can't be careful, wear an umbrella.
I didn't catch that.
Can you be careful? What?
If you can't be good, be careful. If you can't be careful, wear a brolly.
Where what? Now I'm the only one who didn't get it. You can't be careful where or something.
Where Brawley?
Brawley, what's a Brawley? A bra? I don't even know what the fuck.
Or an umbrella hat, whatever you like.
Oh, thank you.
Take care, guys.
Okay, thank you, Gannon.
See you later, Eddie.
Well, Frosty, I got to go to sleep now. You can keep an eye on these two.
Wow, that'll make me cross-eyed.
Welcome back, Frosty. Did you already have a full rest and this is the start of a new day?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
That's what I figured. That's how it rolls around here usually.
Frosty, till the time you left, they talked all freaking night, both of them.
I have
didn't
no
say a
idea
word.
what he's talking about, bro. I just got back. I was cop watching and chasing police, bro. I don't know what he's
Yeah, where the hell was I for that conversation?
So him making shit up, bro.
Forget about it, Frosty. I'm hung.
He was over here singing nursery rhymes to himself when I got here. And
I knew
Mary had a little lamb.
Yeah, I knew we solved the world's problems. Drugs was eliminated, but that was supposed to all be just in my head.
Right.
Oh,
And see, I'm going to need a crowbar to get between these two.
Oh, wow.
You know what, Frosty? As they're talking, I'm going to start another stream up my cell phone. Me and you'll talk. How's that? Now, these two haven't talked in a while, so they were having a good conversation.
We rarely get to have a one-on-one, actually, especially for a lengthy period of time.
Extended period of time.
Mhm.
Yeah, never happens.
Well, keep going. I'm a listener. I'm a listener.
I'm getting a text. One of my friends died here in Chicago. Fuck, I'm trying to think. I told you a lot of stories tonight, Guru, and not involve this dude. But yeah, he's another good buddy of mine. I'm asking how he died. But go ahead. The shorty. Yeah, this is he died, so it's fucked up. This is the first story that pops in my head. But I was talking about him the other day, and he used to stick up with a lot of other people. And he had asthma real bad. I remember one time he left the house. I was like, "What the nigga? You can't even breathe." And him and another buddy of ours went out. It might have been three of them, and they stuck up a currency exchange. And he was out of breath. He got out. He took a couple steps to run. He couldn't run no more. His friend literally had to put him on the back and run away with him from the crime scene. But yeah, that's the one he just sent me a picture of. Yeah, they want to know how he died. He was also it was really weird, Guru. I wish you were around me and I could get your opinion on some things, but he was like a really good guy, solid guy, honorable and all that, but he was the worst. His hustle was robbing motherfuckers, so that's what he did. He'll stick up a spot and then get a workers a few blows, because they got him tell a boss they got robbed. They might as well have a few dollars and be able to get high. So he'd give him something back after he robbed the place, man. He was like a good guy. And, I appreciated his advice. He was insightful, but he did horrible shit easily.
Right.
Seems like a contradiction.
I suppose, but then that's how it goes in the corporate world again. You see, in the world of cooperation,
misplaced values, that these things are possible.
Right. In the world of cooperation, not because there's just no incentive for something like theft. You realize that theft is also a conceptual fallacy. There's no such thing as theft in the real world.
Right. It's logical. Wait. What if I make a thing? Let's say I take a tree branch that has fallen and I whittle a walking stick and you steal it. That's not theft.
It was never yours.
Under the concept, it was still just a tree, part of nature. It'll be here when you're gone. It was here before you got here.
Right. The moment you embark in the ideology of mine, you have now stepped away from reality entirely.
Well,
There's no
they
such thing
sold
as
his
yours.
labor.
Not
They
even,
sold his labor too. I mean, they
not
brought
even,
time to make that walking stick.
not
Took his
even your body isn't yours. The labor that you used, the labor that you produced and did wasn't yours. Your thoughts aren't yours. There's no such
Wait,
thing
how
as
was the
yours
labor not yours?
because you didn't own the labor. There's no such thing as owning.
Yeah. I was thinking if I put in 8 hours, that was my labor, but maybe not really.
It was your effort, right? Like you did the effort, but it's not something that you owned.
Right. Well, it's hard to find a way to say I could own it too. Yeah.
The whole owning ideology is a complete fallacy. There's no such thing. Not even your thoughts, not even your body. If it was such a thing, you wouldn't need to do anything to keep it, nor would you need to do anything to protect it from anybody else being able to access and
What
occupy it.
would sound like what Paul was talking about in a way when he was talking about the guy and his woman and blah blah blah. And the guy was like his girl.
Yeah, no such thing as my girl or your girl.
It seems like she it's a blessing if you guys are in tune. That's what Paul was trying to
Right.
tell me and my girl
Right.
share a belief and a philosophy, and you know I don't have to control her to get her to not yell at me and shit. She don't want to do that shit anyway. It's not something she wanted to.
I've been living in the same house now with the same girl for the last 6 years, known her for 11 almost, and it's all sheer. We enjoy each other's company, and because we want to, there's no anything extracurricular with expectation to go along with that. None. It's total outright freedom.
Oh wow. Wow.
And because of that, we have no insecurity with each other. We're totally just, you go when you want to go, I go when we want to go. We sleep if we want in the same bed. We share a meal together, or we fuck off for a couple days. It's just whatever you want to do, because we're two individual people on our own paths that just happens to, for the time being, enjoy each other's company.
My girl's not there yet. She has great separation anxiety still. And I can see where it came from because she was married before and with this other guy, and he literally they would travel. They got a van, did the van life, and he left for Mexico and other places. When he get mad with her, he'd leave her different states and shit, and she'd be on her own. And she's dealing with some of that, still dealing with some of that shit. It would be nice though if I could walk out the door. She'll say, "Oh, I understand. I'll see you next week. You got to go to work. I understand." But I'll be getting weird texts before the day is out. And, you didn't call me, whatever the fuck. That ain't
Right. And I attribute all of that to, again, indoctrination being heavily responsible for that, the ideology of mind this, mind that, which leads to insecurity.
All right.
Because you're trying to protect a falsity that doesn't exist. So you're insecure about it. Right?
Yes, and you can never win if it doesn't exist. You'll never succeed
you'll go
in protecting a thing that doesn't exist.
You'll go insane and bonkers in the very pursuit. The insecure part is an insanity.
All right.
It's not healthy.
Guys, I'm about to fall out here. I do believe this is the end of the night for me, man. I drove 15 hours, man, to get here. I need to get some sleep.
Okay, Joe. Cool.
Right,
take it
you
easy,
guys
okay?
be easy. Nice rapping with you.
As always, it was
See
a
you,
pleasure,
Joe.
man. We'll see you again real soon.
Be careful out there.
Thank you.
Be good, buddy.
Take it easy, man.
Well, you guys tore up my channel. Damn.
Did you count the clicks and views?
What do you think Frosty came up? He had the crowbar. Thank you, Frosty. So I think we lost Frosty. Uh-oh.
Well, his persona's over here. Frosty,
Yeah.
are you with us? Are you awake?
He's not going to talk to us.
Yeah, we didn't pay our bill. That's what we
Yeah. Damn. Hold on, Frosty. I'll put the charge card on my little computer here. It's coming your way any minute. Hold your breath. Oh, he got something. Hold on.
That's me.
Oh, that's you. Okay.
This is a meme. You might have seen this one before. It's one of my favorites. This is a perfect reference to what we were talking about a little earlier there with Joe Cool when it comes to people. And
Hold on.
unless if sure.
I just heard him. Yep. Hold on. Right there. There you go. Is that you?
Yeah, but I tried to look at something and I could hear you guys, but apparently you couldn't hear me.
No, we couldn't hear you at all. Go on, Guru. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's good. You're fixed now. We can hear you quite well. So this is one of my favorite memes, and this coincides with when Joe Cool was here a little bit ago. How people are just so much into, if the TV didn't say it, it's just not true.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my favorite memes here.
And it's true, too. It is. If they hear it on TV, it's got to be true. It's got to be true. They wouldn't lie to them. They wouldn't lie to us.
Never.
No.
Well, let me tell you something that just happened. Is you see when I got up and about, I went onto YouTube and it said this video is not available, and it showed it live. So I went to the link and then I clicked on it and then I brought it and then I came up. So I thought that was a little unusual. I don't know what's going on.
This link isn't a what? You're talking about my link, right?
Yeah, you're still on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it was another video. Did you have something else taken down just recently here? Because it was the first thing that popped up on my thing, and
Weird.
like I said,
I'm looking at the YouTube video and it's running at the moment.
I don't see anything. No.
Okay.
Nope. I didn't get anything.
Okay, it's just common weirdness.
Ah, dang it, man. People are subscribing to me. I don't want that. Shit. I told them I don't want them to subscribe, and they did. I don't want this. Ah, shoots. I'm in trouble. I guess if you reach, well, I can't say nothing. Never mind. I'll tell you later on. Did you see that? Oh, wait a minute. He's got that. I'm sorry. Go on.
Oh no, it's okay. I'm just, while you're talking, I'm just scrolling through the memes. There's a few new ones that I have, but no, you go on.
Well, I was just gonna ask Frosty. Did you see that diesel again? I had up there.
Actually, they were talking about it on something that I just watched. Oh, I know who it was. It was Laura Ingram was discussing it. So I unmuted it and listened a little bit. She's warning, well, people are going to die if this continues. And I forget who her guest was. I never did know, actually, because he was just already on there. But yeah, there's no answers coming from the administration about what they're doing about it.
They're not going to do nothing unless you hear it on the TV. Then it won't be true anyway.
Yeah.
You know? Well, people who voted for Democrats, I'm going to feel sorry for you. You're going to get what you wanted. It's all yours, baby. Hollywood propaganda.
Well, they'll get millions and millions of votes, whether they win or not. That's what's hard to understand. How anybody can vote for that. I mean, you're actually voting, wanting people to starve to death, freeze to death.
Yeah, that's what they're voting for. Might be them too. You never know. You know what I'm saying? Might be them.
Well, they don't just deliver goods by truck to Democrats. They're delivering it to stores. You don't have to prove you're a Democrat or Republican to get in those stores and buy something. So yeah, they're not going to escape.
Well, if I'm right, we got 17 more days. I think I said 17 more days. I think.
I'm so excited. I just can't hide it.
I guess we're gonna have to live with Guru.
Hey, oxygen's a good thing. Come on. I'm an O2 activist.
Oh, I am too. It's just they're going too fast right now. People, I just can't see people, die needlessly for nothing.
Too fast. It's only been 150 fucking years since we've been using petrol.
No. I mean, when they stop it, I mean, instead of having something to back it up, they don't. They just want to, eliminate people.
You know what? It should never have been started. As far as I'm concerned, it's 150 years too freaking late.
Yeah.
Blame the whales. Blame the whales.
The whales. Aye, there be whales in here.
And as I said, with all the information that's out there now, if you didn't get the message in time at this point, it's only your fault that you were too busy, distracted, and focused on the bullshit that kept you distracted and focused from taking responsibility. So you reap what you fucking sow in life.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I want to see people get hurt, but people are doing it to themselves.
Yeah.
Right? They're really doing it.
This is true.
Even the avocation of still buying a product that not only is it dirty and pollutive, but also 98% of its profits and tax margin goes to what? It goes to your oppressive fucking assholes who are warmongering, slaughter pieces of shit.
Yeah.
So I have no sympathy for people who are still dependent on petrol at all. That shit's got to stop. It's a crime to such a high degree on so many levels.
You know what they should do? You're right. They should stop the gasoline for petrol, but they should leave the heat for the houses. You know what I mean? Don't kill people because of this. You know what I'm saying?
That's where we got to. We can educate people, and people just got to stop being stupid. There's 101 ways to heat yourself naturally. And people just forgot. That's all. Because they're so addicted and dependent on the petrol and synthetic chemicals to do the job. We didn't rely on that 100 years ago. People didn't freeze. And I've shown you a few examples of them. That's just a few. There's many. We don't need that garbage. We never did. We did just fine without it, and we'll be just fine without it again, unless people want to just sit there and pout and whine that we can't have our stupid fucking toxic petrol at the pump.
It's going to be hard. I just don't want to see people getting killed needlessly because of the government's. If they would have. Oh, never mind.
Wind power and solar power is not going to power all the electric vehicles that are going to replace the combustion engine. I mean,
I'm with you there. But again, that's all luxury. That people again have forgotten how to function without that luxury. So again, that's just you reap what you fucking sow in life,
Oh man. I'll tell you right now what's going on. They're allowing these people to come on in, and they're killing people up there. They're raping people. They're breaking into people's homes. It's just getting nonsense. One person got thrown out in a subway in the tracks. Thank God he lived. It's getting bad.
That's what happens when people get so far away from their ability to function naturally that they have no other alternative left. So what you're seeing again is nature playing itself out, attrition taking its course. The disease itself is chewing itself out so that the rest of nature doesn't get obliterated with it.
Well, the
It
bad
has
thing
to
about
happen.
I know, but the bad thing about it is the government, the DAs, are not doing anything about it. They're allowing them to go into the police station.
It's
What?
not their responsibility.
Well,
It's
then they
ours.
need to vacate the job.
It doesn't matter. It's still our responsibility in life to feed ourselves, to shelter ourselves, to keep ourselves warm. That's our responsibility. Delegating that to other men, what kind of bullshit is that? That's again getting to the root of the problem there. The idea that it was ever somebody else's responsibility to begin with. We can say that, okay, well, we're paying these people, so they took a position of that in contract and agreement to us, but does that change anything from a default natural position as
Well, the
far as who's really responsible for putting food in your mouth? Was it really meant for another man to spoon feed you?
No, I can understand what you're saying there, but what I'm saying is these people that are coming in, if we defend ourselves, we go to jail. They don't. It's amazing.
That's again, is because indoctrination led individuals down the path to submit the responsibility of self-preservation to your oppressor. So now you're going to run into your oppressor's arms to protect yourself from your oppressor. That makes a whole lot of sense.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt if somebody's going to come after me, I'm going to have to go to jail for it. There's no doubt about it. If something happens,
Right.
I know this for a fact. But still,
Yeah.
it's still not right.
Of course, it's not right.
If
But
the government's hold on, if the government's not helping us out, I mean, I can take my things in my own way. There's no, and a lot of people can do that out here.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? But we all go to jail, and still the criminals are still out there.
Okay, now for the go to jail part, that's what weapons are for. That's what they're meant to be for. And
I got
that's the
one in my
cold,
hand
hard
right-
statement that a lot of people don't really want to talk about, because it means that people have to get uncomfortable and take responsibility for self-defense and self-preservation, instead of once again delegating it to the same oppressor or some other man to do the job for them. It's nobody else's responsibility to defend ourselves from tyranny and oppression. There's nobody else around. And even if there was, it's still by natural default our own responsibility. If I got a bully coming after me, I have to deal with it.
But we shouldn't be in that situation right now. The way things are going right now, we should not be in that situation. They're putting us in a.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there. But the root again is because of the agreed, prolonged advocation and participation of we the people. And this is the result of not learning our lesson for so long. It's that pullback. It has to happen by design. You can't just keep doing something that's being out of balance with nature and the way that nature is set up by divine code and not have a consequence for it. It doesn't work that way. And it's up to an individual to get real with that. And that's what it takes to not only heal from that, but once again, redeem yourself and live healthy in a free way with abundance.
It takes
right?
many people to do it. That's the
No,
problem.
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It takes you yourself to take responsibility for yourself. Again, that thing that you just said there is part of the indoctrinative method to distract and keep people from actually pursuing the responsible path and doing what they need to do for themselves. Oh, well, we'll just throw in the towel because without the support of many other people, we can't. No, there is one thing that does take more than just yourself. When it comes to two versus one, you're probably up Schitt's Creek, unless if you got a faster draw than them. So there's an aspect where, yes, there's an element of allying with people, but that's all around, especially when it comes to a life or death situation. You just ally with people who want to live free or die. Those people who just want to bend the knee and walk into the gas chamber like in Nazi Germany, those aren't your allies. And they never were, right? So you just got to get real with the scenario and take responsibility for that, so that you're prepared holistically for the inevitable, which we know the writing is on the wall. That's our responsibility to do, nobody else's, especially not our oppressors. That's just ludicrous thinking. And we also have to get real with a little bit of an acceptance factor too, that we are in a mortal state here. So no matter what, there's no such thing as true security. But that's not what life is about anyway. Life is about having the confidence to live on the path of self-determination. That's what it's about. And that takes consciousness, self-awareness, and the choice, of course, knowledge and wisdom. It takes learning to do that, which the corporate way of life wants to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, keep you fully distracted from even thinking about, never mind making any moves. But it's still, even though that's there, at the end of the day, it still comes down to you ultimately making that choice for what you focus on. You don't have to get caught up in the distraction. You don't have to get caught up in the corporate world. It doesn't have to continue to lead you down the path of destruction and disease and chaos and war and famine. It doesn't. The rest of nature functions perfectly fine on its own. It doesn't need to pay for things. It doesn't need to write regulations for things. It's already self-regulated. So if that's the case, we have a clear-cut example right in front of us. We don't need to look very far at all. All we have to do is align with it. And for those who choose to do so, they start to understand what freedom really means. For those who don't, they stay stuck in indoctrinative muck and continue to make excuses and delegate the responsibility in the direction where it has no business being delegated to begin with, which is the root of why things are crazy for them.
Excuse me, are you okay, Frosty?
Some coffee went down the wrong pipe.
Okay, you're right. Then, all right.
And all the while, I had a weapon in my hand dealing with nature. Somehow a wasp got in here. And
Only Frosty. Only Frosty.
yeah, I'm out in my shop, and this wasp gets in here, and he's buzzing around. So I got my little tennis racket, and I'm ready to deal with nature right now.
30 love.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the score right now? Make sure you put him over the net.
And on top of that, I went to take a drink of my coffee. It went down the wrong pipe. Now I'm over it now, but there was a brief moment there.
Buzz versus Snowflake, 45-15.
If he lands on my carrot, he's goner.
I'll let him sting that sucker first. Hey, look, dear. This is better than pistachios. What a hell of an aphrodisiac, yeah. Oh, shoot. Oh, Joel B set me up. Oh, it's hilarious. I can't, it's really, I can't show it to you much as I'd like to, but it's hilarious. Oh, wait, I can show you through the Gmail. Hold on here. me show you this. He gave this to show to Frosty. Hold on, let's see if I can get it. It's coming your way in just a short here. Wait a minute here. There we go. Here comes Google. I showed Frosty already.
You'll notice the smile on that.
That one's going in the collection.
Going where no snowman's ever gone before. That's for sure.
That's Frostley giving directions to his house in the North Pole. Just follow the compass.
He's trying to help out Santa.
You sure was
Move over, Rudolph.
You sure was a business Santa. You're trying to help. Need a little bag of tricks. Excuse me, sir, but could you point me north? Could you grab my
on Dasher, on Dancer, on Frostley, Whoa!
I'm looking for those cookies, man. I'm going to Santa.
Damn, your nose does glow, don't it, Frosty? Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah. Well, Frosty got a hell of a reputation, I'll tell you. I'm jealous.
Yeah, I'm living up to it.
Them blue balls ain't so bad after all, are they?
I know Mr. Sailor's happy. Oh my God. That's too much. But yeah, it's just. Oh shoot, I forgot about taking that down. I'm sorry. Oh no, we can see each other. Okay, let's just leave it up there. So yeah, I'll tell you, Frost, as soon as you left, boy, those two were talking. I said, oh, the heck with it. I'm just gonna just listen in, you know. They'll never know I'm there. So I just listened to those two talking.
Well, what do you want a reward?
I just
with the picture you sent in my email, I'd be very careful about answering there.
I just need 2 hearing aids. They burn my ears out.
Here, let me get that for you.
North Pole, no problem reaching today.
He'd be a hell of a way to go pole vaulting, I'll tell you. Oh shit. Yeah. Well, it started out really good. It really did. You know, we're getting some more people in here now. I can see that though. We're getting more people in here. People who definitely know what's going on with the government, you know.
As things progress, I think it's certainly going to wake up more and more people. But you know, again, it's
will they be able to respond
right
in time to save themselves? Because nobody's coming to save them. If they're not going to save themselves, nobody's coming to the rescue.
No, the best that they're gonna get is what we're doing. You know, putting information out that if people want to take responsibility, then they can be all right. But they got to do that. You know. But that's the same either way. You know, this crisis or no crisis, it's the same responsibility that is there all along.
Oh, that must be some mean coffee.
Well, I did it again.
45, 15.
Can't believe I did that.
You know what it is? The stream's too much for him.
Apparently, I'm trying to drown myself.
Can we go for 3?
Oh, what happened to Frosty? Oh, he drowned drinking a cup of coffee.
Well, that's all I need. Yeah, Rice for Vince kills his buddy drinking coffee. Yeah, I can just see that. Oh, that'd be a mess. He did it twice. Twice. Oh my god.
I can't read that.
Too small?
Yeah. I can't believe you are robbing me at gunpoint with my kids in the car. Sir, this isn't a robbery or at gunpoint. What happens if I drive away?
He gets shot.
There we go. This is what I'm talking about right here. This mentality.
I gotta read that one here.
That guy's not drowning himself for this time.
He bought himself a safety mug.
A sippy cup. I guess we need some more government. Yeah, right. That's the whole problem. We got too big of a government. Don't know what the hell they're doing. They're so freaking big. They have no idea. It's like little kids running a factory. Don't even know what the hell they're doing, you know?
This is classic.
Food shortage is coming. All race chickens. Did you hear about the leak? Supreme Court Justice.
Mr. Distraction over here. Mr. Being distracted, right?
Okay. I can grow vegetables. Oh, I can grow vegetables. We should train together to be able to protect ourselves.
Right? But this is my group. This is my group over here, and this is the distraction, complain, blame the government, blah blah blah. Right? Did you hear about the leak SCOTUS? Guys giving them the thumb. Yeah, buddy. Okay, fuck off. You know? Back to huddle, back to planning, back to allying, right? Literally, that's what it's like.
No, it is. You can see it on TV, they do everything, to distract you. It's all about the elections, and who gives a shit,
And even just, again, politics as a whole and the whole thing, all of the things that entail with indoctrination, all of it is a complete, utter distraction to get you to focus from self-responsibility thinking. And it works. You know, a combination between that, the fluoride, of course, and the hypnosis. That's MK Ultra. Probably possibly the biggest psyop in the history of humanity, next to the next level of it, which will be transhumanism, right? Cyborgism.
Well, you know what, me and Frosty, we just can't figure out how in the hell. I mean, we know about the distraction, but no one's saying anything about the CBDC. You know, central bank digital. Not one person, and they know what's going on. They
That's
know
because
what's going to happen.
because you're a little
remember?
You're a little ahead of the curve right now.
That's right. He did have it on. My apologies. Yeah, one person said it. Yeah, you're right. We're ahead of the curve.
But they're not talking about it since. I haven't seen anybody address it since.
Try being in my position 24 years ago and telling people there's going to be a pandemic in about 20 years and a genocide, and it's probably going to be perpetrated by way of vaccine.
They wouldn't believe it. And I'll tell you the truth, I wouldn't believe it either.
Right?
You know, seriously. I mean, the way. I don't know. How about you, Frosty? Would you believe it?
No. Why would anyone believe it?
And there was
Nobody-
barely anybody just believing that the Federal Reserve wasn't federal at that time. You know, I was trying to get that through people's heads. You know.
Oh, I know. They name these things the opposite of what they are.
Right.
It should be the private reserve.
Right.
Well, like Guru said, I thought the Federal Reserve was run by the government. I never knew it wasn't. Until just lately, about, a year ago? Yeah, about a year ago.
That's your government officials putting out sheep, a wolf in sheep's clothing, you know?
Right.
I mean, why are these unelected people leading and at the top of our economic system? I mean, why is that? It's unbelievable.
Like, isn't a free pass to do whatever they want to do, and they're doing it.
Well, they're not held account by anybody or anything. Not that your government is. I mean, but these guys can get away with it, and they don't even need qualified immunity.
No, they decide if they even have qualified immunity or not. Wakey people, right? They decide. They gave themselves qualified immunity because they felt like it. And it's their corporation, so of course they can. And people want to go and try and fight that, right? Yeah, you're gonna go into McDonald's and convince a CEO and a board of directors that have been running the show for 50 years to change the sauce of the Big Mac. I don't think so.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Right? It's not happening.
I don't even want to see how they make it.
With that picture, I don't blame you.
This is the Twilight Zone guy, right? What was his name? Rod
Sterling.
Rod Sterling, yeah.
Is that who that is?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
somebody made a meme out of it, and it's a pretty good one.
Yeah, he played in the Twilight Zone. He was the main person that did it. The director. That guy had a good voice, so he had a real good voice.
It's funny, people living in the Twilight Zone watching a show called The Twilight Zone. Oblivious. Totally oblivious, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he came with some doozies, I'll tell you. I'll be right back. I'm going to get myself a cup of coffee.
All right.
Don't drown. You need somebody
Yeah, make sure you sip
I'll
it
bring my
twice.
water.
Sip it twice before you come back.
Yeah, I'm getting my sippy cup.
When you measure the temperature, make sure you got the red end in the water.
You know, you look at that picture, look at that parrot on that perch. He's looking at him. Say, what the hell's going on, Rod?
think I only watched that show once or twice, maybe more. I was very young, so I knew it was about crazy stuff, but I don't really remember it.
Oh yeah, he come up with some weird situations.
I remember it
Kind of a
was.
takeoff of Touche Turtle. Do you remember Touche Turtle?
I don't think so. The only thing I remember there with that show is on Sundays. It was either before or after Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah.
Those two were back to back. They did on Sundays.
Well, you're kind of an old goat then, aren't you?
I'm what?
Kind of an old goat.
46.
If you remember that, yeah.
Yeah, 46. I was in around 10, I think. Because, I watched it a bit on, I had a black and white little TV in my bedroom, and it didn't matter because the show was black and white.
Yeah, it was.
While we're waiting here, do you want to see about fixing your device? We can do that if you want.
Okay. Let me make some room here on this table.
Here, let me take this off the screen. Oh, we would need rights to... I'll take it off anyway. So I think your first bet would be to, well, if you reset your router though, that means you're going to be disconnected for a bit, I guess, until you come back. I was thinking that's your easiest solution, is just reset your router. Yes, because you can't remember your password. That's really the nuts and bolts of the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
So there's only two ways around that. Actually, there's really only one way around that. Actually, you have to reset the router because you won't be able to get back on without knowing the password on that device.
Well, I'm on my phone, so I can reset the router without affecting anything.
Oh, okay. Well, if you can do that, then it should be a cakewalk, I would think.
Well, let me just go reset it. All you have to do is unplug it for like 10 seconds.
Right.
Yeah. Let me go try that. That might be what screws it up, is the fact that it was. Because when we had that hurricane come through, I lost power a couple.
Unplugging it actually for 30 seconds might not reset the password. There might be a little hole with a little button that you might have to stick a pin in and hold it. It just depends on what kind of router you have. Uh-oh. I guess maybe, Frosty, if you can hear us, we can't hear you. If you can't hear us, I think your phone was on internet, not on cell phone, not on data.
Well, I haven't unplugged anything yet.
I can hear you now. Okay. Did you hear what I was
Yeah,
saying
I heard
about?
I heard what you were saying.
Okay.
I'm gonna unplug it though. I might lose you though. I don't know.
Is your cell on data right now, or are you on Wi-Fi?
Well, I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out.
It should show you the symbol, I think, on your phone. There's a little symbol. That's how you can tell.
I got a lot of symbols on there.
Fruity, what does the symbol look like on the phone where if he's on data or Wi-Fi? You know? He's got an Android too. You're not sure? Oh.
Icon moving when I talk.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. I got it unplugged.
We're good. Okay. All right. Well, you can try that first, I guess. Just leave it off for a minute, plug it back in, and see if that needs you to redo the password or not. I have my doubts. I think you probably have to. Do you have an instruction manual with
No,
your?
no, it
They didn't
didn't
give you
come
one.
with one. No.
Hmm. Yeah, this. I believe there's a way to actually set the password from your device, though. Once it's reset, I think that's how you do that. How old is the router?
Oh, it's fairly new.
Fairly new. Okay, so it's probably a 5G
Couple
one
years.
then.
Yeah, yeah. I had to upgrade at one point, so I think it's the latest one.
Okay, well, while you're waiting for that, I can actually look it up here. Do you know what the name of the router is?
No.
Does it have a brand name on it? It might be the name of your internet provider if it was branded under them, but it's...
Well,
Oh shit. Frostley, if you're there, I can't hear you.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, I don't know. My phone wants to go dark if I don't touch it. I don't know why it does that. Sometimes it does it. But anyway, I'm still not connected to the internet, it says. Check your connection.
Check your connection. Okay. That's on the
Well,
device?
it'll take a little while for the router to reset.
To calibrate, yeah. It should be, you can tell by what the lights are doing.
Yeah, right.
It'll probably have just a steady online one. Once it's online, usually there's one light that remains constant with online underneath it.
Yeah, it's not reset yet.
Okay.
There's only, I forget how many lights there is, but it is resetting though. I got the first two solid on top and the third one flashing. It'll go solid and then it goes on down the line until it's connected.
Okay. And does it say anywhere on the modem if it's a model name and number or anything? A brand as well?
It says Xfinity.
Can you spell that? Like Xfinity? Is that what it
Yeah,
is?
yeah.
Fin.
EXFINITY.
Okay. Xfinity modem, and underneath where the serial number is and all that, there's probably a model number somewhere around there. Can you locate that?
Yeah. I know the password that they give you on this router, I did change, and I know what that is, but let me see, model number.
You know what the password that you change it to is? Because that should be the password then.
Yeah, I do.
That should be the password that you can for when you log in on the device, whatever you change it to.
No, there's no model number.
No model number?
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's wait till it's finished calibrating and then try that password then. We'll try that first, if you haven't already. think I lost you again.
Yeah, I can hear you. I just
Okay.
reset. Yeah, should be close.
That's okay. No rush.
Yeah, okay. It's reset now.
Okay. Now is your tablet off?
No.
Okay, turn the tablet off and keep the tablet off for about 60 seconds.
Okay.
And
Hey,
then after that, you can go ahead and turn it back on again.
Rights, are you back yet, or can you hear?
He's still trying to burn himself.
He might be asleep.
He went to make coffee.
And fell asleep.
Yeah. So you're right. Could be.
Went to make coffee and slipped onto his bed.
Honey, I'm home.
Right, so I'm gonna drop down and then I'll come right back up.
Okay, Frosty.
See if I can fix this light issue.
What happened? The horn hit the light or something, or what?
You said, honey, I'm home?
Hi, dear. Did you get the vittles ready for me? What happened? Huh?
Oops.
I hope the coffee is nice and hot.
Oh, there we go. Oh, I just heard somebody. Hold on. You can talk to him about this. Be stern about it, though. Be stern.
All right. Push the button, for fuck's sake. Push it.
Yeah, hold on. Where is he at? There he is.
Little to the left. Little to the left.
Got him. There he is.
He's punishing me. He's punishing me. He's keeping me in the basement. He's punishing me.
Learn how to drink coffee, young man, or stay in the basement. Teach you.
Drinking coffee is fundamental.
It's like 101.
Okay, where are we at there, Frostley? It's been over a minute now.
Yeah, I'm turning it back on.
Okay.
Oh, you working on his computer?
And it says connect to the internet. You're offline. Check your connection.
Okay, so are those 3 different buttons that you just read, or is it that just one thing that you just read?
Well, I don't understand.
Is it a touch tablet where?
Yeah,
it must be, right? Okay, so go ahead and touch where that internet thing is to activate where you would turn the internet connection thing on.
I got to go to settings, and then it says wireless and networks, Wi-Fi disconnected.
Okay, is there somewhere showing like a list or anything of those lines of possible networks that it's seeing? Is it seeing your router?
Yeah, it's got that list. That's
Okay. If it's got the list, then try clicking on the one that represents your router.
okay.
And
Now,
what happened?
so it pops up a little window in the middle of the screen. It says the name, and then it gives security, gives a code. It
Okay.
says forget, cancel, and connect. So I'm gonna hit connect.
Okay, try connect, but make sure as well that like you might have to type in the password before you hit connect. But try connect first. Maybe it remembered it.
Well, it goes back and it says authentication problem.
Okay, so go back to the same procedure, and this time just manually type in the code in the spot that is appropriate to do so.
Well, they don't give you a spot that's appropriate. You type in anything. You can only select forget, cancel, or connect.
Is there? Where was that? You were reading a spot where it was like either the code or security key or something.
Yeah, that's what it takes you to.
Okay, so it takes you to the security key. Is that a spot where you can click in and then you can type the security key in?
No. If the only choices you have to do anything are forget, cancel, or connect. That's the
Okay,
only thing.
try forgetting the network. Click forget.
Okay, I did.
Okay, and now what did it do?
It'll take you back to that list.
Okay, so go back to that list and again click on that router one.
Okay, now it pops up.
Okay.
And it lists, actually it lists the password at the top. Then
Okay.
it gives you the search security thing. And then it gives you a spot to enter your password.
Okay, so I think you might be good here with entering the password that you should be doing and see if that works.
Well, I enter it, and the only thing that pops up is cancel. And there's a space, but it isn't highlighted that says connect.
So it won't allow you like try hitting connect anyways after you type it in. Maybe it just looks like it. Just make sure.
Yeah. It's not working.
It's not working?
No,
Okay,
it won't
that sounds like to me that the password that you're putting in is not correct then.
That's possible. It must be.
Yeah, because it won't let you, and it's going to
Let me-
identify that that's the right one.
Let me try something else real quick here.
Wouldn't his TV set show his password? Since it's the internet?
It's possible. It depends on what TV it is and how it's set up. It's possible.
Because mine shows my password.
The thing is, Frostley said that it's got the original modem password on there, but he changed it.
Oh.
Yeah, so which is a good thing to do, but he's got to now either remember that password to put in or reset the modem from scratch. One of the, which isn't really difficult either way. It just.
Well, if he's got the time, we can do it. I'm not going anywhere. Like to have him get his laptop, working.
Yeah. The
Well,
reset.
what I did is I went to in that list. There's Xfinity Wi-Fi, so I went to there. I pushed the correct buttons, and now it takes me back to that list, and it says obtaining IP address. So let's see.
Oh, that sounds promising.
And it says save, and then now it says connecting. So let's see if it connects. Yeah, it goes back to save. Maybe it works. Let me get out of it and try it. Get out of that. Go back.
I'm not sure if you had to hit save or not. Save probably
It's
means it will
not.
just remember it automatically for next time, I would
Yeah,
think.
and it's still not connecting.
Still not connected. Go back into it again then and see.
It says Wi-Fi disconnected.
Maybe you have to.
I
Maybe
click on
it
that. I click on that, and it gives me that list again. Now it says authentication problem under Xfinity Wi-Fi. So
Okay, so that would be the password is not matching. So you can, two options. You can do the procedure of forgetting the network again and trying different password until you get it, or you can reset the router, which will be with, you'll need a little pin or something. I'll look it up just to,
no, I don't have that kind of router. I know what you're talking about.
you know what I'm talking about?
There is no place to put a pin in this router.
There might be just a different procedure. Then let me see if I can find it. I'll look it up.
Well,
Xfinity
I've
modem.
talked to him. I've talked to him, and it's unplugging it. That's what they do
To reset the password?
to reset the router.
To reset, yeah, that's recalibrating the router. But to reset the password, that's typically not how you do that. But it could be. Let me
Yeah.
just see if
Okay. Yeah, I understand what you're saying now.
Xfinity modem password reset. If I can, okay, go to xfinity.com/password to Xfinity and click continue. Oh, maybe you have to do it online? That would be kind of dumb if you can't get online to begin with. ID and click continue. Click security check by typing and moving letters.
You break it up. You break it up.
Testing, testicles, testing. Xfinity.com. Okay. So it looks like they have their own website here, and I'm gonna put it on screen share so you can read it, and so you can also tell me that I'm on your internet provider's site, the right site. A second here, and I will share my screen.
All right, I'll make this thing big so you can see it.
That's what she said.
I'll put the snowman up. We're gonna make it big.
Okay. There you go.
All right. Can you see it, Frosty, at all?
Hang on, I'm gonna zoom too.
Yeah.
Okay, so Crossley, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if you've ever been on your internet provider's website before, but does this look familiar? Is it a Comcast thing? Okay. So it looks like I'm on the right site. So this is the instructions here to reset your Xfinity password. It says, we know it's easy to forget what password goes with what account. If you forget your Xfinity password, you can reset it by visiting this link right here, which I can copy and paste for you to do. If you know your password and just want to update it, you can do so via your account. If you forgot your Xfinity ID, if you have a verified email or mobile phone number, that's your Xfinity ID. If you forgot your Xfinity username, you can look that up. Make sure your new password is 8 to 16 characters, has a combination of uppercase and lowercase letters. numbers and special characters. Does include your last
You
name.
know what? I think that phone number is what I have to enter.
Okay, try that then.
Let
You
me
could be right.
let me see here. I have to find out where I can enter it. But it's asking me for a password. Let's try the phone number. Let's see if that works.
Okay. So yeah, I guess the new way is to reset it online. So
They're just getting ridiculous. They are.
right,
It's just-
it's kind of stupid. Can't get online because you don't know your password. You got to go online to reset it. That makes a whole bunch
It
of.
says Wi-Fi has no internet access. God damn it. Status connected, no internet. Signal stream. Excellent. Link speed. Frequency.
I'll tell you what, Guru, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you copy that link on there that you're seeing, and I'll pass it on to
Yes.
on his phone so he can do what he's got to do with it.
Yes.
See if
You
that'll
want
help
it.
him out.
What's easy for you? An email or in
Email,
StreamYard?
yeah.
Email? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Email would be perfect. Then I can help him out there.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
We got to get him straightened up if we can.
It's right as a reply to Frostley's attention stand. Put it that way.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. I'll wait till it pops up. I don't get no notification on my Gmail. I don't know why. Never, like 1, 2, nothing. I got to wait for a minute. Let's see if it popped up. Yep, just popped up.
Okay.
Support. Okay, I'll pass this on to Google. I mean to.
Wi-Fi has no internet access. Tap for options.
Frosty, it's
This
coming your way.
network has no internet access. Stay connected. Well, God damn it.
Okay, Frosty, I just sent it to you. That'll get you started on your cell phone.
If you go to that link there, it's reset your password link. There's just follow the instructions there, and you should be able to change the password right on the site there.
Damn, they don't give you very much, do they? Shit. That's bullshit.
Okay, I'll work on that later then.
Yeah, that's the only way I'm not seeing change your Xfinity password online with my account. Change your password using the Xfinity My Account app. Okay. Password security tips. Change your secret question. Okay. Yeah. So.
You did get it though, right, Frosty? The link I sent you.
I don't know. If I look, I'll probably drop out. So
Okay. No, forget about it.
We'll just pretend like I got it.
Okay.
I think that's what you got to do, and if that doesn't work, then there's a problem of some sort, and you'll have to call them. I don't know what it would be. It seems like the password is incorrect based on what's happening here. So I think you're just not remembering what the right one is, which is fine. You can just reset it.
Yeah. All right. We'll go from there.
Yeah.
See what I can accomplish.
Well, at least you have the link anyway, so that'll get you started.
Yeah, it's pretty basic. The walkthrough on that link, so it shouldn't be too hard from there. Not a whole bunch of things, at least only a couple. And they put pictures.
I like pictures. I can't read.
Well, this will help me out when I have a couple of hours where I don't have anything else to do. But yeah, thank you. Anyway,
Yeah, no problem.
gives me something to work on.
I'm pretty sure that's your answer. And if that doesn't work, like I said, you're going to need to call them. It means there's a malfunction or a problem somewhere, and then
Well,
they would.
yeah, but it seemed like if it was a malfunction on their end, my other devices wouldn't work either.
That's correct. That's correct. So you're able to get
And they do.
on?
Yeah.
They do. Okay. So yeah. So
It just seems kind of funny. The thing was in there, and all of a sudden it just disappeared on them. That's weird.
it happens. Sometimes it loses connection, and if it wasn't set up to remember the password, like the other devices, then it's gonna want it.
Wow.
Okay, well, we've done what we can do.
If it doesn't work, just throw coffee on it. Let it choke.
Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah. Oh, I tell you, they get you so mad, these computers. I know you're used to it, Guru, but us, man, well, I'll tell you, it's hard for us. Jeez, oh, man.
No, I'm just good at faking patience.
Oh, wow. It gets you aggravated. It does.
Well, I might have to change my password because the things, I know what the password was, and it don't work.
Yeah, that's a little odd, but I guess
Well, that's
try.
the kind of shit I deal with on a regular basis.
Well, in the digital world, it's the kind of shit everybody deals with.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking as well, though, when you change the password, you may need to recalibrate your other devices.
Excuse me.
Because it may cut you off as a security thing. So be expecting that. But that's not a big deal either. Got to relog in on your other devices.
At least you'll have the password then,
Yeah.
Yeah, because when I enter the password, it won't allow me to. All it does is highlight cancel. It never highlights connect.
Right.
You can see connect is there, but once you enter it, it should pop up so you can push connect.
Right.
No matter what you enter.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you had the right password, that's exactly what would happen.
Yeah.
It would turn clickable.
Let me see something real quick here. Well, don't wait for me. Go ahead, because
We're waiting for a bated breath here just to find out what happens. Is it a boy or a girl?
we'll see if it connects.
I think it's a tranny.
When I was knocked out for 3 days, I was so freaking mad. Oh, was I mad? I almost threw the computer in the garbage. I was so freaking mad.
When what?
When they shut me off for 3 days for no reason at all.
What? Your internet provider?
Oh yeah. Everything else worked other than that one computer. And I'll tell you where that came from. You know who?
Huh.
That's what happened to me. That's why I had to change the Bill Brown and everything else.
Yeah.
It was a mess. And I did something right, and it worked. I went, whoa! I did it right after 3 days.
Well, that would have been frustrating. I would have been climbing the walls.
I was. Trust me. I had to walk away. I said, I can do it. I did it one time. I'll do it again. That's why I'm watching myself on YouTube now, reading up on everything, you know.
I just got done giving myself university course of how the whole high quality movie editing thing works for YouTube and shit. Oh my god, that's just insane,
isn't it?
It took me two weeks to really understand it, even with my experience.
And I just do it. That's what I did. I used to have a $250 program for that until my tower went kaboom. I got to get that thing fixed. But yeah, I used to make movies all the time.
Right.
So it made me. So when I got this, what I'm doing now, you know, what limited I have, I got used to it real fast. I was lucky there. It's hard. It is. It's time consuming too.
Actually, I have a program you might that I found out about it that you might actually appreciate since you have Windows 10. DaVinci, what's it called, Fruity? DaVinci something. And I think it's free, and it's renowned to be as good as Adobe Premiere.
Oh, really?
Yeah, DaVinci. Let me just look it up for you.
You know what? Give me the link and I'm going into it and we'll talk about it and see if I can get in there, because that mother fracking when I knocked me out that voice thing, whatever, it just knocked everything out. It just wouldn't work. I said, "Out the hell with you." I just shut it off. So I want to make sure I do this right.
Resolve? Is that what it is? I think it's DaVinci Resolve.
Del Fruity said hi. I didn't know she was up.
Fruity. They said hi. Can you help me remember? Is it DaVinci Resolve? It is. And it is. I'm seeing this on blackmagicdesign.com. Is that where it comes from? Yeah. And it's free, right? Okay. Well, let me maybe not. Let me look at that real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, blackmagic.com. I know that password.
Juju bead.
Is DaVinci? I was going to get that, but I don't have Windows 10.
Oh, you got to have Windows 10 to have that baby, eh? Wow.
That's right. But it's been very highly regarded, so I'm using CyberLink instead. What is the what were you using before on your Windows before it went boom?
Oh, shit. No, it's been a while. It wasn't that though, DaVinci. It was, what the heck was that?
A couple $100, you said?
Yeah, it was. I was making.
Sounds like an Adobe then. Was that a one-time shot or a subscription?
No, I paid it off. I had to pay for two. You know, one you get the movie, and then you had to pay extra just to go out there on YouTube. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But I never used it for YouTube. I just used it for my DVDs. And I was thinking about getting it, and then bang, you know, my computer went, oh, come on, give me a break. I got to get my sound card fixed on it.
Okay, I just looked up, is DaVinci Resolve 18 free? It says yes, DaVinci Resolve 18 really is free. So I'm going to give you the link here.
Is there any upgrade to it? Is that what they're doing? Is this how they get you?
As far as I can tell, let me look here. I don't see any. It looks like just an open source, free, Windows 10 based, heavy duty movie editor. I'm not at the bottom yet though. When I get to the bottom, I'll make sure there isn't any.
Yeah, the bottoms always get you.
What does this allow you to do now?
You can do videos. More precise.
And do good quality editing. Let me see if it has an upgrade. I'll research. DaVinci Resolve upgrade. Resolve when it opens. Like to upgrade a database. Select update once.
You breaking up again?
Testing testicles.
One hung low.
Turn your head again, please.
We're talking to China. One hung low.
Range go forward 110. Now you get a little more flexibility. Okay, so there is an upgrade.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what they usually do it.
Yeah, but it's saying so far. I'll read more into it. You get a little more flexibility than you would be the case with the free version. So, well, it doesn't hurt to try the free version and see if you even need it.
Okay.
The upgrade anyway. So I'll give you the link.
I bet you 2-1 the upgrade is going to say, well, you're going to have to go on YouTube. You have to get the upgrade. I bet you that's what they did last time with me. We'll try it out. Would be nice if it doesn't work.
Yeah. Okay. You want that in email too?
Yeah. This way I can, well, yeah, I can put it in my, I can put it in my StreamYard and I'll activate it.
You want to, whatever is easier for you. I can do email. I could do StreamYard.
Could you do
Whatever.
both? Just in case?
I can do both. Yeah.
I appreciate it. Then we'll start see what happens here from it.
Of course. I get paid by the link post. So, you know.
Okay. For us to get my charge card, will you?
Checks in the mail.
He's a good CEO.
I'm on top of it.
It's only 3 years behind. Credit rating is negative 200, but you know.
We'll assume the risk.
That's right.
We'll assume the risk.
All right, there you are. It's in both for you.
Thank you. Let me get back to it right now. See what happens, sir.
Yeah, I thought of you for that the other day. I was glad I remembered to pass it on to you because I remember that the default program there, it works, but only if it's not a very big edit, right? It times out.
Really? Ah, okay.
That's on the one that we tried before. I'm talking about on, you know, what I forget what it's called, but it's the one that Windows 10 comes with. Remember we tried to edit, and you can do smaller videos on that, but if it's a long one, when you rendered it, it timed.
Oh yeah. That was on my computer. Yeah, I remember it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it wouldn't do nothing.
Right. So this should be, if it works, flawless when it comes to that.
Well, guess what happened? You're not going to believe this. StreamYard's got that now.
What do they have?
Well, you can edit it. You can only.
Oh yeah.
You can't do it in groups, but you can only do it like, you know, forward or backwards, and you can cut off what you want. Yeah, they just started it about 2 weeks ago.
Ah.
They sent me a link and I went, oh, okay. So I watched it. I never used it. I'm going to try it though. I'm going to try that too. But yeah, I remember that. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do like Frosty said. I'm going to wait. I'm going to do this tomorrow or today.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And if you want a recommendation, if it's a matter of having to pay for one, I'm using Cyberlink now, and it's really good. It is a subscription based. I think the year's subscription was $80, and I can render in the highest qualities with the highest imaginable bit rates and everything. I just started using it, and it doesn't have any glitches or nothing. I'm actually pretty impressed with it.
Is that like $80 a year?
$80 a year, yeah. And it comes with it's not bad. It comes with that and also a pretty high quality screen recorder that works on my Windows 8 flawlessly too. So not a bad bonus.
I like that idea. I'm gonna put it, I just screwed up. Shit. Gotta put it over here. That ain't gonna help me out any. Oh, wait a minute, that's right. Okay, so I'm all right. I'm all right.
If you need a walkthrough help with downloading and setting it up, I can do that with you too on screen share.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, probably. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try to learn as much as I can. I'm going to have to get a hold of you.
Okay.
But I put it on that notepad. That's what I did. So I don't forget. Save. Yes. There we go.
If I had my choice between the two, it would be DaVinci Resolve because it's a little bit closer to Adobe Premiere, but it's a one-off price for the upgrade, and it's almost $300. So I'm happy with the price that I'm paying for what I'm getting on CyberLink. The extra on what do you call it, on that program there for my needs isn't really necessary.
Damn, did they go up? Wow.
You might try CyberLink and have them send you that link.
Yeah, it would be a bad idea, maybe.
Yeah, I will do that. Well, let's see. I mean, I could do that now anyways, sure. Yeah. But try the free version of
I will.
Of that first, because if you don't have to pay, you don't have to pay. If I had Windows 10, then I certainly would be doing that.
Yeah, that sounds like a winner to me. I gotta let's see here. Where'd he go? He won't do it, you rotten mother freaker. So I won't do it on my computer. How am I gonna do this? I gotta go back. That's what I gotta do.
And just so you know that the price that I'm paying for CyberLink, if you do end up going with that, is on a discount that happens quite frequently. It's 30% or 40%, and I think they have one on now. I think the regular price is $99 a year.
Ooh, that ain't bad at all. Seriously.
Yeah. So I got it.
You got it on discount.
Well, that's the full price. So I got it at 20 or 30% off. I can't remember, and that's that might be Canadian price, if I remember. So it'll be even cheaper a bit in your dollars.
Yeah, because Canadian price I think is somewhere around 126 or 120, somewhere in there.
Yeah. So if I'm correct, it might even only be about $60 US.
Oh, good. I get a discount. Great. Oh boy, goody goody.
Hey, you know that ticker symbol I was looking at that we were talking about. Remember, I told you when I first looked at it, it was like 120 something, and then it went up to 140. Well, yesterday it jumped up to 170 something.
Ah, God, that's really going up high too. Son of a gun.
Yeah, it's taken off. And the only reason I can't get it is because I got to wait those 4 days.
Maybe we should tell Guru about that in the back room.
What is it?
In the back room,
yeah.
Okay.
It's a stock market that just started up.
Oh, okay.
And
insider trading. I'm in.
Well, I know the story behind it, but I'm not going to put it out here.
No, we can't, or we get in trouble. More, if something happens, they'll blame it on us, you know. But I can go in the back room if you guys want me to. I can do that now.
Yeah, if there's nobody in chat, why not?
Now, there's only 2 people in chat right now. I don't know who they are, but yeah. All right, everybody, we're going to be taking off, so we're gonna help Guru out here about inside training. Oh, I got to get this link. Hold on, I can't do nothing yet. Hold on, guys. What was I doing here? Hold on.
So I sent it to both for you. So now you got both of them in private chat, and I sent it both in email too.
Okay, I just got to figure where to put it, where it's gonna.
Just for clarification, while we're live, we're not insider trading. That's not what we're doing.
Yeah, that's just my deal, for the record. That's what I do.
Inciting trading? No, I don't think so. But for yeah, I can't do this. I
take all liability for everything on this stream.
And I have none.
Okay, everybody, we're going to take off, and we'll catch you later on. We thank you for showing up. And anything to say, you guys, before we take off?
I had a great time. Thank you very much, as always. Appreciate both of you very much.
Hey, we appreciate you, Guru. Believe me, we do.
Yes.
That's it, Frosty.
Yes. Yes. I'm a man of few words.
His trademark, it's the letter S stands for just fuck off and get it over with already.
All right, everybody.